16. The tiny sound made by the door opening caused the Queen to regain her senses fully at last, but she kept her eyes closed. Footsteps approached her bed. A woman's voice, vibrant and imperious, spoke. "She should be fully restored by now, Star Master." A man gave a grunt of agreement. There was no way we could take the black Trillium from her, however. Not even the power of the star sufficed. When touched, both amulet and chain seemed to become white-hot. They did not burn her flesh, but only that of the person trying to grasp them. We even used tongs and other instruments, but these either burst into flame or else became too hot to hold. Never mind. I don't think the amber can harm us. It only protects her. Now give me the diagnostic contrivance. Yes, Master. Queen Anijel. The man's voice was all too familiar. Wake up. She opened her eyes. Two people, dressed in the black and silver robes of the Star Guild, stood looking down at her. One was a tall woman, the very spit and image of the beautiful red-headed she-warrior of the feather tapestry on the bedchamber wall behind her. At her side was Oragastus. "Now I understand everything," Anijel said to him with icy anger. "When your scheme to drown me failed, you kidnapped me through that damned viaduct." "Good afternoon, Majesty," the sorcerer said politely. He was holding a small metallic device, which he held momentarily against her forehead. It squeaked faintly, whereupon he gave a nod of satisfaction and pressed the thing to her covered belly. She uttered an angry protest, to which he paid no attention, only tucking the little machine away into his robe and smiling. "You will be happy to know that you are quite recovered from your recent injuries. Your unborn sons are likewise in good health. As to your drowning, that was not my plan at all, and the cack-handed fool who so clumsily engineered it has been reprimanded." "Where is my Nisimu nurse, Imu?" Anijel demanded. "She was swept away into the flood with me. Do you hold her captive as well?" The sorcerer shook his head. "I know naught of her. There was only a single Ruendian knight and some men-at-arms there in the mazy mire, who attacked my servants as they were carrying you through the viaduct." "Sir Olavic, what happened to him?" Oragastus shrugged. "He and his men were killed in the affray, blasted to ashes by our invincible weapons." The sorcerer's offhandedness filled the Queen with renewed indignation. "Free me!" she cried, straining at her bonds. "How dare you tie me to the bed like some base criminal?" Oragastus said, "The restraints were only to keep you from squirming during the 6 days that you healed. Unconscious, we could not have your valued bones mend crooked." "Why have you abducted me? I give you fair warning. Neither my royal husband nor the Archimage Haramis will submit to you in order to spare my life and those of the babes I carry. I am no longer the coward who supinely handed you her talisman 4 years ago. Now I am prepared to die if your evil schemes are thereby defeated." Oragastus smiled and pushed back his long white hair with one slender hand. "I would much prefer that you live, Queen Anijel, but the decision is entirely up to you. We shall discuss the matter later." He turned to the female of the Star Guild. "Naylora, loosen the Queen and help her to dress, then conduct her to the secure hall. I will be waiting with the others." He left the room, closing the door behind him. Not bothering to disguise her contempt, the Star Woman flipped the coverlet from Anijel's body. "I shall serve as your tiring maid this once, Queen, but if it had been up to me, you would have done your recovery in the dungeons, together with your haughty fellow rulers." "What? You hold other monarchs captive as well? Who?" Naylora bent to Anijel's ankles, releasing them, then unfastened the padded cuffs at her wrists. "You'll find out about that soon enough." None too gently, the Star Woman helped the Queen to sit up. Anijel discovered that she was swaddled about the loins like an infant, otherwise naked except for her black Trillium amulet. Peculiar yellowish material, delicate and shriveled as the skin of a boiled yarkle, fell away in shreds from her right shin, her left forearm, and the left side of her rib cage when she swung her feet slowly to the floor. Another great patch of the stuff dropped from her left shoulder, disintegrating into fine flakes as it fell among the bedclothes. "What is this?" Anadjol asked, brushing it from her body. "Bone mender," the red-headed woman said shortly. "Part of the master's miraculous paraphernalia." She rummaged in a cupboard and set out underlinen, then opened a chest and shook out a curiously styled gown of grass-green brocade. It was very light in weight, having a myriad of tiny yellow feather rosettes affixed to it with embroidery. Anadjol stretched, running her fingers through her unbound blonde hair. It seemed quite clean. "I suppose my other garments were ruined." "As was your regal body, until the master worked his healing enchantment upon it." Naylora's lips twisted in a fastidious grimace. "There is a basin and a ewer for washing in that alcove, and a necessarium behind the small door. Don't dawdle about." Anadjol did not condescend to reply, but made her toilette as quickly as she could. She donned the undergarments and the dress, then coiled her hair at the nape of her neck and fastened it with 2 gilded wooden pins. Naylora had laid out a yellow and green featherwork girdle for her waist and a cloak of ochre wool. Soft shoes of brown leather with emerald feather puffs completed the outfit. Anadjol surveyed herself with pleased satisfaction, arranging the amber amulet with its fossil black trillium so that it lay on her breast. "Thank you for providing me with suitable attire, Naylora." "It was not I," the Star Woman replied brusquely, "but our master who selected your clothes. And here is one last ornament for you to put on." She held out a pair of golden wrist gyves connected by a chain. In silence, Anadjol allowed herself to be shackled. "Now come along," Naylora commanded. "They will be waiting for us." She headed for the door. "One question," Anadjol said, pausing before the feather tapestry showing the female warrior among the fiery fountains. "Is this a depiction of you yourself?" "No," said the Star Woman. For the first time, a smile untinged by discourtesy touched her lips. "It is my ancestress, for whom I was named, and who built this castle. She also was unjustly deprived of her empire, but she regained it, as I shall very soon." Anadjol followed Naylora through stone corridors, looking about with keen interest. Could this place possibly be the headquarters of the Star Guild that Haramis had thus far sought in vain? If this was truly Sobrania, and not one of its benighted sub-kingdoms, she might be able to escape with the help of her black trillium, and throw herself upon the mercy of Emperor Denambo. He made alliances with no nation, but he was fiercely chivalrous and would surely give her sanctuary until Haramis or some other rescuer arrived. "In here," Naylora said, gesturing to an open door. Within was a small hall, a kind of withdrawing room with only narrow slits for windows. Silver oil lamps hanging along the walls gave additional illumination. Still, it took some minutes before Anadjol was able to determine who the other occupants of the chamber were. 9 chairs were ranged about a large round table in the center of the room. Orgastus sat in one seat, and another beside him was empty, presumably awaiting her. The other places were occupied by 5 men and 2 women, all shackled as Anadjol was with gilded handcuffs. Behind each prisoner stood a man of the Star Guild, armed with one of the peculiar weapons of the Vanished Ones. "Welcome, Queen of Laboruenda," said Orgastus, inclining his head in an urbane gesture of respect. "You know everyone else at the table, I think?" And so she did. Appalled at the recognition, Anadjol let her eyes rove over her fellow captives, who wore expressions ranging from sullen anger to debonair unconcern. At the right hand of the sorcerer sat an insouciant elderly couple dressed in old-fashioned court finery, the eternal Prince Wid and the eternal Princess Ravia of the Isles of Engi. The 3 soberly attired men across the table were President Heket Botal of Okamus and the Duumviri Prigo and Gabandis, who jointly governed the Imlet Republic. The crimson-gowned matronly woman with a wry smile was Queen Jiri of Galinar. Between her and the chair intended for Anadjol, slouched down in his seat and glowering like a caged Gradalic, sat Leodavardus of Raktum, a man 20 years of age, whose malformed, stocky body and unattractive countenance had earned him the nickname of the Goblin Kinglet. Anadjil had last seen him 3 months earlier, when he had come to Rowenda Citadel to ask for the hand of her daughter Janil in marriage. The splendidly garbed young monarch who had come as a suitor to Rowenda Citadel was hardly to be recognized now. The raiment of King Leodavardus was torn and filthy, as though his capture had not been easily accomplished. A stained bandage covered his left eye, while the right one was bloodshot and the skin around it bruised. The chains of his handcuffs were twice as thick as those of the others. "Oh, my poor friends," Anadjil murmured. "What a sad meeting." "Sorry to see they nabbed you too, sweeting," the Eternal Princess Ravia piped. "Fine kettle of fish, isn't it?" The Eternal Prince Wid grinned with perfect good humor. 7 days ago we were playing knockers on the Esplanade Green with our great-grandchildren, when a couple of starry blokes popped out of nowhere at the Blue Wicket and holed us away. The scoundrels warned the young folks that we'd be killed if anything was said about the kidnapping. The Starmen threatened to maim all of my precious daughters if word of my abduction got out, said Queen Jiri. The elected officials of Okamus and Imlet nodded in unison. They had all made marriages with the royal house of Galinar, wedding 3 of Jiri's brood of 9 princesses. President Botal said, "Every one of us was snatched through those weird magical trapdoors, or whatever you call them." "We call them viaducts," said Oragastus courteously. "Please be seated, Queen Anadjil, and we will begin our conference." Naelora led Anadjil to the empty chair. Then the Star Woman drew up the hood of her silvery robe to cover her flaming hair, took a small object from an inner pocket of her garment, and stationed herself at the Queen's back. "Low-born conjurer!" cried King Leodavardus, starting up from his chair and lifting his chained fists threateningly. "It will do you no good to hold me captive. Do you think the sovereign nation of Raktum will ever accept you as its overlord? Not until the 3 moons turn to spiny melons." He would have continued his tirade, but Oragastus frowned and made an impatient gesture. Naelora abruptly stepped away from her position behind Anadjil's chair, lifted the slender metallic vice she held, and tapped the king's shoulder with it. Leodavardus's scream shook the rafters. The other prisoners started with shock, then hurled exclamations of outrage at the calm-faced Star Woman. The young king dropped back into his chair, gasping. "Whether or not Raktum will accept me as its liege lord is not a point we will debate now," Oragastus said when the disturbance diminished. "It suffices that its ruler and all the rest of you are now my prisoners. You will remain here in Castle Conflagrant, hostages to the good behavior of your nations, until a certain plan of mine matures." "What plan is that?" Queen Jiri inquired innocently. Oragastus said, "We will discuss its details in due course, Majesty, when we are all better acquainted." "Humph!" snorted Duumvir Prigo. He was a spare individual with crafty brown eyes and the prim manner of a scholar. "How long do you intend to hold us here, wizard?" "It may be for some time, Excellency," Oragastus admitted. "Until the leaders of the other countries are also captured?" Heket Botal persisted. "And the government of the world dissolves into chaos?" The smile on the face of Oragastus vanished. "The Archimage Haramis has unfortunately given warning concerning the viaduct locations. I think those rulers who are still at liberty will be more wary of abduction from now on. But no matter. I have the most important of you in my power." Yes, Anadjil thought, except for one, my own husband Antar. The other rulers who remain free are either weaklings, like old King Fiomedek of Var, or else like Yandramil of Zenora and Emiling of Tuzaman, already inclined to ally with a sorcerer. The pale eyes of Oragastus held a fearsome, implacable gleam. "You will all remain here as hostages, ensuring that your subjects do not hinder my activities. until the sky Trillium announces my great victory to the whole world." The captive stared at him in silence. Finally, the eternal Prince Wid shook a bony finger at the sorcerer. "Look here, young man. I can put up with life in a clammy dungeon myself, and I dare say the other men can too. But my poor wife Ravia has been a martyr to sciatica in that damp cell of hers. If you've any decency at all, you've got to give the women better quarters." "That can be arranged," Augustus said equably. "Up until today, the detention of all of you, save Queen Anigel, who was recovering from injuries, has been made deliberately arduous so that you would recognize the seriousness of your situation. But from now on, provided that you assent to certain simple conditions, you will all be given more pleasant rooms and treated as honored guests rather than ordinary prisoners. It is up to you to choose whether you will spend your stay here in attractive apartments befitting your rank, or dwell in windowless cells in the company of common criminals." The heads of state murmured tentatively among themselves. Leodvardis hauled himself upright once more, saying nothing. "If you agree to the terms of parole," the sorcerer said, "you will have the freedom of Castle Conflagrant. But believe me when I tell you that it is not only escape-proof, but also impossible to storm. No power beneath the 3 moons can rescue you." Anigel took hold of her amber pendant on its fine golden chain. It was warm and seemed to give comfort. "What would you have us promise?" "Swear that you will harm no one in this place, and that you will comport yourself in a dignified manner so long as you remain here." "Very well." Anigel's words were scarcely audible. "I do swear, on this sacred black Trillium." Augustus put the question to each of the others in turn. All of them gave their solemn word, except the pirate king, who lifted his ravaged face and spat at the impassive sorcerer. The Star Woman brought forth from her robe another magical implement, different from the torture device, and this time thrust it at the neck of Leodvardis. He gave a profound sigh and collapsed senseless across the table. "Leave him for the jailers to remove," Augustus said, rising. "Naylora, please show our other guests to their new accommodations. The rest of you guildsmen come with me to the observatory." "Yes, master," chorused the 7 starmen. Still bearing their odd weapons, they followed the sorcerer as he left the room. "This way," Naylora commanded, and so great was the force of her personality that the shackled rulers paraded meekly after her without a word. They proceeded to an upper floor of the central keep, where handsomely furnished suites opened off a central corridor lit by window wells. As each prisoner was shown to an apartment, Wood and Ravia shared the largest one, Naylora removed their golden chains. "Servants will be assigned to you," she said ungraciously, "and you will be instructed about our domestic routine. You may go anywhere in Castle Conflagrant, save those regions where the guards forbid you. At night you will be locked in your rooms. If you attempt to escape or violate your parole in any way, you will be confined forthwith to the dungeons." Anigel was the last to be given rooms. As her cuffs were unfastened, she spoke in a gentle and offhand manner. "You have said that you were deprived of your empire. How did this injustice come about?" Naylora gave grudging answer. "I was the eldest, but our late father, Emperor Agilibo, declared my next younger brother Denambo heir to his dominion, with my second brother Georgibo to succeed him if Deno died without issue. Father did this despite the fact that I am wiser and of higher spirit, saying that the vassal kings of Sobrania would never accept me because I am female." "I see. But in certain nations this is the immutable custom." "It was not always so here," the Star Woman cried with great rancor. "More than 200s ago, Sobrania had an empress, that same Naylora the Mighty for whom I was named, and her reign was a time of unequaled prosperity. Sobrania's hegemony then extended throughout the entire southern sea. Galinar was naught but a province of ours, and the spineless chieftains of Imlet and Ochimus knelt at the Empress Nelora's footstool. Even proud Zenora paid us a yearly tribute of a shipload of their finest pearls. So you hope that Oragastus and the Star Guild will help you to unseat your brother Denambo? Nelora's eyes were burning. I do not hope for it. I expect it, and within 3 short days. Without another word, she spun about and departed, slamming the door. The Queen stood still for a moment, deep in thought. Then, rubbing her wrists absently, she wandered about the suite, finally standing at the open window of the tiny sitting-room and looking out at the strange countryside. The sun had just descended, leaving a lowering sky covered with grey clouds that were touched with crimson beneath. The view was stupendous. The castle of the Star Guild was perched on a steep-sided hill over 400 ells high that reared up in the midst of a vast bowl-shaped depression. Tall crags formed the basin's distant, jagged perimeter. Its floor was nearly level, having large outcroppings of black rock and sickly greenish areas that seemed to be bogs. A forest clothed the flanks of the central eminence crowned by the castle, but it seemed as though wildfire had swept through its lower reaches, leaving scorched snags and burnt vegetation in its wake. A tortuously winding trail stretched from the base of the hill through the depression, apparently continuing on to the rocky rampart several leagues away. How desolate, Anagel said to herself. She took hold of the Trillium amber amulet at her neck and found herself shivering. Lords of the air, grant that I will not have to bear my triplet sons in this awful place. Help me find a way to gain my freedom. She heard a sound behind her, and turned to see Queen Jiri of Galinar standing in the open door. "Poor sweeting," murmured the kindly monarch. "I am afraid there is scant chance of that. The sorcerer chose the locale of his stronghold too well." "Is this castle truly guarded by dark magic, then?" Jiri came and stood by the window with Anagel. "Oh, there is sorcery enough in the domain of the Star Guild, but none is needed to ensure the impregnability of Castle Conflagrant. When I was in the dungeons, my Sobranian guard, his name was Van, was willing enough to tell me all about the place in exchange for my rings and other baubles." She held up one plump forefinger. "See, I have only this ruby left. I also learnt much from a chap called Gior in the cell beside mine." "Gior? You say his name was Gior? What manner of man was he?" "I could not see his face, since he was immediately next door, nor did he speak of himself and why he had been imprisoned. But he did entertain me with many a spooky tale about the ghosts that inhabit this old castle, and he also possessed considerable knowledge of the way in which Oragastus had got hold of it 2 years ago." "But how is the castle escape-proof," Anagel asked, "if no sorcery is involved?" "Look carefully at the region below. Do you see or hear any living creature?" Anagel studied the landscape carefully. It was utterly silent. None of the famous birds of Sobrania sang. No voors, luru, or other flying predators took to the air. No insects or beasts announced the fading of the day. The only moving thing was a very thin mist that hovered over the bogs, expanding slowly until it crept up through the region of blasted skeletal trees on the lower slope, halting at the point on the hill where the forest remained healthy. "I perceive no animal life at all," Anagel said. "Because nothing can live down there," Jiri said. "Seeping up from underground is a poisonous miasma, not the mist, which is harmless, but an invisible vapor with only a faint smell. It blankets the floor of the basin just below the burnt trees. Strong winds may blow it away from time to time, but it always returns, unseen and deadly." "But there is a road," Anagel protested, "and I myself remember being brought here in some kind of wagon." "Do you also remember fire?" Jiri asked. Anagel frowned. "Why, yes. That is the only way in which the poisonous atmospheres may be foiled. They are flammable, you see. When the Star Master or his henchmen would cross the basin, they ignite the exhalations. Flaming geysers appear, and after they have burned for a few minutes, sweet air takes the place of the noxious. One can then travel the road in safety, but it is important to move speedily, for heaven help anyone who has not yet reached the castle's hill or the outer ring of crags when the flaming geysers die. The flow of subterranean gas is irregular and may dwindle to nothing at any moment, whereupon the fires go out and the invisible lethal seepage resumes, filling the basin anew. Heavy rain can also extinguish the fires. The common people are mortally afraid of Castle Conflagrant, which was once the secret retreat of a long-dead Sobranian empress. No one dares to come here save the minions of Aurigastus. Aside from the very real peril of the geysers, legends say that the place is haunted by the phantoms of persons this empress caused to be burnt alive. "Look down there," Anagel said. "They are opening the main gate of the castle. Someone must be venturing out." "Then let us watch," said Jiri. Side by side, the two queens stood at the open window. The dusk thickened, filling the misty basin with impenetrable shadows, and the clouds turned violet in the west. Because of the angle of the castle's curtain wall and the intervening groves of healthy trees, they could not clearly see the progress of the party descending. It was a stunning surprise when the gas ignited. A flattened globe of dull vermilion light suddenly appeared at the base of the hill. An instant later, the women heard a sharp detonation, then a prolonged fizzing, as of fireworks. The initial fireball sent out blue horizontal tentacles that split into myriad branches, racing in all directions and staying rather low to the ground. A second explosion rang out, then others, both great and small, crackling and thundering while the blue fire net brightened and grew into a sheet of golden radiance covering the entire basin floor. No sooner had the incandescent swelled than it vanished. In its place were hundreds of flaming geysers, surging red-gold fountains that danced and spurted around the hill of Castle Conflagrant like living things, silhouetting the skeletal burnt trees and reflecting in the darkling bog waters. "There they go," Queen Jiri said, pointing. "Great goddess, it's a small army!" "And Aurigastus and the Star-Woman Elora are leading it," Anagel stated with conviction. Fast-moving fiery dots, torches carried by a train of riders urging their beasts to a full gallop, threaded an intricate path among the stationary blazes of the geysers. Anagel watched enthralled until the host vanished in the distance. There seemed to have been several hundred mounted riders and a number of wagons as well. "Now you see," Queen Jiri said, "why escape is impossible. Even if it were possible for us to get out of the castle, we could never cross that basin. We would either suffocate or signal our escape to our captors by igniting the flammable gas. It's hopeless, as my cellmate Gior assured me." "Perhaps not." Anagel spoke so quietly that her voice was barely audible. She took hold of her Trillium amber, the glow of which brightened as her fingers touched it. "Do you see this amulet? It is a magical thing that may help set us free." "Then why did Aurigastus allow you to keep it?" the older queen asked bluntly. "For one thing, his people were unable to take it from me. But more important, he does not understand its power, which is not at all like his own sort of enchantment. From the time we were newborn infants, my triplet sisters Haramis and Cadia and I have worn these drops of amber, which contain a fossil flower of the holy black Trillium. Our amulets are symbolic of our destiny and also protective of our persons. They guide us on our life path and show the way if we become lost. If our lives are endangered by magic, the amber finds a way to save us. I myself have gone invisible with its help, and it will also open any lock if it is but touched to it." "No!" whispered the delighted Queen of Galanar. "Yes," Anagel said. "Of the three of us who wear the Trillium amber, I am the least courageous. But I will do my best, and if the Lords of the Air permit, My magic will effect our escape from this captivity." "Never mind asking permission of the angels," Jerry said. "We should discuss the matter with our fellow hostages." "Assuredly, and we must do so soon, for I think we have a unique opportunity to escape while so many of the Star Guild's force are absent from the castle." Jerry made up her mind in a trice. "We'll have a conference during dinner. I'll go right now and begin passing the word, so that all will be present. Say nothing of your speech with that prisoner in the dungeon cell next to yours. Am I right in assuming that the others did not know his name?" "Quite right." Jerry's face was both puzzled and expectant. They were all too occupied with their own troubles to care about him. "I think I know who this man might be, and why he was imprisoned. It is possible that he may be of great help to us." Anagel explained. Then she outlined the escape plan that seemed to have come to her in a single burst of inspiration, while Jerry listened with narrowed eyes. "Magic," the Queen of Galanar muttered when Anagel was done, "and uncertain magic at that. Well, sweeting, I'm game to try, but we may have our work cut out for us convincing the others." Anagel continued to stand at the window long after Queen Jiri departed, watching until the fires began to gutter and shrink. One by one the flaming geysers winked out, and finally only a single tall blue-gold plume remained, swaying in the night wind like a spectral dancer. By the time a servant came rapping at Queen Anagel's door to tell her that the evening meal was ready, the last geyser had also faded and died, and the region surrounding the castle's hill had become a sink of poisonous darkness. 17. "But why must we make the attempt tonight?" President Hakit Botal of Okamus complained. "Why, we're barely recovered from our stint in the dungeons. We haven't even had time to reconnoiter the castle and find the best escape route." "There's only one way out, son-in-law," snapped Queen Jiri. "The way we came in, through the main gate." Anagel added, "And the reason we must try tonight is because now is the time our captors will least expect it, when you are newly released from your cells, and I have just awakened out of my enchanted sleep, and Oragastus and his force are lately departed to make war upon Emperor Denambo." The 7 hostage rulers strolled in a casual manner from the dining hall, where they had just eaten the evening meal. Each one carried a pewter cup and a full bottle of the strong, flinty wine they had been served at table. Following the plan Anagel had outlined to them while they ate, they pretended to drink and laugh tipsily as they made a show of examining the feathered hangings and the pieces of exotic statuary that stood in wall recesses, flanked by blazing cressets. All the while, they moved along a wide corridor toward the great staircase that led to the lower reaches of the castle. Only a handful of guards lounged at their posts in a lax manner, paying no special attention to the wandering captives. Few other servants of the Star Guild were abroad. Most of the diners had remained in the hall to drink and revel. "I don't know if I'm up to this adventure," Gavandis whispered. "You lot may have to go on without me." The Duumvir, who shared the highest elected office of Imlet with his associate Prigo, looked extremely pale. He was a man in late middle age, portly and with thinning sandy hair and a querulous manner. "Buck up, old fellow," Prigo urged. Maintaining the pretense, he uttered a shrill laugh and affected to drink directly from his wine bottle. "If an expectant mother like Queen Anagel can make it, so can you." "That wretched meal," Gabandis moaned. "Greasy sausage, nauseating boiled greens, bread so gritty it set one's teeth on edge, suet pudding, and only this atrocious plonk to drink. At least the 8-up in water we were served in the dungeons was fairly easy on the digestive tract. Right now, I feel so dyspeptic that I may puke at any moment." "Oh, poor chap!" Old Princess Ravia's eyes twinkled mischievously as she toasted the sufferer with her empty cup. "Perhaps you shouldn't have taken that 3rd helping of sausage." Somebody snickered. Gavandis pulled out a handkerchief and patted his sweat-beaded brow. "Madam, I was starving after 6 days of vile incarceration. One might have thought that a sorcerer intent upon conquering the world would at least set a decent table, but no, we're fobbed off with a repast fit only for peasants. "While the cook's away, the scullions play," Queen Jiri quoted. "I'll wager the whole place has gone slack since Oro and the army went off. Did you notice that the only 2 starmen at supper were very young?" "Apprentices left to hold the fort with the senior servants," Ravia judged, "and barely 3 dozen warriors. The hall could have held 10 times as many people." Jiri said, "Anna-Jill and I saw around that number leaving the castle." "I wonder how the wizard expects to conquer, using such a small force," said Wid. "He's going up against a mob of superstitious barbarians," Prigo retorted darkly. "The odds may be just about right. The army probably took the best food along with them," Duumvir Gabandis muttered bitterly, his mind still on his disordered innards. "Keep the morale of the fighters high, and damn the stay-behinds." "I suspect that old Oro has the very devil of a time keeping this establishment in victuals," Prince Wid observed shrewdly. "You can't force superior provisioners to make daily deliveries through a miasmic inferno, you know." "Doubtless the sorcerer obtains his supplies by black magic," President Heket Botal said, "in the same way that he snatched us away from our homelands." "When Gabandis and I were kidnapped," Prigo remarked, "we and our captors came out of the enchanted portal in the midst of a dense forest. Men-at-arms from a camp immediately adjacent were waiting to conduct us to the castle. It took us a day and a night to reach here, and nowhere along the way did I see a village, nor even so much as a trapper's hut. The trail we followed was narrow and much overgrown, as though it were seldom used. Certainly no regular supply trains came along that way." The others, excepting Anna-Jill, related similar experiences. In spite of the differing venues of abduction, it was apparent that they had all emerged at the same location, from thence being taken to Castle Conflagrant. None save Anna-Jill knew anything of the viaduct's working, nor did the others seem aware that more than one might exist. "There is a crucially important matter that we neglected to discuss at dinner," Heket said. He had paused, feigning interest in a tapestry depicting a beautiful seaside villa of the Zenoran style, favored by wealthy Sobranians, all golden roof tiles and shining white walls. "Supposing that we do manage to escape the castle and cross the basin of flaming geysers, where then shall we go?" "To Brandoba, the Sobranian capital," Anna-Jill said. "We will ask sanctuary from our fellow sovereign, Emperor Denambo. Or, failing that, convince some ship's captain to give us safe passage to Galinar, where Queen Jiri's warriors will defend us." "But how shall we find the way through this unknown territory?" Heket Botal persisted. "By following Origastus?" Anna-Jill nodded. "My Trillium Amber's magic will also guide us, and we may perhaps have help from another source as well." "We do not even know how far away the Sobranian capital is." "It is approximately 400 leagues," Queen Jiri said, "if my talkative prison guards told me the truth in exchange for my jewelry." President Haket's mouth dropped open. 400? "Oh, dear," Princess Ravia quavered. "So far?" Prince Wid said, "Is there no place of refuge nearer?" "None where we would be truly safe," said Jiri. "Apparently the Star Guild has the local chieftains thoroughly intimidated." Duumvir Prigo did not disguise his dismay. "But that's appalling! Why were we not told this before, as we were discussing the plan at table? I assumed—" "It will take over a month to ride that distance," Gabandis broke in. "I can't possibly do it. I am not a well man." Heket glared at Anna-Jill. "Queen, you have been less than straightforward with us. None of us has experience in wilderness travel. It is madness to think we could reach Emperor Denambo's court if it is so far away. Pursuers from the castle would certainly recapture us." "Not if my magic assists us, as I pray it will." Anijel bestowed a kindly glance upon the ashen-faced Gabandis. "Nor will you have to endure an arduous journey, Duumvir. A few days at most."
"Surely you cannot think to re-enter the infernal magic hole that brought us here,"
Haket exclaimed. "No," Anijel said. "That viaduct might still be guarded, and we have no way of knowing where it would take us. I have been told that adept persons are able to change the destination of certain viaducts. The one used to abduct us is obviously one of the changeable sort. Not being sorcerers ourselves, we cannot hope to command it."
"Then what are we to do?"
Haket demanded.
"Explain yourself, Queen, else I, for one, will decline to follow you."
The president of Okamus was a man of imposing stature, clean-shaven and with a jutting jaw that he delighted in thrusting forward to emphasize his words. He was accustomed to wield almost dictatorial powers in his prosperous homeland. Earlier, when Anijel described the initial phase of her escape proposal at dinner, Haket Botal had at first demurred, chuckling with patronizing disdain at the very notion of entrusting their fate to the alleged power of an amber amulet. Then, seeing that the other saw nothing wrong with pitting benevolent magic against the dark sorcery of Oragastus, Haket had demanded that he himself be designated leader of the escape, rather than leaving the undertaking in charge of a delicately reared dame such as Her Majesty, who would have scant experience in such parlous adventures. Queen Anijel had smiled sweetly at the Okamese president, saying that he was certainly free to propose an alternative scheme of his own, and head it up if the others elected to follow him. However, since Haket actually had nothing concrete to offer at all, he finally submitted with ill grace when everyone else pledged support to Anijel. She now said to him, "I know you are anxious, but I have a good reason to keep the second part of my plan secret for now. It is for our own protection, in the melancholy event that one of us should be taken by the enemy in the course of our escape." There was an uncomfortable silence as the captives mulled over her words, for there was more than one implication. Unlike the royals, who had all demonstrated their personal enmity for Oragastus during dinner, the three leaders of the republics had hinted more than once at a willingness to accommodate the sorcerer and his star guild, if it should be to their national advantage. They walked on, avoiding one another's eyes. Finally, Prigo, speaking with elaborate casualness, changed the subject.
"It seems obvious that the Starmen must have some magical means of transport if they intend to attack Denambo within 3 days, as the woman Nelora said to Queen Anijel."
"I believe this to be true," Anijel agreed, "and I hope that we may ultimately reach the Sobranian capital by using that same means."
"But how?"
Anijel said, "There is one who may be able to tell us that, Duumvir, along with other valuable information. Queen Jiri and I will go down to the dungeons and fetch this person shortly, so that he may accompany us in our escape attempt."
"Not that firebrand Lita Vardis," Gabandis exclaimed, full of indignation. "Not the pirate king."
"We cannot leave him to languish here," said Anijel evasively.
Prigo gave a sniff. "It's Leto's own fault that he's not free on parole with the rest of us." "You intend to release him?" Prince Wit inquired, "using that amber amulet of yours to open the locks?"
"Yes," said Anijel, "that is exactly what I hope to do."
"Do you also expect this enchanted gewgaw of yours to whisk us to Brandoba in the wink of an eye?"
asked Haket, speaking with arch skepticism. She made a mild reply. "My Trillium amber is, unfortunately, not capable of such a miracle, but with the grace of the Triune, its powers may yet suffice to gain our freedom."
Haket scowled. This plan of yours may be the death of us."
"Nothing is certain," the Queen said serenely, "save that some day we will all pass safely beyond. But I, for one, am not ready to die yet, nor am I willing to surrender my country and my authority to a base sorcerer, as certain other rulers may be. My 2 sisters and I know Oragastus of old, and the magic of our black Trillium has saved us from him many a time. If the lords of the air smile upon us, we may be aided once again by the flower."
"This escapade sounds more and more dubious," Hackett said with a sour grimace. "I'm having serious second thoughts, especially since you refuse to demonstrate your magic to us."
Anadjul nodded, as if to concede the point. "It was not possible earlier, since the amulet works only to save me from peril or guide me in dangerous circumstances. Opening the dungeon doors for the rescue of Leodavardis will therefore serve as a crucial test of my plan. If the amber fails in that task, we will know that Oragastus has laid some overwhelming enchantment upon Castle Conflagrant that the black Trillium is helpless to counter."
"Then what?"
Prince Witt inquired. "If the dungeon doors do not open, I will return chastened to my rooms, where I will pray for our eventual rescue or ransom, and go straight to bed. I advise those of you who have no confidence in me to follow that course of action now. I do not intend to waste any more time in talking. Whoever is with me, resume the charade of drunken merrymaking, for we are near to the stairs, and I spy a pair of guards on station there." After a moment's hesitation, the others all came along after her. Witt and Ravia linked arms and began to sing an Engian ballad about a lass who loved a sailor-man. Prigo did a little dance around them, and Hackett pretended to swig from his bottle, while keeping his thumb thrust into the neck. Gabondes merely staggered along, looking more and more queasy. At the head of the staircase, Queen Anadjul bade a giggly good evening to the two guards, who gave amused salutes. "Good men, we are on our way to escape," she told them slyly. "Sound the alarm. Call out Oragastus and his crew of conjurers." The bored guards made no move to hinder the distinguished hostages, who proceeded down the stairs amidst tipsy laughter and song. On the keep's ground floor was a large vaulted lobby having a well, water troughs, and hitching rails. Fronial droppings, a broken sack of grain, and other debris left by the sorcerer's small army lay on the pavement. A single broad passageway led straight from the foot of the staircase toward the barbican and gatehouse, while other corridors to the left and right gave on to the inner ward surrounding the keep, where there were presumably barracks and stables, kitchens, a bakery, and other domestic offices of a well-found castle. Except for the passage to the barbican, the area was dark and full of confusing shadows, only dimly lit by dangling fire baskets. The only men-at-arms to be seen were over 40 ells away, near the gate. Anadjul went and sat on the wide coping of the great washing trough, where she cupped her hands, took water, and pretended to lave her face. "Now, if you please," she whispered, "gather closely around me, and we will review what we are to do."
"I still don't feel well,"
Gabondes whimpered. The queen only smiled at him. "You, Princess Ravia, Hackett, and Prigo will go down to the barbican. There you must discover exactly how many guards are on duty in the vicinity and the manner of their patrolling. Prigo must look carefully at the sally port in the gate, through which we will have to make our exit, and take careful note of the position of any bolts, locks, or bars that will have to be undone."
"The guards may become suspicious if we linger long,"
Hackett said. "Maintain the pretense of boisterous intoxication," Anadjul told him. "Tell any persons you encounter how happy you are to be out of the dungeons and free to walk about the castle, even though you find the place very eerie. Remember our plan. Ask the guards if the corridors are haunted. Say you saw something ghostly as you were carousing about. Ask if they are certain that the Star Master has banished all demons and harmful spirits from the place. When you have made the guards thoroughly uneasy, return here to the well, where Witt will be waiting for you. Accompany him and follow his lead from then on."
"It will all be done,"
said Princess Ravia firmly. Anadjul turned to the elderly Eternal Prince, whose pouched eyes were sparkling with excitement. "Dear friend, you recall that your job is to find the stable, which is doubtless in one of the enclosure buildings of the inner ward. Jolly up the grooms and hostlers you find on duty there. Ply them with drink." She handed over her own wine bottle to him, and Queen Jiri's also. Contrive to examine whatever mounts are left in the stalls. Check out the tack room if you can, and try to find us some storm-proof riding cloaks. We will require 9 swift and sturdy fronials for our escape."
9? Wid said in surprise. "But there are only 8 of us, including young King Leodavardus."
9, said Anadjo firmly. "When you have finished your investigations, excuse yourself to the grooms, saying that you are enjoying their company so much that you will find more drink for them. Return here, collect the others, and take them back to the stable with you, as if to admire the animals and meet the lads you have befriended. Give out the remaining bottles of wine. When the stable hands have their back teeth afloat, overpower them as quietly as possible. Bind them and gag them. But remember that we have all given our oaths not to harm any persons within the castle. Harness the mounts and fill saddlebags with whatever food and drink you can find. We will also need pitch torches and a tinder box. Each person must have a large hooded cloak of some sort, even if it is only a steed blanket. You must all remain hiding in the stable until Jiri and I return."
"I'll see to everything,"
the Eternal Prince assured her.
"It would be better," Hackett broke in officiously, "if I were the one to undertake the tasks in the stables. I am more able-bodied than Wid, and if there should be trouble, I would be better able to defend myself."
"But the Eternal Prince is so much more harmless in appearance," Anadjo pointed out reasonably, "and so he is the perfect one to gain the confidence of the hustlers. Until their wits are slowed by drink, they might be wary of a stalwart man such as yourself." Hackett gave a dubious grunt, but he said no more. Anadjo studied her Trillium amber. "Now I shall ask my amulet in which direction the stables lie." She held the droplet out on its chain so that the Eternal Prince and the others could examine it, and whispered her request. Within the slowly glowing pendant, a tiny line of light appeared. Its blinking tip pointed to the right-hand corridor.
"Mercy!" said the awe-stricken Ravia. "It really is magic." "So it would seem," said Prigo. His gaunt face creased in a pedantic smile of approval.
"And now, Black Trillium," Anadjo said, holding the amber steady and staring at the tiny fossil flower within, "I pray you show me the way to the dungeons." The glowing streak swiveled about, and the spark migrated to its opposite end, indicating the area behind the great staircase, where a single cresset burned.
"That's it, all right," Jiri said. "The rest of us know the way only too well. Well, come along, lass. Let's be off to rescue that goblin kinglet."
"First, we must see if my amber unlocks the upper dungeon door."
"The test," breathed Prigo.
They all went quietly into the area behind the stairs. The portal was of heavy gonda wood, massively reinforced with iron, and it had a single keyhole as high as a man's index finger. Anadjo gripped the amber, which shone like a miniature lantern in the gloom, and touched the lock plate.
The dungeon door swung open on greased hinges. Beyond was a steep staircase illuminated by guttering flambeaux set in widely spaced wall brackets. "It worked," Prigo whispered. "The magic really worked. There'll be no turning back now." Gabandis gave a tiny fearful moan. "May good luck attend all of our endeavors,"
the Eternal Princess Ravia said in a soft voice.
"Come along, boys."
She set off in the direction of the gatehouse with the 3 officials trailing after. Old Prince Wid kissed Anadjo lightly on the cheek and also ambled away, singing a sea chanty of the Engi Isles, while the wine bottles in his arms clinked an accompaniment. "Ready?" Jiri said to Anadjo. "Take my hand," the younger queen commanded. With the other she held tight to the amulet, speaking aloud to it. "Black Trillium, do again as you did in my youth, when you saved me from doom. Conceal me from the sight of all persons." The Queen of Galinar gave a great start. Suddenly it seemed that she stood alone in the tall doorway, except there was a warm hand in hers. "Now it really begins," said a voice from the air. Jiri felt herself drawn forward and began to descend the dungeon stairs. 18. "You were wise," said Jiri to her invisible companion as they moved down into the bowels of the castle, "not to trust Heket Botal or the Duumviri too far. My 3 sons-in-law are competent rulers, but they are also thoroughgoing pragmatists who would ally with the frost demons of the sempiternal ice cap if they thought they could preserve the commercial prosperity of Imlet and Okamus by so doing." "I know," said Anagel. "That's why I had Ravia accompany them in spying out the gate, to minimize the temptation for a last-minute betrayal." "Oh, they want to escape as badly as we do, sweeting, but they're afraid for their skins. We royals are beloved by the people of our countries. I know that my own subjects would stop at nothing to get me back alive and in one piece, and I'm sure that your people feel the same. But elected officials command no such devotion. Poor things, they are quite replaceable, as one grist egg may substitute in a cake recipe for another accidentally broken. In the case of Heket Botal, many citizens of his country would dance in the streets if they knew he had been kidnapped." "Surely not. National pride, if nothing else, would deter them." "Well, perhaps." Jiri's eyes had a gleam of insidious humor. "Still, a pompous wath like Heket must be galled to the tripes at having to rely for rescue upon a woman, even one so intrepid as yourself." There was a low laugh. "He should meet my 2 sisters. I am the least formidable petal of the living Trillium, and by no means as bold as I may seem. I will need to lean heavily upon you in this venture, Jiri. You are the one having a truly valiant character." "Tosh!" scoffed the Queen of Galanar. The voice coming out of the air was heavy with portent. "My magic may get us through the castle gate, but it is still a long way to Brandoba, as dear old Ravia pointed out. While we are bound to harm no person while we are within the castle, the oath does not hold true once we are outside and fleeing for our lives. Once, long ago, I killed a man. Nevertheless, I know I could not now bring myself to inflict grievous harm upon a human being, even if we are attacked by pursuers, and yet there may be no alternative to fighting if this escape attempt of ours is to succeed." Jiri squeezed her companion's unseen hand. "Leave all that to me and the others." Moving swiftly and silently, the 2 women came to the foot of the steps, where there was a kind of vestibule. On one side was a rusty portal labeled Armory, and on the other a gate of iron bars that shut off the passageway leading to the prison cells and the jailer's watchroom. "Let's take a peek inside the Armory," Jiri suggested. "There may be some weapons we can use later." At the touch of Anagel's amber, the door swung inward upon a pitch-black interior. The queens hastened through and shut the door behind them. Immediately, Anagel became visible, with the amulet around her neck shining so brightly that the place was lit up as clearly as in daylight. There was not much to be seen within the dank stone chamber, which was festooned in its upper reaches with dusty linget webs. The army of Origastus had obviously taken the best of the swords, halberds, and maces, leaving behind dulled and notched blades, overly heavy pole-axes, and spears with crooked shafts. Numbers of open wooden chests contained a few smaller implements of battle, as well as dented helmets and shirts and vests of tattered chainmail. There were none of the wondrous ancient weapons of the vanished ones that Haramis had mentioned. Anagel said, "Do you see anything that you or the others might make use of?" Queen Jiri was delving in one of the chests. "Well, I'm no warrior. My dear late husband, Colo, took care of that sort of thing when Sobranian tribal kings made occasional forays against the western marches of Galanar. But this might eventually come in handy, and I can tuck it away easily enough." She held up a simple instrument that consisted of a wooden handle, attached by a chain to a short, thick rod of steel. "A war flail. When I was a girl, I'd often help with the threshing at the royal farmstead, where we took our holidays, and grew special delicacies for the high table. I used a thing similar to this, but much less lethal, to beat the grain from the chaff." She smiled grimly. I could swat a stinging bot on the wing in those days, or flick a single petal from a meadowsweet. Mayhap I haven't lost the knack." Anadjul repressed a shiver. "Remember our oath to do no harm within the castle. An oath extracted under duress is non-binding. Any hedge lawyer knows as much." She tucked the flail into a pocket of her gown. "Please, we must perform this feat without violence. I cannot forswear my black Trillium." Jiri sighed. "Oh, very well." "I will need your help now to dress," Anadjul said. "I have decided not to use our veils in the deception after all, but rather some of this gear instead. It will be more effective." Jiri chuckled. "Yes, I think you are right. Are there any other changes of plan?" Anadjul shook her head. "Just put on a good performance when you reach the guardroom, laying the groundwork for my grand entrance." The 3 jailers sat at a rough table, finishing their supper of bread, cheese, and beer. The occupants of the cells were quiet for the nonce as they consumed their more meager fare. Only a small number of prisoners remained, now that most of the exalted hostages had been set free. "I almost missed them," said the burly sergeant, whose name was Van. "It's going to be damn dull down here without them." "You'll miss that fat Queen of Galanar for sure," sneered one of the guards, a wiry man with a grotesquely scarred face, who was missing one ear. "Shut your trap, Ulo," the sergeant growled, "if you know what's good for you." "The whole watch knows you were cozying up to her," the third guard said, wiping beer suds from his mustache. He was at least 60 years old, but still fairly sturdy. "And not just because she was a vision of beauty, eh?" He sniggered, and his mate joined in. Van slammed his fist down onto the table. "Belt up, damn you!" "Or what?" Ulo inquired insolently. "You'll punch our noses?" "Kobit's right. You were taking bribes from Queen Jiri, telling her Matuda knows what secrets, in exchange for her jewels. That's treason, that is. Lay a finger on either of us, and we'll have a word with the 2 starmen upstairs." "You can't prove a thing," Van blustered. "And if you try—" "Psst!" The guard named Kobit started up from his stool, eyes wide. "You hear that?" Van rose and stumped to the door of the guardroom. One of his legs was gone just below the hip, replaced by a carven peg. "Merciful Mother Matuda!" he exclaimed, then fell back in astonishment. "It's herself!" Queen Jiri of Galanar, magnificent in purple velvet, a white silk veil, and a diadem of enameled leaves and flowers, came into the chamber smiling. "Good evening, men." The jailers mumbled a response, touching their foreheads. Van addressed the royal visitor with some anxiety. "Madam, you aren't supposed to be down here." "No?" Queen Jiri seemed surprised. "But the doors were all open and unguarded, and so I thought to—" "The door's open," Van exclaimed. "But that's impossible." "The duty roster's thin," Ulo observed with a smirk. "Most of the able-bodied marched off with the master and his wizard crew." "I only wish to say a few words of comfort to King Leodavardas," Jiri said in a soothing tone. "He was treated most brutally this afternoon by the Star Woman Naylora. Surely, Sergeant, there is no harm in that?" She feigned an adjustment of her veil, and the ruby ring on her finger gleamed in the torchlight. "Well—" The Queen touched Van's arm. "Do come with me if you wish. I must say that the shadows seem especially ominous this night. My courage nearly failed me as I descended the dungeon stairs. As I rounded each turn of the spiral, it seemed as though some half-visible phantasm preceded me." She gave a trill of nervous laughter. "Perhaps it was one of the ghosts said to haunt this great pile." She went off down the corridor leading to the windowless cells, and Van followed. "See that ruby?" Ulo remarked sourly. "What'll you wager that—" Kobit cocked his head. "Listen!" His voice was urgent. Both men stood at the watchroom door, looking in the opposite direction from that taken by Van and the Queen. The torches lining the long corridor to the stairs were winking out one by one, beginning with those farthest away. From the darkened area came a sound of hoarse breathing mingled with moans of pain. Ulo's hand went to his sword. "What the hell?" A spectral wail echoed from the stone walls just as the last flambeau was extinguished. Then all was silence. The only illumination came from the flickering cresset in the watchroom and another hanging at the entry to the cell block 15 ells away. "Matuda's tears!" Kobit croaked. "Look there!" Standing in the black shadows was an improbable figure. It wore a ragged, short-sleeved mail hauberk, an old-fashioned pot helmet, armored gauntlets, and shin greaves. But these appeared unsupported by human flesh or bone, and were visible only because of the dim golden glow coming from within the mail shirt, where a heart would have been. The apparition held high an ancient rusty sword. "Woe!" it cried in a shrill, raspy voice. "Woe to those who dwell in this accursed castle, for they shall soon be as dead as I am." The ghost doffed its helm, and there was no head beneath. It began to stride toward the frozen guards. Ulo and Kobit howled in unison and fled toward the dungeon cells, their own weapons forgotten. Once he had the ruby ring stowed safely in his belt pouch, Sergeant Van took his ease at the far end of the murky cell block, where a lantern hung above a stone bench. Queen Jiri had purchased complete privacy for her conversation with the hunchbacked young king of the pirates. "Leto, dear," she whispered urgently, "prepare yourself. We have come to set you free. When your door opens, come out at once. There are 3 guards, and we may need your help to push them into the empty cells." King Letovardis, his good eye agleam, and the other still hidden beneath a stained bandage, mouthed a joyous oath. No sooner had Jiri given the same message to the man in the next cell than the shouts of the terrified guards were heard. Van surged up and limped to the prison entry, only to be met by Ulo and Kobit, who rushed in, nearly trampling the sergeant. "A ghost! A ghost!" Kobit screamed. "Bar the cell-block door!" cried Ulo. But Queen Jiri had moved quickly among them, and her bulk was a considerable obstruction. "Cheese-headed fools!" Van bellowed to the men. "And you, madam, stand aside so that I may see." "Woe! Woe to all in this accursed place! Woe!" The headless warrior, sword a-wave and helm tucked into its armpit, appeared in the doorway and gave a gruesome shriek. Van staggered backward, caught his peg leg in a crack in the floor, and fell sprawling and helpless. The artificial limb parted from the stump as its straps gave way, and the sergeant cried out in pain. The other 2 guards fled down the line of cells, whose occupants clung to the bars, and watched gape-jawed. The ghost flung away its helmet and stripped off its awkward gauntlets. Something that shone like a small yellow star and floated through the air like a fire beetle touched the lock of Letovardis's cell. The barred gate swung open. Swift as an attacking Rimerick, the king darted out, seized the fallen Van by the shoulders, and hauled him into the vacated cell. The ghost touched the lock again, and it clicked shut. "This is Gior," Queen Jiri said, indicating a filthy wretch with matted coppery hair and a long beard who inhabited the cell next to the pirates. The ghost's soft voice was now clearly that of a woman. "Come out, friend, for you are also escaping with us." His lock opened. "But who are you?" the dumbfounded prisoner said. "What are you?" The ghost, which now resembled an animated mail shirt and a pair of greaves strapped to invisible legs, did not deign to answer. Instead it turned and started toward Kobit and Ulo, who cowered in a far corner of the cell block. "Whoa! Prepare to die!" the spectre keened, its rusty sword slicing great arcs of air. The other inmates of the dungeon were so filled with fear that they set up a great hubbub. Queen Jiri shouted, "You guards, save yourselves from the avenging demon! Get into a cell and close the door! Phantoms cannot pass through iron bars!" The illogic of her words went unnoticed.
As the headless ghost approached, Kobit and Ulo dived into one of the empty cells and slammed the door to. The apparition paused, and the two men gasped, for a body began to solidify within the floating coat of mail. It was a lovely woman with eyes as bright as sapphires and disheveled blonde hair. Beneath the torn hauberk she wore a green gown kilted up above her knees. She lowered the sword and let it fall to the floor. Queen Anagil held her trillium amber in her other hand. She touched it to the lock of the cell that held the two guards, producing a loud click, then returned to Jiri and the men she had rescued. Whispers and incredulous mutters came from the other cagelings. My amulet not only unlocks, but also locks. She smiled at King Ludovardus. Will you be so kind as to help me take off this heavy chainmail? We will need to take it with us, and the other armor, and the sword as well. The Raktumian monarch burst out laughing. So the ghost was you, my intended mother-in-law. Marvelous! He assisted her to remove the hauberk, then unstrapped the greaves from her legs. Jiri was already gathering up the discarded gauntlets and the helmet. The red-headed prisoner, who called himself Gior, dropped to his knee before Anagil and kissed her hand. Madam, I am in your debt, although I do not know who you are or why you have chosen to rescue me. Anagil introduced herself, then said, Is your true name not Georgibo, and are you not the younger brother of Dinambo and the star-woman Naelora? I am Georgibo, Archduke of Nambit, he said, bewilderment upon his features, and I am indeed the Emperor's brother. But you have still not answered my question. Oi! Shouted one of the men still imprisoned. What about us, eh? You're going to just leave us here in Choki? What manner of men are they? Anagil asked Georgibo in a low voice. Thieves, brawlers, and 3 who mutinied and refused to accompany the army of Oragastus when it set out earlier today on its nefarious mission. Do you know any details of that mission? Queen Jiri asked in great excitement. Certainly, Majesty. My evil sister came down to taunt me ere she and the sorcerer departed. In 3 days it will be the Emperor's birthday, which is always celebrated in the capital, in conjunction with the great festival of the birds. Naelora and Oragastus intend to attack Brandoba while the inhabitants are distracted by the festival. They will storm the palace, using miraculous weapons of the Vanished Ones, and kill Dinambo. Then, with me presumed dead, my sister will by law assume the throne. In exchange for the Star Guild's assistance, Naelora has vowed to use every resource of our empire to help Oragastus conquer the world. Anagil came close to the Emperor's brother. He was a tall and comely man beneath the accumulation of dirt and the bush of bedraggled fiery beard and unkempt hair. And does Oragastus plan, she asked, her face intent, to fly 400 leagues to Brandoba with his army before beginning this war? Of course not. There is a magical passage called the Great Viaduct, less than 2 hours' ride from Castle Conflagrant, beyond the geyser basin. It leads to a forest in the mountains above the capital. A second viaduct, Jiri said. Of course, there had to be one to supply the castle. She pointed a finger at Anagil. You suspected as much. Anagil held up a silencing hand to her friend. There are many viaducts scattered throughout the world, and no doubt numbers of them in Sobrania. I had a map of their location once, but I have forgotten its details. She said to Georgibo, Tell me quickly what you know of this magical passage. Are guards stationed at it? No, they are not deemed necessary. The great viaduct is of enormous aperture, capable of accommodating entire covered wagons, and even men mounted upon froneals. I myself was taken through it as a prisoner, after being seized by Naelora and her henchmen during a hunting trip in the Column Range 8 moons ago. I have since learned that the great viaduct serves not only for the delivery of provisions to the castle, but also as a regular route for spies of the Star Guild, who have long infiltrated Brandoba. How near to the capital does it debouch? Anagil inquired. I am not certain. It lies deep within the forest of Lyrda, an extensive imperial hunting preserve in the Column foothills, forbidden to ordinary folk. A small army could conceal itself in those woods easily.
then advance upon Brandoba by night, taking advantage of the celebration.
"That's old Oro's style," drawled Leodovardus, "crashing the Emperor's birthday party. Remember how he broke up Yondramil's coronation?"
"No one," Anadjil said grimly, "remembers it more vividly than I. For it was then that you conspired with Oragastus to seize my husband and children." The pirate king looked abashed.
"It was not me, but my evil grandmother. May God rot her! And I have already begged your forgiveness for my inadvertent complicity, future mother-in-law."
Anadjil said nothing. Georgibo spoke with impatience.
"How will we command the great viaduct to open for us? When I was kidnapped, the gateway was invisible, until Naelora spoke some magic charm that caused it to appear.
But I could not hear what she said." "I know the words," Anadjil assured them. "Now we must leave this place, taking with us a few weapons from the armory for our friends." "And the rest of the prisoners?" Jiri murmured. Shaking her head, Anadjil motioned for the others to precede her. The gate of bars at the prison entry, left open when the sergeant escorted the Queen of Galinar on her visit, slammed shut and locked when Anadjil touched it with her amulet. The prisoners left behind immediately began raging and cursing. As she turned to go, Anadjil caught Sergeant Van's eye. He sat on the floor of the first cell, helpless to rise without his wooden leg, a sardonic smile on his face.
"Smartly done, madam," said he. "Very smartly done indeed. But watch out for the she-devil Naelora. Her Imperial Highness doesn't believe in ghosts."
The Queen nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Sergeant, and I hope you will enjoy your ruby." 19. They came down the wide corridor toward the Barbican at a clattering gallop, with the headless ghost in the lead. The other 8 riders wore long cloaks with hoods that concealed their faces. They brandished lighted torches and wailed like damned souls as they drew up before the tall main gate in the Barbican, wheeling their antlered steeds about and making as much commotion as possible. When the bewildered men-at-arms came dashing out of the guardhouse, they fell back at the sight of the ghost, which had jumped down from its Froniel's back. The disembodied armor glowed from within like some human-shaped lantern. It waved a decrepit sword, capered and howled, and threatened doom and destruction, while its mounted companions rampaged about the forecourt, scattering sparks from their torches. Before the watch captain could collect himself and give a coherent order, the dancing spectre reached the sally-port, a small door in the gate's left side, through which a single rider might pass at a time. A spark of light whisked over the iron locks and the 2 beams of timber that barred the port, and it flew wide open. The apparition gave a shriek of triumph. Cloaks flying, the fire-bearing troop thundered through the port.
"Doom!"
screamed the ghost, catching the reins of its own steed and swinging into the saddle.
"Flaming doom to those who follow us!"
Then it was off, and the sally-port slammed shut by some enchantment and barred itself once again. Nothing the guards could do would force it open, nor could they open the main gate itself.
"Sound the alarm!" cried the watch captain. "Summon the starmen!"
He still had no clear idea of what had happened, but he was a veteran officer and intended to do the proper thing, pass responsibility on to a higher authority. The people in the castle dithered for some time at the inexplicably impassable gate. Both of the starmen, along with the castellan, the seneschal, and the other senior servants summoned from the great hall, were fuddled by hours of drinking. Axes were brought to bear, but it was plain that it would take hours to hew through the thick wood. Then the trussed-up hostlers in the stables were discovered, although no one yet thought to inspect the dungeon, and the identity of the ghostly riders became clear. The calamity served to sober one young starman, who finally thought to fetch his own wondrous weapon of the vanished ones. It emitted a thin beam of scarlet light, capable of melting metal or stone, and sliced through the sally-port like a rapier through curds. By then the escapees had gained a precious quarter-hour's head start.
Shall we use our stars to inform the master?"
The sorcerer, whose brain was still befogged by liquor, spoke privately to his more alert colleague.
"Better wait until we've recaptured the hostages," said the second guildsman, after a moment's thought. "We wouldn't want to worry him needlessly, would we?" They assembled a party of 30 mounted warriors and set off in pursuit. The wind smelled of approaching rain and needle-tree resin. The clouds had thickened, and without a torch Anadjol could scarcely see the steep trail zigzagging down the castle hill. "Holy flower, give me more light." The amulet on its neck-chain shone brighter, and she urged her Fronial along in the wake of her torch-bearing companions. As she rode, she tore off the old helmet and discarded the steel-studded leather gauntlets that had helped to sustain her ghostly disguise. There was no way, short of stopping and dismounting, that she could free herself of the onerous mail shirt or release the buckles of the greaves that chafed her legs. But a halt now was out of the question. She must ride flat out, as the others were doing, in spite of the growing discomfort, and pray that the amber's magic had rendered the castle gate impossible to open. "I'm free," she said to herself. Oddly enough, no exultation warmed her heart. Now that the initial elation of the escape had waned, she found herself becoming dazed and lethargic. Her self-confidence faltered, and the trust in the black Trillium that had sustained her until now seemed to trickle out of her soul like water draining from a shore pool at ebb tide. Anadjol half lay on the Fronial's broad neck, her hands clutching the reins, and the horrible weight of the hauberk's iron meshes bruising her shoulders through the thin fabric of her gown. The beast jolted and skidded down the rocky track, but its splayed hoofs did not lose their purchase. Around her, the needle-tree forest covering the slope was a blur of trunks with spindly branches far overhead. She felt chilled and exhausted, and it was no wonder. She had, after all, only awakened that morning from an enchanted sleep of 6 days, healed in truth, but none the less deficient in bodily strength. It began to drizzle. Anadjol clicked her tongue at the Fronial, telling it to go faster, but the creature's instincts countermanded her order, and it would proceed only at a wary trot. The trail had become too steep for speed, switching constantly back and forth and forcing sharp turns. The drizzle intensified, becoming a light but steady rain. In minutes Anadjol was soaked, for she did not think to put on the military cloak lashed to the saddle behind her. Jouncing battered and thoroughly miserable, she gave her mount its head. Suddenly the Fronial squealed and came to a halt. She discovered that she was in the midst of her fellow escapees, several of whom had dismounted and were conferring anxiously. They had paused in the area of burnt snags near the foot of the hill, just above the deadly gas-filled bowl. Heket Botal, who was among those standing, spoke in a grating voice to Georgibo. "What do you mean there is a possibility it won't ignite properly in the rain?" "I can only tell you what I learned during my months in the dungeon," the Archduke said. "There have been occasions when rain caused the flammable exhalations to explode rather than catch fire. The trees would then burst into flame, and people were sometimes struck dead by the great concussion, even though they stood well back from the brink." "But there's no other way out," Gabondes moaned. "I only wanted you to know the risk," the Sobranian said. "I have not come this far only to surrender and return to the dungeon," Heket snarled at Georgibo. "Are you too cowardly to make the attempt? Then give me the torch." "Jumped-up clerk," Georgibo sneered. "You know nothing of the geyser's peril." Jiri of Galinar said, "Cease your wrangling, for the love of the goddess. Here is our leader, and she will say what we are to do. Help the poor lass to dismount and shed that armor. She is drenched to the skin." Jiri and King Leodavardus assisted Anadjol, putting on her a thick woolen robe and a hooded cloak. When she was warmly attired, they all regarded her expectantly. She said in a dull voice, "Georgibo, are you willing to light the gas, even though there is danger?" "Yes," he said simply. "All of you mount, and make ready." The Sobranian drew a short sword he had taken from the armory, hewed down a scorched sapling, and chopped off its limbs. The resulting pole was twice a man's height. Georgibo then lashed one of the pitch torches to the end of the pole and set off down the trail on foot, holding the flaming brand before him.
"Follow me, and bring my steed," he called, "but stay at least a stone's throw back." The air was still, with only a faint miasmic scent, and the only sounds were the plopping of fronial hooves, the rattle of pebbles, and the whisper of the gentle rain. At length they came to a space that was open and level, devoid of any vegetation. It fell away to the valley floor in a glacis about 20 ells high. Cautioning the others not to approach, Georgibo crept to the rim of the basin on his hands and knees, then dipped the torch-pole downward. A deafening crackle shook the ground, followed by a slow, sonorous whoomph. The first ignition was a blue-white flare. This bloomed into a flattened, glowing ball of dazzling orange-red that expanded just below the drop-off. As the Archduke scuttled back to the others, who were keeping control of their panicked mounts with difficulty, a loud hissing commenced, punctuated by many smaller explosions. Narrow veins of azure fire, like branched lightning, raced out across the basin in all directions, traveling at a height of about 5 ells. The fiery network thickened and turned to a sheet of golden luminescence that entirely filled the depression. A moment later, countless flaming geysers erupted into life, and the incandescent mist faded away. The Eternal Prince and Eternal Princess burst into applause. "Wait for a few minutes," Georgibo commanded, grinning in relieved satisfaction, "until sweet air replaces the noxious effluvium. Then we can descend via that ramp." The Fronios calmed, as did their riders. Anagel murmured shaky thanks to King Leodavardis for having held the head of her mount when it threatened to bolt. He said, "With your permission, future mother-in-law, I will ride beside you and see to your safety as we cross this inferno." Anagel said, "I welcome your help, for I confess I am tired unto death." She did not speak of her pregnancy, but wondered anxiously how the 3 babes fared. She had not felt their movements since long before dinner. "Forward!" shouted Georgibo. He and his steed plunged down the ramp into the basin of fiery fountains. He had lost his torch, and Anagel had none, but the others held their brands high and set off after him. When they reached the flat cindery floor of the depression, they were able to move at a rapid trot. The queen entrusted herself to the pirate king's care, clinging to the horn of her saddle while he held her reins. On either hand, the pillars of fire rose among outcropping rocks, their flames reflected in the rain-dotted bog pools. It was a scene of appalling beauty. The geysers were both large and small, ranging in size from barely knee-high to over 10 ells tall. All of them pulsated in an irregular manner, erupting with showers of sparks, then falling again to burn more quietly. Now and again one would be entirely deprived of its gaseous flow and dwindle to extinction. But shortly there would be a small explosion as it was relit by a stray spark, and the geyser would flame anew. Because Anagel did not have to concentrate on guiding a skittish Fronio, she thought to look over her shoulder after they had gone a half-league or so. Heket Botal was riding behind her. In back of the president of Okamus loomed the forested eminence and Castle Conflagrant itself, painted luridly by the fires. Moving swiftly down the hillside trail was a line of twinkling orange sparks. "Look! Oh, look!" the queen cried. "They are coming after us!" King Leodavardis growled a piratical oath. Heket said, "Whip up your steeds!" But this was not so easily accomplished. In daylight they would have seen the winding trail easily, but at night, with deceptive shadows everywhere, and the fountains of flame bedazzling their eyes, they came near to losing the way several times, and the Fronials were always crashing into one another as the confused riders sought on the reins. Georgibo finally shouted, "It's no good. We must slow down, at least until we are out of this damned basin." The train of pursuers, who were presumably familiar with the trail, closed in steadily. Then it began to rain much harder, and all around them the flaming geysers began to diminish and die. "What shall we do?" Duumvir Gabandes shrieked. "The vapors will suffocate us." Georgibo called out, "They are heavier than air. We can continue in safety for a while, so long as the heads of our Fronias and ourselves are above it. Extinguish all torches. We dare not take a chance of reigniting the gas. Queen Anajul, ride in front with me, and let the glow of your magical amber serve as a guide. Now, press on." They splashed along as best they could, keeping their eyes riveted upon the single small light at the head of the file. The pounding rain and a mist that began to materialize above the bog pools soon made it impossible to discern the pursuers. The contours of the basin grew more and more indistinct as the flaming geysers continued to die. At last, only 2 yellowish-blue fires remained, glowing exiguously among the tall rocks in the swirling mist. When these blinked out, the fleeing hostages were in darkness, save for the small, steady gleam of Queen Anajul's amulet. As if heaven itself were teasing them, the rain promptly ceased. Her mount was being towed along by Archduke Georgibo, but Anajul was past caring whether she lived or died. Her heart was too downcast, and her mind too spent and desolate for her to pray a miracle. They were going to be caught. She knew that the failure was her fault, and the deaths of her companions would burden her soul as she passed beyond. Then a whiff of tarry odor came to her, bringing a sudden hint of nausea. The poison vapors! Making a great effort, she drew upright in the saddle and opened her eyes. The amber's glow shone on a blanket of thick fog reaching to the chests of their steeds. It would not be long now. "They're nearly upon us!" Heket Botal cried. Anajul heard pounding hooves, but there was nothing to be seen. The pursuers from the castle had also doused their torches. She whispered, "Lords of the air, receive us." "We're almost to the opposite side," Lidavarda said. "I see the scarp. Faster! Kick the ribs of your animals. We must get up the embankment before the foemen reach us." "He's right," Georgibo shouted. "There is still a chance." Anajul felt her mount's gait quicken. Then they were stumbling up a muddy slope, emerging from the lethal miasma as if from a lake. The crags of the basin's rim rose against a sky full of broken clouds. One of the moons peeped out, silvering the uncanny landscape. Georgibo was no longer in the lead. He came galloping back down the rocky trail, screaming at the others to hasten for their lives. As he passed, he gave each Fronial a sharp blow on the flank with the flat of his sword. The beasts squealed, shook their racks of antlers, and lurched forward, scrambling up onto the area of sooty rimrock forming the safe zone above the gases. The pursuers were now clearly visible, armored troopers plowing through the mist on animals that seemed legless, resembling bizarre boats rather than war Fronials. 2 starmen on white chargers came abreast in the vanguard. One of them gave an indistinct shout and lifted to his shoulder the weapon that had cut through the castle gate. Georgibo wheeled his mount about and beat his way frantically up the ramp. "Beware! Get back!" he cried to the other hostages. Reaching the rim, he reined in abruptly, causing his Fronial to rear high, and flung his sword into the basin. The rusty steel blade circled end over end as it fell, ringing out as it hit the rocks below. Nothing happened, and the Sobranian uttered a curse of despair. "I thought it would spark and ignite the vapors, but now—" Anajul clearly heard the laughter of the starman who held the weapon. He and his mount, leading the others, had not quite reached the base of the ramp when he triggered the beam of magical red fire. A shattering blast nearly tore the hostage rulers from their saddles. For a moment, Anajul was deafened, and she came near to fainting. Her Fronial staggered, then recovered from its first shock and began to buck and caracole from pain and terror. She clung to the beast's headstall with a death grip and managed to stay on its back until she recovered. Below the ledge, a vast golden-blue conflagration blazed, and mingled with its bonfire crackle were agonized human screams. After a brief time, the voices ceased, the all-encompassing glare diminished, and the basin was once again filled with flaming geysers. For many minutes, the fugitives from Castle Conflagrant could do nothing except work at calming their hysterical mounts. Miraculously, no one had been thrown, and at length all 9 of them were able to draw together in a group at the top of the ramp and gaze down upon the basin floor. Along the lower track lay shapeless black mounds. Thin plumes of smoke rose from them, tinged red by the flickering geysers. "Great goddess, have mercy," Queen Jiri whispered, staring at the scene transfixed. They did it to themselves. No one else spoke. After a few minutes they turned their mounts and slowly rode away. 20. Cadia came last of all through the viaduct and quickly deactivated it. After the stillness of the Oder River woodland, the ear-numbing cacophony of the Sobranian jungle struck her like a blow. Her comrades who had preceded her were gathered in an incredulous huddle beneath one of the great spreading nest trees, shocked by the raucous shrieks, hoots, squawks, and dissonant trills and whistles assaulting their ears. "Zoto's ankle bones!" cried Sir Ednar. "What manner of loud-mouthed beasts dwell here in Sobrania?" "I was told it is only the famous birds," Cadia said. "I expect we'll get used to the noise." Sir Malpotus looked about warily, gripping his sword. "Did you find any trace of the Starmen hereabouts?" Cadia shook her head. "Only their emblem, nailed to yonder tree. If they were here at dawn, they are certainly gone now. But I suspect that the reward offer was only a ruse. If the Glismak had tried to claim it, they would probably have been slain for their pains." She also cast her gaze around, then said, "Ah, there is our guide, waiting for us as he promised." Because of the dense foliage overhead, even Cadia's exceptionally keen vision had been hard-pressed to locate the person standing close against the base of a tree trunk not 10 ells away. He was tall and slender, and his long-sleeved tunic and breeches were covered with interwoven feathers, mottled gray like bark. The pointed hat atop his grizzled head had a short brim at the front, from which hung a coarse meshed veil that masked the upper part of his face. His lower features had been daubed with some darkish substance that obscured their lineaments. He did not move as Cadia approached and gave greeting, speaking loudly to be heard over the clamor of the birds. "Thank you for waiting, Critch. These are the friends I spoke of, who are also sworn to oppose the evil Starmen." Critch came away from the tree and lifted his veil, revealing features that were as regular as those of any human being, for all that they were pinched with suspicion. Only his eyes, huge and golden, and his 3-digit hands, which clutched a sharp bill-hook with a long haft, revealed that he was of the folk. Cadia introduced the others, finishing with Prince Tolliver, who had no qualms about asking the question the others were too diffident to bring up. "To what race do you belong, Critch? I would say you were of the Vispi, except that your eyes are not green." "I am a Kadoon," the Aborigine told the boy grudgingly. "The Vispi are our close kin, but since we have a greater admixture of human blood, we lack their supernatural talents and must earn our living in more humble ways." He eyed the prince with a scowl and turned to Cadia. "Tell me why a young lad is part of a heavily armed spying party, and why both you yourself and this boy wear devices capable of wreaking tremendous magic." "I am surprised that you recognize that," Cadia said. "My people are not so skilled in perceiving enchantment as are the Vispi," Critch retorted, "but neither are we as purblind in such matters as some others. Lady of the Eyes, when I pledged to help you, I believed that you were an ordinary human. But if you are an enchantress—" "I am not much of one," she said with a rueful shrug, "and my nephew Tolo is even less adept than I. I will not assist sorcerers, even incompetent ones." Critch pointed to the board bearing a painted star. "Those villains have oppressed my people for nearly 2 years. They have even killed innocent Kadoon feather hunters who dared come to this place, which used to be one of our prime gathering spots until the Starmen decided to claim it less than a moon ago. I am only here today because I chanced to see the guild warriors who usually guard the site riding hastily away." "Excellent," said Sir Malpotus. "Do you know where they went?" "Nay." The Aborigine picked up a large knapsack from behind the tree and took a step backward. "Were they true guildsmen that you saw?" Cadia asked him, "wearing star medallions, or were they only henchmen? Ask me no more questions. I want nothing to do with you." Cadia held out both hands in a placating manner. "Friend, I am exactly as I told you earlier, a king's daughter of Laboruenda, a nation far to the east, come searching for my sister Queen Anijel. She was abducted by the Starmen and may be held captive in this country. If you will take us to the capital, Brandoba—"
I did not tell you I would do that."
The Kadoon spoke truculently.
"I said I might show you the trail, which is a long and arduous one."
"You also said there was a shorter way, by sail in your own boat."
"Even if you were not sorcerers, I would hesitate to go to the capital. For weeks there have been rumors among the folk that something terrible will happen in Brandoba during this year's festival of the birds, which begins 2 days from now at nightfall."
"What kind of rumors?" Cadia demanded, greatly excited. "Do they have something to do with the Star Guild? Is the Emperor in danger?" But Critch would not answer. "Please reconsider," she implored him. "Other rulers besides my poor sister were abducted by the Starmen. There is a strong possibility that the sorcerers plan to kidnap or even kill Emperor Denombo himself. We hope to warn him, as well as enlist his aid in rescuing my sister Anajul."
"The Kadoon folk are no great friends of the Emperor. Sobranian humans despise us, for all that they covet the feathers that we gather and sell to them. No, you will have to find your own way to Brandoba."
As Critch began again to edge away into the undergrowth, Jagan stepped forward. "Wait!" he shouted over the uproar of the birds. "Do not be hasty. This lady is no sorcerer, and we are not villains. Please let me explain." Critch paused, but he still kept a firm grip upon his billhook.
Jagan said to him, "As you see, I am of the folk, like yourself. The Lady of the Eyes, who is also called Farseer and daughter of the Threefold, and Princess Cadia, has been my dearest friend since she was a small child. In our land, Cadia is the great advocate and champion of all folk. For long years she has faithfully defended the Nisimu, the Wizgu, the Dorok, the Wavilo, the peaceable Glizmak, and even the Skritek of the Mazy Mire in their disputes with humanity. Only a year ago the lady made peace between the fierce Alianza folk of the Windlorn Isles and the human traders of Zenora. The Vizpi of the Ohogan Mountains visit her abode as honored guests. The talisman that Lady Cadia carries is not an instrument of dark enchantment, but rather a symbol of her noble office. Even now, it protects us from the sight of the evil starmen." "Can you prove the truth of this?" Critch said.
Cadia made a wry face. "Given a place of peace and quiet where we could hear ourselves think, I might call upon my other sister, who is the Archimage of the land, using the speech without words. She would gladly ask her Visby friends to vouch for me." The Kadoon pointed a finger at Prince Tolliver, whose coronet gleamed in the green shadows.
"What about him?"
Cadia sighed. "He's a problem, but I swear that he will do you no harm." She addressed her nephew. "Tolo, tell him so." "I swear it," the prince said. "Please help us. I would give my life to save my mother, Queen Anajul." Critch considered for some time, and finally said, "I have finished gleaning the feathers here, and I am ready to start back to my home on the seashore. You may accompany me if you stay out of my way and do not impede my hunting." "How far away is your home?" Cadia inquired. Critch shrugged. "A fair distance. When we reach the cliffs above the sea, you will have your chance to prove that you are truly friends of our kinfolk, the Vizpi. Do that, and I may think again about helping you reach the Sobranian capital." They followed him through the noisy forest for many tedious hours, pausing from time to time while he gathered fallen plumage from beneath the great nest trees and stuffed it into his knapsack. He did not pause when night fell, but continued on. Like all aborigines, Critch could see well in the dark, as could Jagan, but the weary humans were glad when the 3 moons rose, giving faint illumination to the narrow path. It was in the dreary time before dawn that they left the jungle at last and descended into a more open region of large-leafed bushes, where the bird calls were fainter and more musical. Suddenly the Kadoon cautioned them to stand still and wait. He went forward, knelt, and took from his belt a net no larger than a handkerchief, weighted at the edges with tiny stones. He cast this skillfully beneath one of the shrubs, just above the surface of the ground, and a high-pitched, furious chittering ensued. With great care, Critch retrieved his prey, a tiny bird with a single long tail feather that sparkled in the waning moonlight as though it were sprinkled with infinitesimal diamonds. "How beautiful," Cadia said. "The vit is the rarest creature in Sobrania," Critch told her happily. "I have never known one in this region before. Usually they frequent the hot springs in the high mountain thickets, but it is true that deep snow has lingered there unseasonably of late." Using a pair of small shears, he clipped the sparkling plume and then set the bird free. It darted at his hand viciously, drawing blood with its needle-sharp beak before vanishing. The hunter only laughed, holding up his prize. "The feather merchants of Brandoba will pay me enough for this to feed my family for half a year. You seem to have brought me great good luck tonight. Or do I have your magic to thank?" "Only your own skill," Cadia admitted. "Is the little bird harmed by the loss of its ornament?" "Nay, only its pride suffers. Both Sobranian law and our own Kadoon religion ensure that we feather hunters do no injury to the birds. Most of the time we gather plumage that is naturally shed. Only when we encounter great rarities such as the vit do we make use of nets or sticky birdline." They continued on, and as the heavens began to lighten, they came out onto a rocky moorland. Finally, when Cadia and her flagging companions felt they could go no farther without dropping in their tracks, they reached a rugged bluff overlooking a wide expanse of lead-gray water. On the far shore, rolling hills were dimly visible, and beyond that, jagged mountains rose in silhouette against the dawn-tinted eastern sky. A cold breeze blew from the sea, and they heard the murmur of surf below. "This is the greatest estuary indenting the Sobranian coast," Critch said. "On the other side lies Brandoba." "How many hours' sail is it to cross over?" Sir Melpotus asked. "At least 10, Critch said. "Unfortunately, the winds at this time of year are light and unfavorable." "We are totally exhausted, and we must sleep first," Cadia said. "But there is plenty of time. If trouble is likely in the capital, it would be safest for us to enter after dark, when the bird festival is actually in progress, and the citizens are less likely to take note of strangers." The aborigine had long since stowed his billhook in a sheath on his back, but his body now tautened in defensive wariness. "I will take you nowhere, Lady of the Eyes, until you prove yourself to me. Do as you promised, and call forth the Visby, using the speech without words. Else I will leave you here. The trail to Brandoba lies to your left, beyond the ravine. It will require at least 12 days for you to reach the city on foot, skirting the estuary, and you will come under the scrutiny of Sobranian officials when you cross the toll bridges at the Isles of Zandau." She ignored his hostile tone. "May my companion sit down to rest? I will then bespeak the White Lady, my sister, who will summon one of her Visby friends to satisfy you." Critch inclined his head and muttered gruff assent. Cadia and her party gratefully shed their heavy backpacks. The knights and Jagan flopped down onto the grass amidst sheltering rocks, while Prince Tolliver stood by, watching his aunt with both curiosity and well-concealed fear. He knew she was certain to tell the Archimage that he possessed the three-headed monster and had stolen the three-lobed burning eye. Cadia took the magical sword from her belt and held it by the dull-edged blade. "Talisman," she intoned with confidence, "show me and all persons here present a vision of Haramis, Archimage of the land." One of the conjoined dark spheres at the pommel of the dark sword split open, revealing a gleaming brown eye. Immediately the tall figure of the White Lady, clad in her shimmering pearly cloak and with arms outstretched, materialized in the air between Cadia and the Kadoon. Critch uttered a cry of amazement. "Sister, greetings," Cadia said. "We have come safely to the land of Sobrania, and I would make a request of you." The Archimage remained motionless and silent. "Hera, speak to me." "The request is impertinent." Before the chagrined Cadia could react, Prince Tolliver said to her in a superior tone, "That is not really the Archimage, but only a lifeless image of her. You have made the same mistake that I often do, and worded your request to the talisman wrongly." Then, she snapped in exasperation, why don't you use your own three-headed monster and pose the question correctly? Tolliver's expression changed to one of mortification. I cannot do the bespeaking at all. It is a function of the talisman that has thus far eluded me. I'm sorry, Aunt. It was rude of me to correct you. Katie sighed. Use a less snide tone next time, and I will welcome any help you can give me using these cursed things. I have not had my talisman in working order for 4 years, and I am badly out of practice. Burning Eye, I would speak to the White Lady across the leagues. Let me do so, and let us also have sight of her. The simulacrum winked out, and the talisman again spoke aloud. This is not possible. Why not? She is not in this world. Katie felt her blood freeze. What? Do you mean to say that my sister Haramis is dead? She is not dead. Where is she, then? Katie cried in desperation. The question is impertinent. The Cadoon regarded her with stony skepticism, and Jagan and the oathed companions were aghast. Fighting to keep control of her dismay, Katie forced a smile. Well, I warned you that I was no true sorcerer. This magical talisman of mine was oft-times balky and uncooperative, even when I was well accustomed to its usage. You might try to bespeak Magira, Tolliver suggested. That should be easy enough, since she is of the folk and able to use the speech without words. Katie took a deep breath. Talisman, I would speak and have clear sight of Magira, the chatelaine of the White Lady's tower. Let her also be seen and heard by my companions. Instantly the Visby woman seemed to be there, standing before Katie with a startled expression upon her beautiful face. She wore her usual filmy scarlet gown and jeweled collar. Her pale hair, with the graceful upstanding ears peeking through it, seemed to stir in the sea breeze. Lady of the Eyes, Magira said. How may I serve you? Tell this person, Katie gestured at the Cadoon, who I am, now that I am no sorceress ally of the wicked starmen, but a reputable leader come with my people in search of Queen Anijel. Obediently, the Visby woman gave a brief description of Kadia's exalted position in Laberuenda, and also confirmed the abduction of the human rulers. As Magira spoke, the feather hunter relaxed visibly. So did the relieved knights and Jagan. I have tried unsuccessfully to bespeak the Archimage through my talisman, Kadia said to Magira, after the chatelaine had finished her reassurances. Do you have any notion of what has become of her? This is melancholy news indeed, Lady of the Eyes. 2 days ago, the White Lady passed through the viaduct that had swallowed Queen Anijel, thinking that it would lead her to the lair of Origastus and his guild. We have not heard from her since. Haramis is not here in Sabrania, Kadia said impatiently, else the talisman would have told me. If she has been captured by starmen, she may be detained in the same enchanted place as the Queen and the other kidnapped rulers. The Archimage's own talisman refused to give her sight of the missing ones, and she concluded that they were shielded by some terrible dark magic. I suppose that might explain her silence. But why did my talisman say, she is not in this world? Magira cried out in horror. Ah, no! Tell me it did not speak thus. Haramis is certainly not dead, Kadia made quick to say. The Burning Eye assured me of that. But what could its words have meant? The chatelaine spoke with great reluctance. Perhaps I should not tell you this. The sorcerer Origastus came to my lady in her tower. She loves him in spite of herself. I know, Kadia said tersely. What of it? She had thought him dead when he seemed to perish down in the chasm of Durance, because her three-winged circle said he was not in this world. In actuality, Origastus was rescued by the Archimage of the Firmament and held captive in the Dark Man's moon, which is assuredly beyond our reach and ken. Out of the world. Might it be that the White Lady is there? Holy flower, Kadia whispered. I think it is quite possible.
The viaducts may have their point of destination changed by those who are adept in their use, but Haramis would never have gone to such a place on purpose without telling us. And why would the man in the moon take her against her will? He is supposed to be indifferent to human affairs."
"Who can fathom the deeds of archimages?" Majira said desolately. "Thank you for your help," Cadia said. She dismissed the Visby and turned to her friends. "Here's another pretty mess, and my talisman is apparently helpless to tell me anything about it." Tolliver said, "Perhaps both of our talismans, working together, can do what a single one cannot." Cadia's eyes lit. "Let's try it. Take my free hand, and with your other grasp the burning eye with me." But the prince held back, fearing to touch the sword now that it was bonded to her, and she said, "I give you permission. It will not harm you." He reached out, and all of those watching gasped in awe, for both the woman and the boy were suddenly haloed with rainbow radiance. The burning eye was no longer dull black, but shining like molten silver, with rays of gold, green, and white streaming from its 3 eyes. The coronet on Tolliver's head also glowed brightly, with similar colored beams coming from the open mouths of the 3 monsters carved thereon. "Now," Cadia cried, "ask the question with me, Tolo. Where is Haramis?" They spoke the words together, and the answer came. "She dwells with the Archimage of the firmament." "Again, lad, request that she speak with us." But this time they received the old frustrating reply. "The command is impertinent." "When will she return?" "The question is impertinent." Jagan and the old companions groaned in disappointment. Cadia and the prince attempted to discover other things about Haramis, but the talismans refused to answer. "Well, so much for that," said the Lady of the Eyes. "At least we have learned more than we knew before." "What of my royal mother?" Tolliver asked anxiously. "Perhaps we can discover where she is imprisoned." "Smart boy," Cadia said. "Why didn't I think of that?" Again working together, they bade their talismans tell the whereabouts of Queen Anajel. "She rides in the forest of Lirda." "Soto's sacred shin bones!" Sainlat exclaimed. "Is the queen then free?" "Tolo," Cadia said, "we must ask for a private sight of her. At first without her knowledge, so that she will not inadvertently betray us to any enemy who may be near her." "Do you know how this is done?" "Perhaps better than you, Aunt," he retorted. "Let us close our eyes and give the command." They did, and into their minds sprang an astounding vision. A line of Fronials plodding very slowly through a sinister woodland at sunrise, and the queen with her head lolling in slumber. Her mount was being led by none other than the king of the pirates, and the other riders were clearly recognizable as the kidnapped rulers of Galinar, Imlet, Okamus, and Engi. Some dozed in the saddle like Anajel, while others were awake but appeared haggard and fatigued. The column was headed by an unfamiliar man of disreputable appearance, who had hair and beard of a coppery red. "Help me call out to your mother," Cadia urged her nephew. "Say her name within your mind, using all your strength of will." But even though they both tried to bespeak Anajel, she took no notice of them, but continued her stuporous sleep, unable to respond to the magical summons. Cadia then asked the talismans if her sister and the others were safe from danger. "No." "Can you tell us how we may aid them?" "No." "Where are they going?" "To Brandoba." "Good God!" Cadia exclaimed. "Can it be true?" "The question is impertinent." She laughed. "Yes, of course it is. Tell us if the Starmen plan some villainy during the festival in Brandoba." "The question is impertinent." "Tell us where Oragastus is." "The question is impertinent." Cadia and Tolliver opened their eyes and exchanged rueful glances. "I think our talismans will say nothing of the foul sorcerer and his minions, because the star protects them," she said. "But when your mother awakes, we can try again to bespeak her, and mayhap succeed." Their hands separated, and the occult radiance was extinguished. "Lady," Sir Edenar said, "how did our dear queen and her companions seem? Are they truly uninjured?" Katie described the vision to the others. As she spoke of the frowsy leader of the riders, Critch broke in. "This ragged, red-headed man you saw may be Archduke Georgibo, the Emperor's younger brother. He disappeared many moons ago while hunting in the forest of Lyrda." "Where is the place?" Katie asked. The Cadoon pointed toward the mountainous skyline across the bay. "It is an imperial preserve, the haunt of fierce beasts and carnivorous birds such as the terrible Nyar, and lies deep in the eastern highlands on the other side of Brandoba. It has long been forbidden to human commoners and to all folk. Only the Sobranian nobility hunt there, and not even many of them, for within the past 2 years the Lyrda has become notorious as a haunt of sorcerers. When the Archduke disappeared, all but one of his party were found slain. The surviving huntsman was mortally wounded, but before he died, he said that starmen, led by the outlaw Archduchess Nelora, had seized Georgibo. Since then, no one has dared to enter the preserve except the renegade lords who support Nelora's claim to the throne. If your queen travels through the forest of Lyrda, she may be in great peril." "The riders with my mother did not seem to be fearful or in flight for their lives," Prince Tolliver said. "Indeed, they seemed only exceedingly weary, and their mounts near worn out." Katia shook her head slowly. "I can think of no way we might help them. But there is another person we must bespeak now. King Antar. You must help me again, Tolo, since I have never been able to bespeak ordinary humans, as your Aunt Haramis can." They called out, and behind their closed eyes appeared a clear vision of Antar, roused suddenly out of sleep in his chambers at Rowenda Citadel. The king was astounded that Katia had her stolen burning eye back, and that it was once more in working order. Katia brushed all this aside. "Dear brother-in-law, I have some encouraging news." And she went on to tell the king what the talismans had revealed about Anagel. Antar's joy was only slightly dampened when he learned what had befallen Haramis. "Perhaps," he said, "the White Lady has gone to the Three Moons in order to enlist the help of the Sky Archimage. Perhaps he knows a way to destroy that wretched Origastus once and for all." "I suppose it is possible. After all, Denby did help us before. But now I must tell you that there are rumors of impending trouble in the Sobranian capital. Origastus and his starmen may be on the verge of making their move." "Is there anything I can do?" Antar said. "I feel helpless being so far away." Katia thought hard for a moment. "I think you should have a Nisimu friend summon numbers of the Vizpi to you, using the speech without words." "Emu can do it. We rescued her from the swamp." "Excellent. If we do manage to rescue Annie and the other kidnapped rulers and take ship out of Sobrania, the Vizpi folk can fly on their lammergeiers and spread the tidings to the other governments." She paused. "If we fail, or if Origastus mounts a successful coup and topples Denambo from his throne, that information must also be transmitted." "No matter what happens," the king said, "all of the peninsular nations will have to make immediate preparations for war. There is no time to waste holding conferences, as Haramis hoped to do." "I fear you are right. Most of the court turned back with me to the citadel because of the severed road," Antar said, "but General Gorkane and Marshal Acanilo pressed on to Dererguilla with a small band of stalwarts, and they will rally our lowland subjects while I raise a smaller army here to defend the mazy mire. Even so, there will be little we can do to counter sorcery without the assistance of the White Lady. We must pray for her swift return, and hope that you are wrong about Origastus going to war. If he conquers Sobrania, he will certainly use the great fleet of imperial galleys to invade the eastern nations. I intend to do my utmost to forewarn Emperor Denambo and give him what help I can with my talisman once Annie and the other hostage rulers are out of danger." "May the lords of the air assist you," Antar said. They discussed strategic matters for a few more minutes, and then said farewell. Katia and the prince opened their eyes. "You did not tell father that I had the magical coronet," Tolliver said in a low voice. "No. Let him learn of your foolishness after you have freely returned the talisman to your mother. It will mitigate his sorrow and anger." She then bade Tolliver join hands with her a final time.
We will now try to inform the Sobranian Emperor of his peril." They commanded their talismans, and a vision of the ruler came to them. Denambo was sound asleep, alone in his sumptuous chamber, except for a pet snive curled up on a rug at the foot of his bed. His dearly beloved wife, Reke, had died 6 years earlier, together with the stillborn baby boy who would have been the imperial heir. In spite of the urgent pleas of his counselors and the sub-kings of the loosely knit barbarian empire, Denambo had not remarried. Cadia bespoke him softly. "Emperor, Emperor of Sobrania, awake!" The sleeper stirred beneath a great mound of down quilts. He was wearing a gold-embroidered nightcap, and his face was half buried in the bed linen. When Cadia called him again, a single bleary eye opened slowly. "Who's there?" Denambo mumbled through unkempt brick-red whiskers. "I am Cadia of the Mazy Mire, sister to Queen Anagil of Laboruenda. I speak to you by magical means." The Emperor sat bolt upright, instantly awake, and his gaze swept the room. No one was there. "Avant, dream demon!" he croaked. The startled Snithe, spine scales erect with anxiety, got up and trotted to the side of its master, uttering muted howls. Cadia tried to reassure the ruler. "I am no demon, Emperor, but your friend, come to give you an important message. Do not be afraid." Denambo's eyes bulged, and his face turned purple with anger. "Sobranians are afraid of nothing. Show yourself, damn you!" But Cadia, although slightly more expert in the use of her talisman than Prince Tolliver, had never been able to send an image, nor could she do it now with the two talismans working together. When she tried to explain this to the Emperor, the barbarian whisked a large dagger from beneath the pillows, flung back the bedclothes, and bounded onto the floor with a weapon ready. "I know who you are," he bellowed. "You are an evil wizard, one of those damned star-bearing lackeys of my traitorous sister. Guards! To me! Guards!" "Emperor, the sorcerer Augustus may be planning to attack you. Listen to me." But Denambo only continued shouting. The door of the bedchamber banged open, and a dozen warriors armed with swords and battle-axes charged inside. A great altercation broke out, with the Emperor giving incoherent orders to his men, for he was actually terrified by the disembodied voice, and the warriors yelling and stomping about, overturning chests and chairs and tables, slicing up the wall hangings in search of lurking villains, and even skewering the pillows and heaped-up quilts of the imperial bed in case starmen were hiding among them. The Lady of the Eyes sighed and said, "Talismans enough." The tumultuous scene vanished. She let go of Tolliver's hand and thrust the burning eye back into her belt. "It's no use. The Emperor is too frightened of the starmen to pay heed to any message that smacks of magic. I shall have to deliver the warning in person." She turned to Critch. "My friend, are you satisfied now that we mean you no harm? Will you carry us to the Sobranian capital in your boat? Of course, we will pay you well." "I will take you to Brandoba without payment," the Cadoon said, "now that I am certain you are an enemy of the Starmen. But there is something in my hut that you might gladly buy. Trade goods that I held back from market this season, because of the disquieting rumors." Sir Ednar gave a scornful guffaw. "Feathers? Ha! Surely you are joking. What use would they be to us?" "My home is in a cove not far from here," Critch said. "Come and look at what I have for sale, and then we will see who laughs." 21. Dawn had come to the forest of Lyrda. Having finished his light repast in the imperial suite of the great hunting lodge, Augustus strode to the windowed door leading onto the balcony, flung it open, and went outside. The lodge was perched at the edge of a dramatic bluff, and in the canyon below were rapids, where the oddly chalk-colored waters of the River Daub raged and rumbled over enormous boulders. The morning chill struck through the padded linen undergarments the sorcerer wore in preparation for donning his armor, but he paid it no heed, moving around a corner so that he was able to look down on an open section of the lodge grounds, bordered by enormous trees. There his small army had encamped for the night. The warriors moved slowly in the morning mist, dismantling their tents and packing their gear with sloppy carelessness, coughing and spitting and grumbling and snarling at the sergeants who tried to hurry them along. The quartermaster, Star Captain Praxinus of Tuzaman, was shouting furiously at the Fronial wranglers over some botch-up concerning the supply wagons. There were going to be delays before the force moved on to the final staging area for the invasion of Brandoba. Not for the first time, Oragastus rolled his eyes heavenward and asked the spirit of Narenyi Dar-al why she had sent him to Sobrania, of all places, to reinstitute the guild's great work. The people were intelligent enough, but they were also stubborn and willful and prone to dispute the simplest commands. And if these, his own elite fighters, were so lacking in discipline, then how could he hope to keep control of the larger partisan force being mobilized in the capital by the secret followers of the Archduchess Nelora? Once that gang of bravos got their hands on weapons of the Vanished Ones, they might go berserk in the heat of battle. Even the power of the star might not suffice to restrain thousands of rampaging barbarians who had suddenly discovered the lethal potential of high technology. It was vital that he secure a talisman in order to ensure that the assault on Denambo adhered to his own meticulously drawn plan. It was time to exert the ultimate pressure upon the boy. Oragastus left the balcony, returning to the pseudo-rustic imperial sitting room with its carved rafters, polished log walls, gem-bedizened candle sconces, and feather rugs. He sat down again at the table where he had earlier eaten a frugal meal of feral porridge and fruit, and spent some time gathering his thoughts. Then he took hold of his star medallion and observed Prince Tolliver at some length. It was not yet a propitious time to bespeak him, but the time would soon come. Oragastus turned to the more difficult task of communicating with Haramis. Unlike Tolo, whose ambivalent feelings left a chink in his talismanic barricade, both the White Lady and her sister Cadia were fully shielded from both his oversight and mental speech, but there was a long chance that Haramis's love might render her receptive to his call. He took up his star again. "My love, I know that you can hear me if you want to. Answer. It is your last chance to avert war. Say you will come to me. Together we can restore the lost balance of the world and prevent its destruction. Answer me, I beg of you." But he heard nothing, save the distant roaring of a Naiar or some other forest predator, and the squeals of the army's Fronials as they submitted unwillingly to saddling. Haramis was aloof and silent, as she had also been yesterday when he had called out to her before leaving Castle Conflagrant. "Haramis, you must believe that I underwent a change of heart during my sojourn on the Dark Man's moon. My ambition is no longer to rule the world, but to save it. I will accomplish this by force, only if the restoration can be done no other way. You can compel your sister Cadia and your nephew Tolliver to give you their talismans. You and I will then assemble the threefold scepter, and together we will use it to heal the wounded land and banish the conquering ice forever. Haramis, speak to me." He had risen from his seat and approached the windows above the encampment. Whips were cracking and wagoners shouting to their teams. The slow-moving supply train and its mounted escort would depart first, and the main body of warriors would follow shortly. He and his guildsmen would leave the lodge last of all, after holding a brief council of war. "Haramis, I will even agree to let you yourself wield the threefold scepter against the planetary imbalance. Only come to me, beloved. Let me tell you what I learned from Denby's archives of the Vanished Ones. Dire intelligence that the Dark Man seems indifferent to." He paused, his brow furrowing with anger as he recalled the old man's apathetic reaction to his discoveries, his senile laughter and the contemptuous way he had dismissed the fate of the world, saying, "Let it be, lad. No sense in messing about, trying to interfere with the direction that the cosmos wheels. You might manage to deflect the inevitable for a little while, but in the long run things will happen as they were supposed to happen." If Denby does know that disaster impends, he refuses in his madness to do anything about it. Speak to me, my love. Say you will come, and I will turn my army back at once and withdraw to the castle. Otherwise, this war must commence according to my plan, and I will have no way of halting it. My dearest Haramis, answer." His eyes closed. He saw her in yearning memory, tried with all his soul to project his love, his willingness to turn aside from violence if she would only join with him. But there was no reply. His shoulders sagged, and his fingers, which had clamped painfully around the star, relaxed. He opened his eyes, and within the dark pupils glowed 2 cold points of light. "Very well. Let it be as the dark powers of the Star Guild command." As if in reply, he felt the lodge tremble slightly. It was only one of the harmless small earthquakes that were commonplace in the region, called by the locals the size of Matuta, and alleged to signify the forbearance of the goddess before the manifest sins of mankind. When Orgastus first came to Sobrania, the tremors had alarmed him, but Naelora declared that never in the history of the nation had the earth movements caused any damage, nor had the great mountain range above Brandoba ever shown signs of noteworthy seismic or volcanic activity. The sorcerer touched his star. "Dark powers. Are these underground disturbances a symptom of the greater imbalance of the world? Do they portend the disaster to come?" He closed his eyes and stood utterly still, letting all thought drain from his mind, so that it might be more receptive to a response. But the powers had never bespoken him directly through his star, nor did they give a clear answer now. A second tremor, so minuscule that he would never have noticed it under ordinary circumstances, caused the lodge floor to vibrate beneath his feet. It might have been only a coincidence, or perhaps the dark powers had replied as best they could. He sighed, knowing that the whole truth would not be known until he asked the question of the 3-headed monster. Then he put on all of his armor, save the glittering helmet with its halo of pointed rays, which he carried under one arm, and went downstairs to confer with the other sorcerers. There were 30 fully adept members of the Star Guild, but 2 had been left at the castle to supervise the royal hostages, and Praxinus had his hands full coping with the bulky army. The others were gathered in the main lounge of the hunting lodge, a chamber with a monstrous fireplace, now harboring only a meager fire, and grotesque furniture fashioned from bones of the imperial hunter's quarry. The walls were crowded with dusty trophy heads of animals and formidable birds, together with cracked leathern shields and displays of primitive weaponry. Gathering the guildsmen in an informal group before the hearth, Orgastus reviewed with each one his upcoming role in the assault, speaking last of all to the Archduchess Naelora. "The ship bearing the magical armament will reach Brandoba late tomorrow," he said. "Can we be certain that no busybody port official will board it?" The Star Woman uttered a cynical laugh. "The wharfingers and excise agents will all have gone home to prepare for the Festival of the Birds, abandoning their duty. Even though the festivities do not properly commence until the fireworks display at midnight, the entire city begins roistering as soon as the sun sets. Have no fear, master. My faithful friend Asinzin will unload our cargo without hindrance." "The only thing I fear," he said coldly, "is that incompetence among your loyalists might cost us the element of surprise." She was immediately contrite. "Forgive me if I spoke disrespectfully. All will go well, I swear it. The lords who support my bid to overthrow the usurper are a rough and ready lot, but they are not stupid. They realize fully that their only chance to seat me upon the throne depends on your magic. They would die for me, but they would prefer to live and regain their lost power." "And our disguises. My star has as yet shown no sign of your people transporting anything to the staging point in the forest. The carts will slip out of the city in late afternoon tomorrow, as revelers begin to converge from the surrounding countryside in anticipation of the celebration. We will have the costumes in plenty of time, entirely black as you commanded,
and the Loyalist forces will wear scarlet so that we may readily identify them." The sorcerer nodded his approval. When there were no more questions, he said to the assembled guildsmen, "All that remains is for me to bespeak our fellows at Castle Conflagrant, notifying them that all is well. You may prepare now for departure." The sorcerers dispersed, except for Nelora, who stood quietly by as Orgastus used his star to call to the 2 young starmen who had remained behind to guard the hostages. Unaccountably, communication with them proved to be impossible. The sorcerer then used his magic to oversee and overhear the ordinary persons within the castle, and almost at once he discovered the escape of the prisoners and the grisly fate of their pursuers. "Dark powers have mercy," he whispered, stricken with horror. Nelora approached. "Master, what is it?" "There has been an appalling disaster." Speaking in an undertone, he told her what had happened. "This means that we shall have to postpone, or even abandon, our campaign." "Surely not. You had intended to use the hostage rulers only after the conquest of Sobrania. We can easily recapture them in time." "But I had also counted upon Queen Anagel being a key bargaining piece in regaining the 3-headed monster from Prince Tolliver. Without his talisman, my overall strategy may collapse." The Archduchess would have spoken again, but he motioned for her to desist and took up his star again to search for the escapees. "There they are," he muttered, traveling along the trail not far from the great viaduct. "I cannot see Anagel, but she must be there, shielded by her Trillium amber." He cursed under his breath. "They are at least 6 hours' ride from the lodge. If I send a troop of guildsmen to recapture them, the army will be deprived of vital leadership during the invasion. But I could never entrust ordinary warriors with the task. Their loyalty to the Star is shaky at best, and the hostage rulers would doubtless offer irresistible bribes." He drove one silver-gloved fist into the other in helpless rage. "There is no alternative. We shall have to call off the invasion until the escapees are retaken. It means a delay of at least a day, and losing the advantage of striking during the Imperial Hansel, when the Emperor is most vulnerable." He caught up his helmet and started after the starmen who had already left the lodge. "Master, wait!" Nelora called out in a low, excited voice. "I have an idea how we might salvage the situation." "What?" He spun about. "The scheme is a desperate one," she admitted, "but I believe it is well worth trying." And she explained. Incredulous at first, Orgastus realized that there was no practical alternative. "Very well," he said at last. "If you are willing to risk your throne in this lunatic ploy, I will not stop you. But remember that the army will have to leave the staging area no later than an hour after sunset tomorrow in order to be in position before the fireworks start." "My old comrade Taser and I can do it," she said, her face shining. "I will bring you Queen Anagel, and he will make certain that the other hostages remain secure here in the lodge until after Brandova falls." The sorcerer smiled at the Star Woman. "I can see more clearly now why your people deem you fit to be Empress." He took her hand. "May the dark powers support you." "And you," she said, bowing her head so that he would not see the fervid emotion that suffused her features. Then she clapped on her raid helm and dashed off to find Taser. 22. The Archduchess Nelora studied the 2 tall, flightless birds, tethered by neck straps to trees outside the Imperial hunting lodge, and scowled to conceal the fear rising within her. "My friend, if this mission were not so crucial to our fortunes, nothing would compel me to touch these hideous brutes of yours." The feathered carnivores stood over 2 ells high at the shoulder, and their plumage gleamed steel blue in the sunlight. The birds had been temporarily paralyzed by enchantment while Taser worked on them, but their fierce red eyes glowered at the 2 sorcerers, evidence that while the Nyar's bodies might be under constraint of magic, their spirits were not. "So long as we wear our stars and command the creatures with unwavering confidence," Taser said, "they will obey us and harm neither ourselves nor any human prey we pursue." He was putting bridles on the birds, while Naylora watched, both repelled and fascinated. Oragastus and the other guildsmen had ridden off after the army an hour earlier. It had taken Taser that long to summon the Naiars from the depths of the forest, even with the aid of his star.
"You are absolutely certain that the monsters will not turn on us?" Naylora said. "No, Imperial Highness. There is still some risk, but one well worth taking, as I told the Starmaster."
He slipped a bridle cautiously over a terrible toothed beak. "Naiars! Only a crazy man such as you would make pets of such horrible predators, much less train them for riding. What possessed you to undertake such a bizarre project?" "I looked upon the task as a challenge to my star," he admitted, patting one bird's neck. "It was as thick as one of the logs making up the walls of the building. This mated pair frequented the vicinity of the lodge because I often fed them salt chuck. When their ferocity diminished, I conceived the notion of taming them, and I confess that I was surprised that the sorcery eventually worked and rendered the Naiars docile. It was a way of passing the time while I languished in this forsaken spot 6 moons ago, deprived of the glory of your imperial presence during my tour of duty as warden of supply for the castle." "Cha!" said Naylora, dismissing the flattery. But she smiled at him, for they were very old friends indeed. Before the coming of Oragastus had changed their lives forever, Taser had been chief steward of the Archduchess's villa just outside Brandoba. Now they were fellow guildsmen and theoretically equals, but both of them knew better.
"Should the Dark Power smile upon us," Taser said, "the birds will enable us to undo the damage done by those negligent fools at the castle.
Naiars are as fleet as the winter monsoon. Not even a polled racing Fronio can compare with them. We should reach the hostages within 3 hours." "If I miss the Battle of Brandoba because of this mission," Naylora said through lips drawn tight, "I shall roast the liver of whichever hostage engineered their escape. I think both of us know who it must have been, the only one the Master could never describe with his magic, because she is protected by her Trillium amber. Damn that witch queen! I knew we should have taken the pendant away from her somehow, or else kept her senseless until she was no longer needed, and it was safe to kill her. But Oragastus would not listen to me. Now we can only conjecture that Anagil accompanies the other hostages. Where else would she go? We'll find her, Imperial Highness, don't fret. You won't miss the battle, nor will you be deprived of your triumph over Denambo. Ah, what a long way we have come in 2 short years, my old friend. Who would ever have thought, when you opened my villa door to a peremptory midnight knock, that you would admit a sorcerer, and one who would turn our disorganized little band of political outcasts into a cohort capable of toppling an empire? I knew Oragastus was a dangerous man as soon as I clapped eyes on him, Taser said dryly. And so did you. That is the principal reason I decided to trust him. And is that also why you have fallen in love with him? Insolent bastard, she said, laughing again. But her eyes had lost their good humor, and he fell silent and hastened to buckle on the second bird's saddle. Taser was a well-built man, even taller than the statuesque Archduchess, and possessed of considerable physical strength. His knowing eyes were close set above a broad nose. Like so many other members of the Star Guild, with the notable exception of flame-tressed Naylora herself, he had hair turned prematurely white from the rigors of his initiation into the magic of the dark powers. Taser, she spoke in a tone unusually hesitant. Do you really think Oragastus will fulfill his promises to me? I believe he will make you Empress of Sobrania, the former steward said. I am much less sanguine about his grandiose plans to conquer the world by means of sorcery and set you up as his coadjutor. The star is a wondrous thing, but the world is a very large place, and recent events have reminded us that other magicians exist in it besides Oragastus and our Star Guild. I admit that I was deeply troubled when the Master told us that the young prince had given up one of the talismans to the swamp witch Cadia, but by permitting both the boy and the enchantress to pass through the viaduct into Sobrania, Augustus has cleverly brought both pieces of the scepter within easy reach."
"Easy."
Taser shook his head.
"No more than unseating Denambo will be easy."
"Just let me get him within reach of a sword cut. At any rate, we can speed both eventualities by recapturing Queen Anagel and the others. Let us be off." They mounted the wingless birds, which stood like statues in the forecourt of the lodge. Naelora lifted her star medallion and touched it to the neck of her feathered steed. The Nyar's toothed beak opened wide, and it gave a thunderous roar. When she spoke a command, it sped off like a meteor down the trail leading to the great viaduct, leaving her comrade coughing in a cloud of dust. Cursing, Taser followed after. It was only by great good fortune that the Eternal Prince Wid caught the Eternal Princess as she began to slip from the saddle during the fording of the muddy river.
"Help!" he cried desperately. "Something is wrong with Ravia."
President Heket Botal whirled his fronial about, re-entered the water, and took hold of the elderly princess in his strong left arm. She was listless as a bundle of rags. Her senses had left her, and her lined features were gray. Together with Prince Wid, the president brought the elderly woman safe to the river's opposite bank, where the others, except Georgibo, immediately dismounted and gathered about. Queen Anagel and Queen Jiri of Galinar gently lay the aged woman onto the ground.
"Dryoun, pity her."
Wood began to weep.
"Oh, my poor Ravia! The rigors of the escape have been too much for her."
"She breathes," said Jiri, after loosening Ravia's bodice, "and her heartbeat seems regular. Doubtless she is only overcome with exhaustion and stress."
Duumvir Gabandis snorted. "As we all are. It's madness to ride farther. Our fronials are still spent from their overexertion and breathing of the noxious vapors yesterday. They will certainly founder if we do not let them rest. And so will I. Every bone in my body screams with pain, and I am dying from hunger."
"Then die silently," said the king of the pirates heartlessly. The sturdy hunchbacked monarch took off his own cape and covered Princess Ravia. Her eyelids fluttered, and she moaned. Prince Wid sighed.
"If she could only have a morsel to eat, and some truly restful sleep."
The small amount of food and drink they had managed to take from the stable hands at the castle had been consumed the previous night, when they had rested precariously, nearly frightened out of their wits by the appalling sounds made by the Learder forest creatures around them. Since then they had had only water and a few insipid wild fruits that Georgibo had assured them were wholesome. "It would be dangerous to stop and rest now," the Archduke said. "There is small risk from fierce beasts and birds during daylight, but if the Starmen have learned of our escape, they might come looking for us."
"I almost wish they would," Gabandis growled.
"We are moving steadily westward, out of the highlands," Georgibo continued. "Before long we will surely come upon landmarks that I am familiar with, and we can leave this trail. There are short cuts to Brandova in the Learda's lower reaches that we can use to elude pursuit." "Not if Augustus uses magic to hunt us," Prigo pointed out. Heket Botal spoke in testy resignation. "If the Starmen come, there is no way we can defend ourselves against them. But I suspect that the sorcerer and his force have other business to occupy them. They may already be in the capital city, storming Denambo's palace." "Why should we continue this killing pace?" Prigo demanded. "It is manifestly impossible for us to give warning to the Emperor. We must consider our own needs, as well as the needs of our respective countries, thrown into confusion by our abduction. What matter our having escaped the sorcerer if we perish miserably in this howling wilderness?" Last night, after crossing the basin of flaming geysers, they had ridden another 2 hours before reaching the place where the great viaduct was, clearly identifiable because of the peculiar appearance of the trampled ground around it. Anagel spoke the magic spell, and their passage through the black gateway was without incident. They spent an uneasy night in the clearing adjacent to the viaduct's exit, then pressed on slowly at first light. The wide trail was easy to follow. Too easy. The Archduke and King Leodavardus, the best riders in the group, had taken turns scouting ahead, making sure that they did not inadvertently overtake the sorcerer's force. The others had plodded painfully along, lulled by the singing of countless birds. From time to time they were roused from their stupor by the bellow of some unseen beast, but otherwise they had dozed in the saddle until Ravia's misfortune. The Eternal Princess now roused herself and spoke in a weak voice. "I'm quite all right. Just put me back on the Fronio. I can ride well enough." "No, dear," Anagel said emphatically. "You cannot. Prigo is right. We've gone far enough, and we must rest." Leodavardus said, "If this forest is an imperial preserve, there should be some sort of shelters. How about it, Gior?" The Sobranian Archduke lifted his hands in a helpless gesture. "There is indeed a great lodge beside the River Daub, as well as huts and comfortable hunting blinds and permanent campsites galore. Unfortunately, nothing along this particular trail looks familiar. The Starmen must have cut it to serve traffic to the Great Viaduct. This river, it might be the Upper Daub, but its waters are so thick with white mud that I doubt it. The Daub flows crystal clear from the Column Range and is the main water source for Brandoba. It has never been muddy, not even during the heaviest rains." "Perhaps," Anagel said, "my Trillium amber will point the way for us." She took hold of the pendant and studied it with eyes strained by fatigue. "Holy flower, in which direction may we find a safe refuge?" The amber continued to glow, but no magical directing spark appeared within it. "It's not working. Perhaps my life is not sufficiently endangered." "Or perhaps," Jiri said softly, "there is no safe place for us hereabouts. Ask your amulet if we should stop or continue on." Anagel did so, only to cry out in dismay when the amulet flared to a blinding brightness, then as suddenly went dull. "There's something wrong." All around them, the singing of the forest birds became a discordant screech. Georgibo, the only one still in the saddle, rose in his stirrups with a rusty sword drawn, peering anxiously down the trail that bordered the river. But the attack, when it came, was from a different direction. A cloud of innumerable tiny feathered creatures, bright blue and green and yellow, exploded out of the thick undergrowth and began to whirl crazily about the heads of the shocked rulers, darting into their faces and battering their bodies with buzzing wings. Ravia gave a thin scream, and several of the men howled curses. The terrified Fronials reared and slashed the air with their hooves. Then those without riders fled back across the river while Georgibo used all his strength to keep from being thrown. Everyone tried to shield exposed flesh from the sharp beaks, pulling cloaks over heads and waving arms in a futile attempt to drive the small birds off. "Enough!" a stentorian voice commanded. The storm of flyers disappeared as quickly as it had come. Anagel peered up from beneath her cloak and saw two ghastly apparitions a scant stone's throw away down the trail. They were enormous, long-necked birds with massive scaled legs, bigger than any voors she had ever seen. Their bodies were dark blue, their toothed beaks gaped wide, and their eyes blazed like hot coals. Seated on their backs were sorcerers attired in silver and black Star-Guild regalia, steel cuirasses, and impressive helmets with starry diadems. One of the riders came forward, drawing from a scabbard a weapon of the Vanished Ones. "Georgibo of Nambit, dismount and yield to me." Anagel recognized the voice, and also the red hair streaming from beneath the sorceress's helm. It was Naelora. The Archduke's grimy features contorted with hatred. Instead of surrendering to the Star Woman, he spurred his Fronial and charged her at a gallop, sword poised to strike. She lifted her weapon, and there was a sudden golden flash and a peculiar loud chirping sound. Georgibo's mount screamed and crashed onto the trail, legs sprawling and antlers broken, and lay there keening piteously. He himself was flung from the saddle, rolling head over heels and fetching up in an unconscious heap at the base of a great nest tree. "Would anyone else care to fight?" Taser brought his Nyar up to Naelora's and pointed his own strange weapon at the wounded Fronial. A scarlet beam shone forth, striking the animal between the eyes, and killing it instantly. "We submit!" President Heket Botal cried, raising his hands. "Spare us!" Gabandis fell to his knees, whimpering, also with hands up. Prigo stood wide-eyed, still partially shrouded in his cape. Prince Wid, King Lidavardus, and Queen Jiri, who had tried to protect the eternal princess from the onslaught of the frenzied little birds, crouched beside Ravia's supine form and glared at the sorcerers. Anadjul ignored the Naiars and their formidable riders, went to Georgibo, and bent over his body in concern. "Leave him," Naelora commanded. She swung down from her bird's back, leaving it motionless, and strode toward the queen. "Your brother has struck his head," Anadjul said calmly, "but he seems to be recovering his wits. Let me—" "Silence! Come here!" Anadjul rose with dignity and approached the Star Woman, who pointed the ancient weapon at her. "That's far enough," Naelora commanded. "Remove your amber amulet and place it on the ground between us." "No," said Anadjul. "Though you slay me where I stand, I shall not take off my black trillium." "Then prepare to die, stupid slut!" "Imperial Highness." Taser dismounted and approached. His Naiar also stood frozen in place. "I have a suggestion." "Speak," the sorceress said. "We hold 2 Duumviri of Imlet in our power, but only 1 hostage is needed to ensure that nation's compliance." Taser hoisted his weapon and took hold of Gabandis by the collar. "Perhaps if I slice an arm from the elderly one." "No!" shrieked the cowering Duumvir. "Have mercy!" "Queen Anadjul would reconsider her disobedience." "Do it," said Naelora. Gabandis burst into hysterical tears. Anadjul immediately lifted the amber on its chain from around her neck and laid it in the mud of the riverbank. The Star Woman now wore a smile of poisonous satisfaction. She aimed her weapon at the amber, and there was a blaze of yellow light. But the amulet remained unharmed. Naelora spat out a curse of vexation. "Taser, see if you can destroy this thing." His deadly scarlet beam was no more effective than the golden blast had been. "Highness, the Black Trillium's magic renders it invulnerable. But I have another idea." He took the old sword that Georgibo had dropped and used it to pick up the amulet by its chain. Although the sword at once grew hot, he was able to fling the amber overhand into the dense woods. Taser dropped the smoking sword and grinned. "Let the wild beasts puzzle over the magical amulet on dark nights." Naelora threw back her head and laughed. She seized Anadjul painfully by her shoulder and pushed her toward a Naiar. "Taser, help her up onto my bird. She will ride pillion as I hasten to the staging area, while you deal with these worthies." "The foul sorcerer will kill us all," Gabandis wailed. Naelora regarded the stout Duumvir with distaste. "We have other plans for you, quiver guts. Only this witch queen is needed by the Star Master to ensure that her son surrenders his talisman." Anadjul stiffened in the arms of the former steward. Her breath caught in her throat. "My son? Which son are you talking about?" "Your son Tolliver, of course," said the Archduchess, "the one who wears the 3-headed monster. He had the star box and the second talisman as well, the burning eye, but your sister Cadia forced him to give those back to her." "Tolo, my talisman? That is impossible. The boy is in Var, thousands of leagues from here, and so is Katie, and Tolo does not have the coronet." Again Naelora laughed. "What mother truly knows her own child? He has possessed it and used it for at least 4 years, unbeknownst to all save the Star Master, who speaks to the boy in his dreams. Now your precious son and his aunt and their surviving henchmen are here in Sabrania, just as you are. I doubt not that you will meet the lot of them before long, to your mutual sorrow." Taser hoisted the queen, who had gone flaccid with shock, onto the rear of the Archduchess's saddle. He then bound Anadjul's hands and wrapped her well in a cloak. "I will deal with the others and catch up with you, Imperial Highness," he said to Naelora, "but do not let the Master delay the invasion on my account." Naelora nodded curtly and mounted. Lifting her silver-gloved hand in farewell to Taser, she sent her Naiar speeding away. "Will you take us back to Castle Conflagrant, then?" Leodavardis of Raktum, asked the Starman. Leodavardis and Queen Jiri were now on their feet, while old Wid knelt with his arms about Ravia, both of them pale but serene of countenance. "No," Taser said, peering down at Georgibo, who had begun to groan and stir from promptings of the guildsman's boot. "I am going to shut the lot of you up in the Imperial Hunting Lodge, where our army spent the night. It lies about 80 leagues downriver from here, a 6 or 7 hour ride. The ferocious denizens of the Learder will keep you secure for a few days, until we complete our business in Brandova and retrieve you." He addressed Heket Botal. "Sir President, you and the Goblin Kinglet wade across the river and catch your wandering Fronials. Make haste, or I will burn the ears off one of these ladies with my fire squirter." Resting his weapon on one shoulder, he turned to Duumvir Prigo. "You, take up that old sword and cut 2 long poles and several lengths of stout vine. We will have to make a drag litter for Princess Ravia. And 2 Gabondis. Remove the harness and blanket from that dead steed, then unbuckle the leathers and make them into separate straps." As the able-bodied male hostages went to their chores, Taser ambled over to Jiri, Ravia, and Wid, who had been whispering among themselves. "How fares the old dame?" he asked, not unkindly. "The Eternal Princess is suffering mostly from exhaustion," said the Queen of Galinar. "The litter is an excellent idea. Will you also make one for the poor Archduke?" The Starman gave a nasty chuckle. "Let him travel trussed and flung over my saddle, like a dead nunchuck. It matters not. Unlike the rest of you, he will not long survive his sister's ascent to the imperial throne." "I don't suppose," Jiri said in a wheedling manner, "that you have wine you might spare for Princess Ravia. It would give her strength." "Take the bottle skin from my saddlebag." Jiri eyed the tall Naiar askance. "Oh my, I would not dare approach that dreadful bird." "I have enchanted it with my star. It will not move nor harm you unless I give the command." Jiri went to the great creature and began rummaging in one of the saddlebags, which was so high as to be nearly above her head. "Perhaps the bottle is on the other side," she said, and went around the bird out of Taser's sight. A moment later she called out, "I still can't seem to find it." Grumbling, the Starman went to assist her. The plump, middle-aged queen stood back, smiling apologetically with both hands thrust up her ample sleeves. Holding his weapon in one hand, Taser turned away from her and groped inside the feather-trimmed leather pouch with the other. Jiri stepped up behind him. The space between the bottom edge of the sorcerer's starburst helmet and the upper part of his cuirass was narrow, only about 2 fingers wide. The queen whipped a war-flail out of her sleeve, whirled its chain overhead, and sent the heavy iron swingle at the chain's end squarely into the aperture of the armor. There was a ghastly snap. His neck broken, Taser dropped in his tracks without uttering a sound. The Naiar came abruptly to life, roaring, and gave a short hop backward. It scraped one huge clawed foot in the mud in challenge, lowered its head, and tensed to spring at the queen. From the bushes came a figure scuttling on hands and knees. It was the Archduke Georgibo, who scooped up the weapon of the vanished ones which Taser had let fall, and fired it directly into the wide-open fanged beak of the monster that menaced Jiri. The Naiar's head vanished in a burst of red fire, and the colossal body thudded onto the ground. "Heldo's tentacles!" cried King Leodavardis. He and Heket Botal were standing on the opposite bank of the small river, awestruck at what the queen and Georgibo had done. "I am truly sorry about Taser," Jiri said. "He was by no means as deep-dyed a reprobate as Naylora." A tear gleamed in her eye, and the Archduke put a comforting arm about her. The 2 Duumviri now sidled up and gaped at the dead Starman and the headless carnivore. "Mother-in-law," Prigo said shakily, "I am overwhelmed. I salute your warrior prowess." "What in God's name did you hit the fellow with?" Gabondis asked. "An old war-flail that I picked up in the castle dungeon." She shook loose of Georgibo's embrace. "I must go to Ravia. All this violence must have been a great shock to her." but the eternal princess was sitting up, calmly rearranging her mussed snowy hair, while Wid squatted beside her. "I don't suppose you ever found that wine?" Ravia said to Jiri. The Queen smiled. "It was in the first saddlebag I examined. Fortunately, the Naiar did not fall on top of it. There is food, too." "We can all share it," Ravia declared, "and then we really ought to be riding on. I'll be fit once I get a little something into my stomach." She cocked her head at her husband. "What are you waiting for, old man? Go fetch the victuals from that dead brute, and set them out for us." King Leodavardus, who had recrossed the water and returned to the group, took Queen Jiri aside. "Do you think Ravia is really well enough to travel?" Jiri considered. "She feels better for the moment, but she cannot last long. It would be best if we carried her in a litter. By following the distinctive tracks of the Naiars, we should reach the Imperial hunting lodge where the dead Starman intended to take us. There we will surely find decent food and beds, if it was intended to be our prison. We might discover that the lodge is inhabited by minions of Oragastus. Then we will simply have to subdue them," Jiri said gently. The King of the Pirates winked at her with his good eye. "Right. I don't think we have to worry about Naelora coming back for some time. Not with Queen Anigel to guard, and the sorcerer instigating a brawl in the Sobranian capital." "Anigel." The kindly Queen's face crumpled in regret. "Poor child. I fear that we shall have to leave her fate to the lords of the air." "There may be something I can do." King Leodavardus's unlovely countenance brightened as an idea came to him. "If you will attend to our preparations here, I will try to find the lost amber amulet. I doubt it would harm one who is a friend and would-be son-in-law to its royal mistress. Who knows? The Black Trillium might condescend to aid a certain pirate in coming to Queen Anigel's rescue." "You would go after her?" Jiri's eyes widened. "The late Starman's sword and miraculous antique weapon would help to even the odds between me and the Queen's captors." "Ledo, you are a brave young man," said Jiri. The King lifted her hand and kissed it. "From you, that is the greatest of compliments." 23. In spite of his intense fatigue, Prince Tolliver tossed restlessly in the hutch of Critch the Cadoon, lying on a sack of soft down. They had gone to bed in daylight, but the upper level of the dwelling was dim and cool, with only 2 tiny latticed windows, one at each end, up under the eaves of the thatched roof. From the bare beams hung scores of string bags, each holding feathers of a different hue. The snores of the 4-oathed companion sleeping at the other end of the loft mingled with the faint rumble of surf on the pebble beach outside, and the mewing and squeals of Gris and Pothy and other seabirds. Cadia and Jagan had said they would rest downstairs, but Tolliver heard them conversing for a long time with the Aborigine and his family. The prince's promise to his aunt deterred him from using the coronet to eavesdrop. Not that he really cared what kind of mysterious merchandise the Lady of the Eyes was purchasing for her foray into Brandoba on the morrow. Cadia had made it clear that he would have to remain on the boat with Jagan and Critch, while she and the knights went off into the city, to warn the Emperor that the Starmen were planning some sort of skullduggery, and beg for help in rescuing Queen Anigel and the other hostages. Tolliver had removed the magical coronet from his head and tucked it into his shirt front, where it would be safe. He had commanded it to wake him instantly if anybody came near him. As he lay there dozing, his fingers gripped the talisman through the cloth. "You are mine," he told it again and again, and the 3-headed monster always replied, "Yes." Although he desired his mother's safe return with all his heart, the knowledge that the adults would surely try to coerce him into giving her the coronet gnawed at his entrails. It was so unfair. The Queen had surrendered the talisman to Oragastus. Under duress, it was true, but still of her own free will, and Tolliver had taken it in turn from the sorcerer's minion. Was his mother's claim to the 3-headed monster any more valid than that of Oragastus? Even when she had possessed the coronet, she merely kept it hidden away, almost never making use of its magical power, except to bespeak her two sisters from afar. The talisman is mine, Tolliver said to himself, rightfully mine, no matter what the others may think or say. But only for a little while longer. Who? You are not my talisman speaking. No, I am the Star Master. Your master, Tolo. No, never, but gone from my dreams. You are not dreaming, and I have already told you that I would not be able to bespeak you if you did not wish it. That's a lie. It is the truth, as you know full well. You still admire me and yearn to share my power as my adopted son and heir. It is ignoble of you to deny it, just as it is ignoble of you to deny that you brought about the death of Ralaban the Nisimu. Ralaban, my poor old friend, I didn't mean for him to die. It was an accident, even though Aunt Cadia says responsibility is not necessarily guilt. Listen to me, Tolo. If you had not commanded Ralaban to accompany you on the Oda River Trail, he would still be alive. Accept that burden, as every commander must, but do not torture yourself with feelings of blame. The cruel Lady of the Eyes seeks to control you by imputing that you are morally culpable in the matter of your friend's death. But you are not. Truly? Do you think Ralaban would have stayed behind while you undertook a dangerous journey alone? No. Even if I had not commanded him, he would have come with me. And did you know that a Namp was lurking nearby when you sent Ralaban off the trail? Of course not. Therefore he did perish by simple misadventure, and not through any fault or negligence of yours. Do you understand? Yes. I thank you for explaining, Oragastus. Tolo, we have been separated for many years, and much of the blame lies on me. But it is now time for our estrangement to be mended. Come away from those cold-hearted, neglectful people who fail to appreciate your true worth. Once you loved me as your adopted father. Come back to me now, and resume your position at my side. My guildsmen and I were prevented from meeting you at the viaduct by other, vitally important matters. But I can meet you elsewhere. No! Tomorrow you will sail to Brandoba with the others. I shall also be there in the city. Use your talisman to elude Cadia and come to me, bringing the star box. We can meet at— No! Oragastus, you tricked me once when I was a silly, spiteful child. It will not happen again. All you want is to take my talisman away from me. I cannot take it. You know that. What I want you to do is return the talisman to me freely, as you gave back the three-lobed burning eye you took from your aunt. That was different. You do not know how to use the coronet's awful magic properly. It is a tool for restoring the balance of the world, not for petty conjuring. I know that you have been unable to master the talisman, that you have merely toyed with it in that secret grass shack of yours out in the mazy mire. I understand the talisman better than you think. Tolo, there is only one way you can become a competent sorcerer, by giving the coronet back to me and joining my star guild. Come to me, dear boy. I will forgive your disloyalty and reinstate you as my adopted son and heir. And when I die, the three-headed monster will be yours once more. Only this time you will truly be its master, and master of the world as well. Oragastus, you used me once as a puppet, but never again. Deep in your heart, Tolo, you still yearn to be my son. Perhaps, but the wish is only a childish fantasy. It is a temptation hidden away inside of me that emerges only when I sleep. When I am wide awake and in control of my wits, I reject you. I reject you now. I had hoped you would come to me of your own free will, but so be it. Let me pose another question to you. Do you care whether your mother, Queen Anagel, lives or dies? Certainly I do. Then use the coronet to have sight of her. Her fate is now entirely in your hands, in a way that poor old Ralaban's never was. What are you saying? The Queen is the prisoner of my ally, the Archduchess Nelora, a dangerous and implacable woman. "That is not true. I have already had sight of Mother. She is free in a forest somewhere above Brandoba, accompanied by the other rulers you kidnapped."
"Queen Anajel did escape from my castle with the others, but she has been recaptured. Your coronet will show her to you, a wretched prisoner in Naylora's power. Rouse yourself and command the three-headed monster to verify what I have said."
I have given my word to Aunt Katia not to use the talisman's magic without her permission."
"What? Ask permission? Are you a puling schoolboy who must beg leave of his nursemaid to use the guard-robe? Or are you the owner of one part of the great threefold scepter of power? You owe your aunt no fealty. She took advantage of your grief to extort that promise. It is worthless. Use the talisman to confirm your mother's captivity. Do it now."
"I will take your word for it."
"Foolish boy, do you dare to play games with me? Why should I do such a thing? Perhaps because you still entertain maudlin hopes of rescuing your mother yourself. Tolo, I have heard enough of your childish prattle. Queen Anajel and the 3 unborn babes she carries will die horribly under Naylora's sword unless you come to the Sobranian capital with all haste and give over to me both the 3-headed monster and the star box."
"I don't believe you."
"In the center of Brandoba is the Imperial Palace, and before it lies a vast pleasance, an open area where citizens celebrating the Festival of the Birds will gather at midnight to watch the display of fireworks. Be there, near the Golden Grist Fountain. I will find you and give your mother free and harmless into your safekeeping, just as soon as you hand over to me the talisman and the box. The coronet is rightfully mine, and your mother's life belongs to me. Make no mistake, boy. If you fail to obey me, you will find her disemboweled body lying beside the fountain."
"Holy Flower, no!"
"And this time the death guilt will be yours irrevocably. You will suffer from it as long as you live."
"No, no, no!" The prince seemed to see his mother's face, tears pouring from her eyes. She called his name again and again, pleading for him to surrender the coronet to the sorcerer so that her life and the lives of the babies in her womb would be spared. But Tolliver had been unaccountably struck dumb. He could not answer her. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pronounce the single word yes that would free his mother. Could not give up his talisman. No, never. He woke with a start, rising up on his elbows, and looked frantically around the feather loft. It was much later in the day. A beam of afternoon sunlight illumined dancing dust motes. The 4 knights had apparently awakened and gone downstairs. Only his own mind's ear still perceived the echo of Queen Anajel's heartbroken appeal and his own shameful refusal. Unless it had been a dream after all. He would have to discover the truth of it. The promise he had made to his aunt now did seem naught but the words of a gullible, frightened child. What right had the Lady of the Eyes to demand that he eschew magic, especially when his mother's life might depend upon his use of it? "Talisman," he whispered, tightening his grip on the hidden metal circlet. "Show me Queen Anajel." He closed his eyes, and into his mind sprang a vision, as though he were one of the Sobranian birds soaring down from a height and coming to rest upon a tree branch a few ells above the ground. In a sizable forest clearing, several hundred heavily armed warriors took their ease. Some of them were starmen, wearing steel breastplates over their wizard garb, and helmets with pointed metal spikes. In the midst of the army was an open-sided cloth pavilion. Oragastus sat beneath it, drinking wine from a golden cup. Just outside the shelter stood Naylora, clad in gleaming black and silver armor and smiling triumphantly as the army cheered her. She held a long sword. Tied to a small tree before the sorceress was Queen Anajel. The prisoner's robe was stained and torn, her blonde hair straggled in disarray, and her wrists and ankles were bruised and bloody from the rawhide thongs that bound her. As Tolliver watched in horror, Naylora's sword descended until the sharp point rested between his mother's breasts. Very lightly, the blade moved down her belly, inscribing a short vertical cut in the robe's coarse cloth. As always, his talisman's vision was silent. The Archduchess appeared to be plying the Queen with questions, but Anajel remained serenely indifferent, her gaze unfocused. The throng of soldiers and starmen were laughing derisively.
"Mother," Tolliver moaned softly. "Oh, Mother." Queen Anajel could not hear her son, but evidently Augustus could. His head turned, and he seemed to look directly at the prince. The Star Master's helmet had rays longer and more ornate than those of the other guild members. A visor masked the upper part of his face, but his sardonic, silvery eyes were clearly visible. Even though the sorcerer's lips did not move, Tolliver heard his voice speak distinctly. "Tell no one what you have seen, or else the queen and your brothers in her womb will be executed, here and now. Remember, meet me at midnight at the fountain near the palace. I will be in disguise, but you will know me. Bring both the coronet and the star box. Do you understand?" Tolliver was finally able to say the word. "Yes," he whispered. "I will do as you say." The vision vanished, and the prince saw only a reddish void behind his closed eyelids. Bitter tears flowed their way out and slid slowly down his face. He paid them no heed, lying still as a stone with the talisman clutched in his hands, until his helpless rage melted into numb misery. After a long time, his Aunt Cadia called his name and told him to descend for the evening meal. "Coming," he said, and tucked the three-headed monster back into his shirt with its sharp cusps turned inward, so that they pricked his bare skin. It was an hour past sunset on the next day when the Kadoon sailing craft, manned by Critch alone, came slowly into the harbor of Brandoba. Behind it, across the estuary to the west, were towering clouds tinted with sullen purple, a sure portent of rain before morning. The light wind that had slowed their passage now also swung around to the west, helping the aboriginal skipper to guide his small boat through waters crowded with galleys, lofty-masted merchantmen, and a myriad of lesser craft anchored in the roadstead. The rigging of most of the vessels twinkled with colored glass oil lamps in honor of the Festival of the Birds. Inland, the Sobranian capital city was ablaze with light. Fire baskets on tall pylons lined the boulevards and main streets, and festoons of lanterns hung from every building. The waterfront esplanade was thronged with costumed people who danced and cavorted and even swung from the ornamental balustrades along the quays. Several brass bands on the wide esplanade stairs were apparently having a musical contest, seeing which could drown out the others. Critch's passengers stayed below decks when his boat neared the shore, since it would have been suspicious if humans were seen on an aboriginal vessel. Cadia and the others peered out from the boat's portholes, watching the spectacle, until Critch tied up at a quay used only by Kadoon traders, situated some distance from the central harbor area. The feather hunter went briefly onto the dock to speak to the local folk, then reboarded and called down into the cabin. "It is safe for you to come up and disembark." Jagan and the prince climbed the companionway ladder first, followed by those who were going ashore. Cadia and the old companions wore costumes purchased from Critch that would enable them to pass unnoticed among the festival celebrants. But because the cabin had been so dark and cramped, this coming on deck was the first opportunity for them to see each other clearly in the fancy dress they had donned, with the help of Jagan and Tolliver. The Lady of the Eyes wore a cape and underrobe of gorgeous, iridescent purple plumage. Atop her matching hood was a tall yellow crest, and a golden beak above her brow shaded her face. Her talisman in its scabbard was concealed beneath her cloak. "You look splendid, Farseer," Jagan said, and she made a mocking bow. The brothers Calipo and Melpotus were both dressed in dark blue costumes intended to represent Nyars. Their large enveloping headpieces had wide-open, befanged beaks through which they were able to see. Ednar's plumage was bright red, with a peculiar flat bill attached to his hood. When Melpotus snickered at the young knight's droll appearance, Ednar found the built-in noisemaker in his headpiece and blew a raucous quack that sent the two Nyars into gales of laughter. The final costumed figure to emerge was Sir Sainlat. Because of his heroic physique, only one avian disguise had been found to fit him, that of a marine pothy bird. It was fashioned of bright pink feathers and had a ludicrous, wide-spreading rose and black fantail mounted at the rear. The feathered hood left Sainlat's face exposed except for his nose, which was concealed behind a big, cone-shaped black beak. "I feel like a perfect idiot," the big knight said cheerfully. "You look even worse," Ednar assured him. "I congratulate your family's skill," Cadia said to Critch. "The costumes are excellently made. They do not restrict one's motion overmuch, and our armor and weapons hidden beneath are quite unnoticeable." The Cadoon opened a large wicker hamper that stood on deck and took out a net bag filled with rounded colored objects. "Perhaps you would like to take some of these. They are gris eggs, blown dry, filled with confetti and sneeze spores, and sealed with wax. It is an old carnival custom to smash them and scatter the contents on other revelers. The eggs may prove useful if you are impeded by the crowds." "Thank you," Cadia said to him, "but my magic will suffice for us. I do not wish us to be further encumbered. Now then, if we have not returned by dawn tomorrow, or if serious trouble breaks out in the city, put out to sea with Jagan and Prince Tolliver. I will bespeak Jagan through my talisman in due time, and he will transmit to you new instructions." She nodded to the knights, and the men made their way down the gangplank and waited her on the dock. In contrast to the mob scene farther along the waterfront, the area used by the aboriginal vessels was nearly deserted, except for a few sailors from the handful of small boats similar to Critch's that rocked gently in the dark water. The Cadoon folk paid no attention to the outlandishly dressed humans. Before departing herself, Cadia went to Prince Tolliver, who had gone to sit in the bow, and spoke a few words of admonition to him. He responded meekly. Then she returned to the waist of the boat, where Jagan and Critch were standing. "Watch the boy carefully," she told them in a low voice. "Never leave him alone for an instant. He seems very downcast, and I do not think he will attempt any rash action. But if he does, bespeak me at once." "We will take care of him, Farseer," the old Nisimu assured her. She would have gone then, but Critch bade her stay. "Lady, I have some strange tidings I must impart before you leave, told me by a certain wherryman of my race, whom I encountered while securing our lines." He pointed toward the murky outer reaches of the harbor. "Do you see that great ship out there, with but a single red light at the stern?" Cadia nodded. "It flies the ensign of Zenora, and arrived only this afternoon. My friend has assured me that it is not an ordinary coastal trader, but a three-masted trireme galley, one of the speediest vessels afloat. Its crew are not Zenorans, but Sobranians, and the owner is a nobleman named De Sinzin, known to be a sympathizer of the rebel Archduchess Nelora." Cadia muttered an imprecation and drew forth her talisman. Aiming the sword at the mysterious ship, which was little more than a black silhouette against the fading evening light, she said, "Burning Eye, tell me if this vessel belongs to the Starmen." "The question is impertinent. Give me sight of its cargo hold. The command is impertinent." Her face grim, Cadia sheathed the magic sword. "I think," Jagan said, "that your talisman has answered your query by not answering." "Starman, or I'm second cousin to a cross-eyed Togar." She addressed Critch. "Do you know if the Emperor's port officials have gone on board this ship?" "Nay, because of the impending festivities, all inspections have been postponed. Cadoon wherrymen, such as my friend, have brought fresh food and other supplies out to the galley, and the crew were careless in their speech around them, as humans often are when dealing with my people, thinking us dull-witted and inferior. The wherrymen learned that the vessel came not from the east, where Zenora and the other human nations lie, but from the distant northwestern latitudes, beyond the country of the lawless tribes, where none dwell save the tiny merfolk." Cadia's eyes narrowed. "Do you mean those aquatic aborigines who have Iriani, Archimage of the Sea, as their guardian?" "Even so. But it has been said that the Blue Lady is now dead, and her folk subjugated by the Star Guild." Cadia and Jagan exchanged glances. Both of them knew of Iriani's immuration in the enchanted ice, and of the probability that Orgastus had compelled the merfolk to gather armament of the vanished ones from beneath the sea. If the trireme did belong to the Starmen, and carried such arcane weaponry, it might well be the precursor of an invasion. "Thank you for this important information," Cadia said to Critch. "I urge you to warn the local Cadoon folk to give that ship a wide berth. Whoever it belongs to, it is here in Brandoba for no good purpose." "I will do as you say." "At present," Cadia went on,
I dare not make any attempt to investigate the galley in person. I must first tell Emperor Denombo how the Star Guild abducted the other rulers, and warn him that his nation and his own life may also be in imminent danger. I will inform the Emperor of the Trireme's presence, and let him deal with it." Jagan said, "We will watch the mysterious ship, Farseer. If the crew attempt to bring any suspicious cargo ashore, or if they act as blatant invaders, I will bespeak you. Pray that the Lords of the Air will be with us tonight." Cadia commanded her talisman again to shield her and the knights from the magical sight of the starmen. Then she ran down the plank onto the dock, where the 4 oathed companions waited impatiently. Inside of a few minutes, the costumed infiltrators had vanished among the warehouses, leaving Jagan and Critch staring after them. "They will not find it easy to reach the Emperor tonight," the Khadun observed. "He will first be occupied with ceremonial duties on behalf of the goddess Matuta, and then he must preside over the great fireworks display. There will be an enormous crowd round the palace precincts, and sometimes there are riots. The guardsmen will be on the alert, but the crowds are usually peaceful during the first night, especially if the fireworks show is a good one, and the imperial handsel that follows is generous." "What is a handsel?" Jagan asked him. "A lucky gift, distributed by the Emperor to the common people in honor of the festival. Tiny packages are thrown to the crowd by maidens riding in a parade of decorated wagons. Most of the handsels contain a slip of paper with a wise or humorous saying wrapped about a candy or some other sweetmeat. But a few hold silver or gold coins, and there is always a single platinum piece to be found by the luckiest human of all." The noise of the merrymaking crowds became louder. In addition to the music of the roving brass bands, there were now rhythmic blasts of sound from massed bird whistles, as the people formed into impromptu parades and marched through the streets. Critch the Khadun turned away from the colorful extravaganza on shore and stared glumly at the anchored trireme. "The wind tonight carries upon it a scent of cold rain out of season, and of some great evil." Critch pointed overboard to the harbor waters. "And do you see how strangely discolored the sea is hereabouts? It is gray as baby gruel, and I have never seen such a thing before, nor heard of it. I wish with all my heart that I had not agreed to bring you to Brandoba, friend Jagan. By doing so, you may enable my lady to save many lives." Critch muttered. "Human lives? How can you serve a mistress belonging to the race of our oppressors?" "In our Maisie Meyer country," Jagan said, "certain of my folk have been the close allies of humankind for many hundreds, earning their respect and even their love. And in recent times, thanks to the 3 women known as the petals of the living Trillium, of whom my lady is one, the ancient antagonism between humans and folk has been much alleviated. We know now that the same blood flows in the veins of both our races, and so we strive to be true brothers and sisters, even though we differ in appearance." "The Sobranians think differently," Critch said, "and so do the Khadun folk. Why, then, are you so sure your beliefs are true?" Jagan spent some time telling him the history of the Vanished Ones, and the great war between the Archimages and the Star Guild, and the near destruction of the world that had resulted, and how the survivors had fared for 12 times 10 until the present. When Jagan finished, Critch the Khadun marveled at the tale, although he took a gloomy satisfaction in knowing that the world was mysteriously out of kilter, since this confirmed his own formless anxieties. Then the 2 aborigines stood together at the boat's rail in silence, until Prince Tolliver came away from the bow, where he had stood alone out of earshot, and addressed them. "I slept poorly last night," the boy said. "I think I will go below now and turn in. It is not very amusing to watch a festival from so far away." "I will go with you," Jagan said. The prince smiled. "There is no need." "All the same," the old huntsman persisted, "we'll go together." He waited until the boy began to descend the companionway ladder, then followed closely behind. Tolliver helped Jagan clear up the discarded clothing and other litter from the costuming, then climbed into one of the sailboat's narrow forward bunks and pretended to go to sleep. The Nisimu sat for over an hour in the boat's tiny galley, then quietly crept back up on deck, just as the prince had hoped he would. None of the boat's portholes was more than 2 handspans wide, and the after-deck hatch was dogged shut, so the only way topside was up the ladder. Tolliver was quite certain that Jagan or Critch would guard the companionway all through the night, and he was also sure that neither of them seriously expected him to attempt an escape. They thought he was still in mourning for Ralaban, and that he would keep his word not to use magic. Since they also believed that Queen Anijo was still at liberty, they would think he had no motive to go off seeking her. "Wrong," the prince said bleakly to himself, "on every count." Sliding out of the bunk, he put on his boots, then drew the coronet out of his shirt and settled it onto his head. "Talisman," he commanded silently, "tell me where Jagan has hidden the star box." "It is within the central locker in the galley." Tolliver then commanded the talisman to render him invisible. He secured the box, which he put into one of the bags that had held a costume, and then tied the long bundle to his back. When both bag and star box were also made invisible, he addressed a fresh request to the coronet. "Tell me how I may put Jagan and Critch into an enchanted sleep." "Simply see them so in your mind, and order it done." Will the spell harm them?" "They will eventually perish of thirst and hunger unless you release them betimes, or else modify the spell." "Can I order them to sleep only until sunup?" "Assuredly." Prince Tolliver closed his eyes and imagined the 2 folk lying down and drifting peacefully into unconsciousness. Then he visualized them awakening at dawn, commanded the magic, and opened his eyes. "Are they asleep?" "Yes." Venting a sigh of relief, the boy went up the ladder and onto the deck. The aborigines were curled up, one on either side of the wicker hamper filled with colored eggs. Tolliver dragged little Jagan over beside Critch and covered both of them with a tarpaulin against the chill and the possibility of rain. He looked thoughtfully at the hamper and then took from it a net bag of the missiles, which he fastened to his belt and made invisible. "Talisman, tell me where my mother is now." "The request is impertinent." The prince felt his heart plummet. "Is she concealed by the power of the evil star?" "The question is impertinent." But the prince knew that it was so. Before, when Origastus had wanted him to know of his mother's jeopardy, the sight of her was clear enough. "Well, I know how to find her," Tolliver said to himself. He looked up into the sky. A veil of high clouds had drawn ghostly halos around the 3 moons, and a rising wind whined in the sailboat's rigging, making an eerie counter-melody to the distant braying of the brass fans. He had no idea how many hours there were until midnight, when he would have to meet Origastus. Tolliver had yet a single question to ask of his talisman, one upon which his last faint hope hung. "Will Origastus be able to see me, even though I am invisible?" "Yes, for you still waver in your rejection of him." The prince had suspected as much. Still invisible, he went down the gangplank and onto the quay, not bothering to look out at the ships in the harbor. One of them, a very large trireme, lacking the festive lighting of the other vessels, seemed to be dragging its anchor in the pallid waters and slowly drifting closer to shore. 24. The army of Origastus rode stealthily into Brandoba early in the evening, entering a few at a time through the little-used Hunter's Gate at the northeastern edge of the sprawling city. Following the Star Master's orders, the warriors and guildsmen melted away unobtrusively into the crowds of festival celebrants. At a designated time they were to rendezvous with the partisans of the Archduchess Nelora at the central pleasance, where, if all went well, the masked invaders would receive the command to storm the palace. Every follower of the star was identically costumed in a voluminous cape of glossy black plumage and an avian hood mask with distinctive golden eyes. The single exception among the dark flock was a rather small person riding pillion behind one of the blackbirds, who wore the modest gray and white feathers of a seagrass over a simple woolen robe. "Stop wriggling," Nelora said to her passenger, "or I will command my star to sprinkle you with pain." "If you would just unfasten the bonds on my wrists," Queen Anajel replied, "I could cling to the saddle skirts and would not constantly be in danger of losing my balance. It doesn't help that the headpiece of this wretched bird costume keeps slipping over my eyes." The Archduchess laughed. "Release you? Not likely, witch queen. Even deprived of your loathly flower, you are doubtless capable of dire magic." "I am no witch," Anajel said mildly, "and the black trillium you seem to fear so much only protects my life and cannot harm anyone." "Ha! Tell that to the guildsmen who tried to remove it from your neck while you lay senseless in Castle Conflagrant. Their fingers were scorched to the bone by magical fire when they touched that cursed amulet." "Indeed, I did not know that my trillium amber was capable of such a thing. I would not willingly have caused your people injury." "I suppose," Naylora said in a scathing voice, "that you likewise intended no hurt to those you burnt alive during your escape across the basin of flaming geysers." "I regret the death of our pursuers," Anajel said, "but they fired upon us with an ancient weapon, endangering the lives of me and my companions. It was that selfsame weapon that ignited the flammable vapors." "So you say," Naylora retorted. And when Anajel would have made further expostulation, the Star Woman ordered her to be silent. Oragastus, who had entered the city gate last of all, had been riding immediately behind the Archduchess and her prisoner. He now spurred his mount and came up beside them. His pale eyes glimmered beneath the black beak of his bird headpiece. "I will go on ahead a short distance," he told Naylora, "so that I may scan the throng more readily for our enemies. It is unlikely that the star will give me sight of Cadia, since she is almost certainly shielded by her talisman. But I might descry others of her party if they should stray from her immediate vicinity. Keep alert, and beware any woman bearing a broken dark sword." The sorcerer urged his steed forward through the growing crowd, and Naylora and Anajel followed. They were soon caught up in a great river of costumed people, some on Fronio back, but most afoot, making their way toward the city center in advance of the fireworks display at the Pleasance. Groups of musicians, moving with the mob or ensconced on balconies overlooking the streets, labored to play above the cadenced din of bird whistles, noisemakers, and drunken singing. From time to time, roisterers would smash eggs filled with glittering confetti and fungus spores, and there would be sneezes and shrieks and good-humored curses until the airborne nuisance dissipated. Oragastus and Naylora used their star magic to fend off the nose-tickling dust, as well as to impel obstructive festival-goers out of the way. At length, having come within a few blocks of the imperial palace, the two sorcerers and their prisoner turned off the packed, noisy avenue onto a much quieter side street. It was lined with stately mansions, all decked with bird effigies and feathered banners. Twinkling lanterns of green and gold, the heraldic colors of Sobrania, hung in the tree branches and stood atop the high outer walls of mortared stone that enclosed most of the houses. There were numbers of costumed people loitering about, but they seemed strangely subdued in demeanor, clustering in silent groups beneath the trees or sitting on the curbstone side by side. Even in the uncertain light, Anajel could see that every one of them was dressed in red feathers. Naylora rode stiffly, holding tight to the reins and never turning to look at Anajel. It was plain that she was holding back her beast in order to keep well behind Oragastus. Suddenly, she said, "Tell me about your sister, Haramis." The surprised queen began to recite the duties of the Archimage of the land, but this was not what the Star Woman wanted to know. "Is your sister beautiful? Describe her to me." "Haramis is much taller than I," Anajel said. "She has black flowing hair and silvery blue eyes with wide pupils, in the depths of which lie minute flecks of golden fire. She is certainly beautiful, but one is more likely to take note of her commanding aspect and the aura of preternatural power that seems to enshroud her." Does she love him as he loves her?" Taken aback, Anajel nonetheless knew instinctively what the other woman meant, as well as the motive behind the question. "I think Haramis wishes with all her heart and soul that she did not love Oragastus. His life goals are utterly at odds with her own. She cannot help loving him, but she has long since renounced any hope of consummating that love." The Star Woman's posture softened, as though she had been relieved of some burden. When she resumed her questioning, her manner was less surly. "I know that your sister Haramis possesses the third piece of the threefold scepter of power. What does this marvelous instrument look like?"
The three-winged circle is a short wand with a kind of hoop on its end. The wings themselves are tiny, perched at the top of the hoop and enclosing a piece of Trillium amber identical to my own. Haramis wears the wand on a chain around her neck. Is she able to make full use of this circle's magic, or is she only minimally competent with her talisman, as are the witch Cadia and your prodigal son with theirs? Anadjo paused momentarily before answering, wondering why the Star-Woman had not put the query to Origastus, then thinking that perhaps she had. Still, there seemed no good reason not to give reply. I doubt that anyone now alive truly understands the working of the Scepter of Power. It is an artifact of the Vanished Ones, supposedly so formidable that those who invented it were ultimately afraid to use it. Taken apart, the three pieces of the scepter that are called talismans are much less powerful. Haramis is certainly more adept at wielding hers than is Cadia, but her greatest magical skills are quite independent of the winged circle, deriving rather from her sacred and beneficent office. Beneficent? But she is a tyrant, as are the archimages of the sea and the sky. The Star-Master says that the three of them have manipulated both humanity and the Oddling folk from time immemorial. They oppose all scientific and social progress because it would threaten their positions of power. "Nonsense," said Anadjo. "I cannot speak about the Dark Man in the Moon, but both my sister Haramis and Iriani, the Archimage of the Sea, are kindly guardians who would not dream of oppressing the peoples of this world. They have made solemn vows never to use magic to harm a living soul." "And yet," Naelora said, "Haramis once assembled the scepter and attempted to kill the Star-Master with it." "No," Anadjo corrected her. "Haramis, Cadia, and I used the scepter to turn the sorcery of Origastus back upon him when he would have destroyed us three and conquered our little kingdom." "That is not what the Master says." "Origastus often bends the truth to suit his purposes. He has never lied to me, nor to others of the Star Guild." Anadjo sighed. "And has he promised that your guild will rule the world with him if you assist him in his vainglorious schemes? I must tell you that he once tempted Haramis with the same ridiculous proposal." The Sobranian woman whirled about in the saddle and regarded Anadjo with blazing anger. "You silly fool!" she hissed. "What do you know of the Master's grand and noble intentions? Rule? So he will, but not to satisfy some overarching private ambition. Rather, he seeks to save the world from the hideous cataclysm toward which it hurtles, all unknowing." "What cataclysm? What are you talking about? Unless Origastus saves us, we are doomed. This world of ours totters on the brink of destruction, racked by mysterious internal malady set in motion long eons ago. The Star-Master learned details of the awful peril while he was imprisoned by the Archimage of the Sky, and only the Master knows the method by which we can be saved." "Then why," Anadjo inquired with sweet reasonableness, "doesn't he simply get on with this exalted work of his? Instead, he has sent out secret agents to foment sedition and discord all across the continent. He kidnapped and held hostage the legitimate rulers of 6 countries, and, unless I miss my guess, he is here in Brandoba tonight, hoping to engineer the overthrow of Emperor Denambo, so that you can seize the Sobranian throne. If the true intent of Origastus is the salvation of the world, why is he embarking upon a war of conquest?" "The necessary remedy for healing the world is a drastic one," Naelora said earnestly, "requiring much sacrifice from the population, as well as the exertion of ineffable magic. Left to your own devices, you proud, ignorant rulers would never be able to control your people during the days of rebalancing. You are too cowardly, too undisciplined and selfish to do what must be done. It is necessary for an all-powerful leader to compel you." Anadjo would have remonstrated indignantly, but Naelora swept on, speaking like one entranced. "I myself am no more than the willing servant of the Star-Master. When I become Empress of Sobrania, I will do whatever he asks in order to forward his grand strategy. Later, when the work is done and the sky Trillium shines above our land, after the sempiternal ice is banished forever and the Vanished Ones walk among us again, Then I will share in the Master's triumph, and perhaps I will even win his love, if the dark powers will it." Anijel was reduced to speechlessness. The great continental ice cap somehow melted? The vanished ones returning? It was absurd. But the world was out of balance in some fundamental way. Haramis had been convinced of it, citing the severe earthquakes, the widespread volcanic eruptions, and the disastrous weather that had afflicted so many parts of the continent during recent years. However, the Archimage had never hinted that these events might be portents of planetary doom. Or had she? Involuntarily, the Queen's bound hands lifted to her throat, seeking the comfort of her black Trillium amulet. But the flower was gone, just as Haramis was gone, and there was no one to answer her questions except herself. Origastus now drew up his steed at a residence with a sturdy iron gate, where the odd groups of red-garbed celebrants were especially numerous. He lifted his star, and a gatekeeper unlocked the portal. Beckoning Naylora to follow, he rode his Fronial inside. The two animals moved down a short gravel track flanked by gardens, coming at last to the lighted entrance of the dwelling. 9 Sobranian men in ornate armor and blood-red feathered cloaks waited at attention beneath the portico, plumed casques tucked under their arms. Several liveried lackeys stood apart. Origastus dismounted and gave his Fronial over to one of them, then took off his hood and cape and gave them to another. The Sobranian nobleman gasped at the sight of his exotic Star-Guild armor. Waving off a third footman, the sorcerer himself assisted Naylora to alight, leaving Anijel perched on the pillion. With a single movement, the Archduchess removed her own dark bird disguise and let it fall to the ground. She also wore the silver and black war regalia of the Guild of Sorcerers, except for the rayed helmet, but each piece of her plate armor was adorned with golden chasing and brilliance. The star of Narenyi Dar-al hung from a jeweled chain around her neck. Her flaming tresses were partially hidden by a crown of platinum and gold in the form of a bird with down-swept wings, having a single gigantic emerald for a head and studded with hundreds of sparkling white and yellow diamonds. She gave her arm to the Star Master, who bowed his head respectfully and brought her forward to the waiting men. "My lords," Origastus intoned, "I present your Empress." The 9 nobles whipped out their 2-pronged swords and held them high in a salute of fealty. "Naylora!" they cried. "Long life to Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress Naylora!" One by one they came forward, holding up their blades for the benison of her touch. Then the 2 most imposing among them brought a gorgeous feather cloak, shading from vivid scarlet at the hood and shoulders to deepest garnet color at the hem, and vested Naylora in it. When the little ceremony was over, she spoke. "Beloved vassals and liegemen, we thank you for joining us on this night of destiny, which will never be forgotten so long as our nation endures. At long last it is time for the great injustice to be righted. With your help and that of the forces you have assembled, we will pull down our usurping brother Denambo and take our rightful place upon the imperial throne of Sobrania. Later, after we have savored this first victory, we will personally lead our imperial armada into the southern seas, for the purpose of restoring to the Empire those other lands once ruled by our ancestor, the first Naylora of glorious memory. Hail, victorious Empress Naylora!" The 9 lords smote their steel gauntlets against their breastplates. "Hail, Naylora the mighty! Hail, Naylora the conqueror!" They would have kept up the cheers and martial shouts, except that Origastus suddenly lifted his hands, whereupon every voice was abruptly stilled. The barbarian lords were like men turned to stone, unable to move a muscle. "The celebration can come later," said the sorcerer dryly. "Which one of you owns the great trireme lying in the harbor?" Another gesture by Origastus restored the Sobranians to normal mobility. They were both discomfited and frightened by the sorcerer's casual exertion of power, but none dared to complain. Naylora herself seemed unconcerned.
She rested her hand on the forearm of a man who wore a great curled mustache and armor decorated with blue enamel, one of those who had held her red-feathered cape. "Star Master," said she, "this is the Sea Lord Desinzen, our loyal ally and dear friend of our youth. It is his vessel that has brought us the materiel so vital to our great enterprise." Desinzen cleared his throat and glowered. His fingers strayed to the hilt of his sheathed sword. "So you are the great wizard who has promised to restore our empress." Augustus only smiled. "Will you condescend to discuss your strategy with us?" Desinzen inquired with dangerous civility. "Or do you intend for us to follow your corps of conjurers on blind faith?" Augustus seemed not to have heard the insult. "Sea Lord, did you order your galley's crew to bring the sealed crates ashore?" "We should have them here at my house within the hour. I was told by your advance men that the cargo must be unloaded and transported surreptitiously, a few boxes at a time." "And your chieftains and their lieutenants," the sorcerer went on, "are they also close at hand?" "They are assembled in the back garden, awaiting their orders." The sorcerer nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. I will confer with them anon. I have seen the warriors waiting out on the streets." "How large a fighting force were you able to raise?" "Over 4,000. All of them wear similar disguises, as Her Imperial Majesty commanded, and all are well armed. Even so, we cannot hope to overcome the Imperial Guard, unless powerful magic assists us," Augustus said softly. "And it will." Another nobleman, tall and florid in countenance, spoke out. "We have done all that was asked of us, even though we knew nothing of the battle plan, because of our devotion to the Empress. But the time has now come for you to confide in us, wizard. Before we proceed further, you must outline your strategy and demonstrate to us the offensive capability of your Star Guild weapons." Naylora herself answered him. "Do not be troubled, Lucebo. Just as soon as the cargo from Desinzen's ship is delivered here, you will see with your own eyes what manner of wondrous amazement we've assembled. What is more, you will wield a magic weapon yourself, and so will the rest of you lords, and as many of our troops as we can equip." The Sobranian men all began to talk excitedly, but subsided when Naylora lifted her hand. "Friends," she said, "hold your peace for just a few moments longer. Let us go into Desinzen's house, and the Star Master will tell you everything." There was a rumble of approval from the nobles. Desinzen bowed to the Archduchess, then offered his arm to lead the way inside. Anagel still sat demurely on Naylora's froneo, eyes lowered and cross-bound wrists resting on the saddle's cantle. The lackey who held the beast addressed the sorcerer diffidently. "My lord, what of this prisoner?" Augustus studied Anagel for a moment. Then he commanded that she be taken to the lady of the house and given bodily ease and refreshment. "Tell your mistress that the Star Master commands her to guard this woman as though her very life depended upon it." For in truth, it does. As he came closer and closer to the Brandoba Pleasance, Prince Tolliver discovered that invisibility was a futile ploy in a dense crowd, just as it had been out in the foggy river forest. Unable, perhaps because of the distracting pandemonium, to move people harmlessly aside by means of magic, he had to resort to pushing and shoving just like everyone else. The empty space occupied by his unseen but substantial form was perilously conspicuous, so he climbed up into one of the decorated trees that lined the street, and when he was concealed from the surging throng below by the foliage, he became visible once again. "Talisman," he said. "I need a bird costume. Nothing fancy. Get me one like that fellow over there is wearing." He pointed to an adolescent garbed in a simple cape and beaked hood of brown feathers, and simultaneously imagined himself wearing the outfit. And he was. The bag containing the star box was still tied to his back, but his talismanic coronet was hidden beneath the costume's headpiece. Well satisfied, he climbed down from the tree and resumed his journey. He had not expected Brandoba to be so big, or so rich. The people were barbarians, after all, having a fierce suspicion of outsiders and an invincible belief in their own superiority and self-sufficiency. Sobrania and its allied tribes had no universities, no literature, no traditions of fine art or classical music. They kept human slaves, oppressed the local folk, and indulged in loathsome blood sports. Only their feather crafts were unique enough to be traded abroad. The rest of their commerce with the more civilized nations to the east was based upon the sale of raw materials and certain spices. Sobranian culture was sneered at by their civilized neighbors as being a hodgepodge of borrowings, music and drama from Var, arts and architecture from Galinar and the republics, extravagant couture and jewelry-making from Zenora. The empire had imitated the shipbuilding technology of Raktum and Engi, and appropriated weapon-making and other military science from Labernock. On the other hand, Prince Tolliver thought, looking at the shining buildings and the mostly well-dressed citizenry around him, the Sobranians of Brandoba, at least, hadn't done badly for themselves at all. Neither had Oragastus in choosing the prosperous barbarian capital for his initial exploit in the conquest of the world. And the sorcerer had offered to share it with him. Tolliver wondered if he had been a fool to reject it. Was there a chance that Oragastus would permit him to change his mind? He touched the hidden coronet and thought for a moment of posing the question. But then the memory of his mother flashed into his mind, standing calm and indomitable before Naylora's sword, and he lowered his treacherous hand and pressed on toward the city center. When he reached the Pleasance at long last, it lacked only a half-hour until midnight. Once again the prince climbed up into a tall tree, this time in order to get the lay of the land. Below stretched a sea of people filling an immense rectangular space dotted here and there with patches of ornamental trees. The area was encompassed on three sides by boulevards, which were kept open for the carriages and mounts of nobility and other privileged citizens, by cordons of imperial warriors armed with stout wooden quarterstaves. The boulevards were backed by rows of elaborately decorated public buildings and large dwellings, protected from the churning throng by walls of stone. At the eastern end of the Pleasance lay the imperial palace. It was a sprawling structure, illuminated externally by countless fire-pots, its architecture a blend of efficient fortification and eye-popping vulgarity. The main facade was of white marble and scarlet jasper, with lofty spiraled columns of green malachite. Piled around the colonnaded central structure were crenellated towers and innumerable wings, all connected by arcades and buttresses. Every angle of the vast roof dripped with gargoyles, and they, like the roof tiles, were gilded, as was the great rotunda of the inner keep. Thrusting up from the gleaming dome was a red jasper pinnacle, topped by a golden bird with wings outspread. The entire confection was tricked out with multicolored enameled shields, painted friezes, fancifully carved moldings, and niches holding statues. There were hundreds of casement windows with gilded frames, all blazing with candlelight. The palace grounds were enclosed by a thick wall 7 ells high, topped with ornamental spikes, fire baskets, and flagpoles flying festive banners of green and gold. Gilded iron gates, locked and patrolled by warriors in handsome parade armor, fronted the grand staircase leading to the palace's vestibule of entrance. Flanking the gate were twin stone guard-houses adorned with bunting, and before it stretched a broad forecourt hemmed by more troops. At the Pleasance's far western end, where Tolliver perched in his tree, stood a bandshell, from which the imperial brass boomed out rousing Occamese and Veronian pop tunes, a glass conservatory housing rare birds, and a shrine to the national goddess Matuta. The curved section of the western boulevard fronting the holy building, roped off and surrounded by guards with pikes and naked swords, held the pyrotechnic materials that would soon be ignited for the fireworks display. Tolliver touched his coronet and whispered, "Show me the golden grist fountain, where I am to meet Oragastus." A voice in his mind said, "There," and at the same time his mind's eyes perceived something glowing amidst the crowd near the far end of the vast open area, situated between two of the miniature parks. It was a tall jet of water rising from the middle of an ornamental basin. Gold-leaf statues of water birds spouting lesser streams of water surrounded it, and the rising wind scattered the fountain's spray in a manner that kept most of the crowd away from its farther side, which was adjacent to the palace forecourt. Unusual numbers of those who braved the wet area wore blackbird costumes. "That is where the sorcerer will be," the prince said to himself. He dismissed the vision, climbed down from the tree, and began moving as quickly as he could out into the pleasance. He took advantage of his small stature to worm through the mob, ignoring cries and curses as he cleared the way with outthrust elbows, stepped ruthlessly on people's feet, and kicked their shins. "Ow!" an infuriated male voice sang out. "You damned brat! I'll teach you!" Strong hands seized Tolliver's shoulders and shook him until his teeth rattled. In a panic, he was about to appeal to his talisman when he chanced to get a clear look at the face of his stocky captor, who had lost his costume headpiece in the tumult. The face was broad, supremely ugly, and had one eye bandaged and the other alight with fury. Its owner was well known to Prince Tolliver, who stopped squirming from astonishment and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" "Probably the same thing you are," retorted King Leodavardus. 25. Earlier, the king and Archduke Georgibo had found themselves trapped by the mob in one of the great commercial plazas a quarter league or so north of the Pleasance. The elegant shops were closed with steel shutters, but food and liquor stalls and purveyors of festival novelties were open and doing a roaring business. In the center of the marketplace was a platform where an ensemble of musicians played rollicking airs on horns, doodle sacks, fipple flutes, and drums. Because of the constricted space, people who wanted to dance were limited to jumping up and down and flapping the wings of their costumes. An illuminated clock face mounted on the facade of a great banking establishment showed an hour and a half until midnight. "This is no good, Leto," said the Archduke to the Pirate King. "The crowd is getting so dense we can scarcely move. But the spark inside the amulet points in that direction. God only knows why the villains have taken the Queen into the city's center, but they have certainly done so. See for yourself, Gior." The Sobranian eyed the Trillium amber pendant thrust beneath his nose. Yes, I know. But look, the avenue on the opposite side of the market is packed solidly with people heading toward the Pleasance. It's impossible for us to go that way. We'll have to find another route." Georgibo and Leodavardus had left the other rulers at the Imperial Hunting Lodge, to which Queen Anigel's recovered Trillium amber had obligingly led them on the previous day. The escaped hostages had found the place deserted, and for a few precious hours the king and the Archduke had slept like dead men. Awakening shortly before dawn, they shared a hearty meal that Queen Giri and Duumvir Gabandi scratched up from the lodge's larder. Georgibo was almost unrecognizable after he had shorn his Vart's nest of tangled hair, shaved, and dressed in clean garments. The two young men then bade their companions farewell, cautioning them not to stray away from the lodge, and rode off toward Brandoba via a roundabout trail familiar to Georgibo. The journey took them all day and part of the evening. All unknowing, they had barely avoided catching up with the rear guard of the Star Guild. Before entering the Hunter's Gate, the pair abandoned their fronials for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Once inside Brandoba, they bought a couple of cheap bird costumes, using money from the late Tazor's effects, and slowly tracked Queen Anigel by means of the guiding spark within the heart of the Trillium amber, until further progress through the crowd seemed to be impossible. "How can we find another way?" Leodavardus complained, "unless the magical flower turns us into true birds and we fly?" "Follow me," the Archduke commanded. He unhooked a small gate shutting off a narrow space between two buildings, then slipped into a narrow straight alley so constricted that it would accommodate only a single person at a time. It was very dark, having a deep gutter in the middle and trending rather steeply downhill. A noxious stench revealed the gutter to be an open sewer that collected effluent from cesspipes of the structures on either side. "Phew!" Leodavardus cried. "Where the devil are we going?
This is the exact opposite direction from that indicated by the Trillium amber." But the Sobranian hurried on without explanation, and after a time they came to an inky little canal clotted with floating detritus. Windowless walls with widely spaced doors fronted a narrow walk beside the sinister waterway. "This is one of several small canals that flush municipal waste down to the lower River Daub and into the sea," Georgiou said. "Each dawn, garbage barges drift along them, and public scavengers empty the litter bins set out on the embankment." He pointed upstream where the sky was brightest. "If we go that way, we are bound to come to one of the great sewers serving the palace. When Denambo and I were lads, we used the tunnels to escape our tutors and prowl the city incognito." The Archduke moved swiftly along the slippery paved walk, coming at length to a massive wall. At water level was a semicircular opening twice his height, barred by a stout metal grate. "The wall is part of the palace's northern perimeter. The grate of the sewer pipe is locked, of course. Dino and I once had keys, but you have something even better." King Leodovardus nodded and touched the grate's lock plate with a drop of Trillium amber. There was a click, the bars opened, and Georgiou led the way into fetid blackness. Anadjil's amulet obligingly brightened, like a tiny lantern. "There's a ledge just above the effluent. Keep close behind me, and for the love of heaven don't fall into the muck. We don't have too far to go. There's a branch ahead that serves as a drain to the Bosquets and fountains of the Pleasance." They shuffled along and finally turned right into a narrower tunnel. Fortunately, the liquid flowing through it was fairly clean water, only a bit grayish in color, for here there were no ledges, and they had to wade along ankle-deep. To the surprise of the Pirate King, this pipe was faintly lit by widely spaced overhead grilled shafts. When they had gone a few hundred ells, it became evident that they were beneath the Pleasance itself. The noise of the crowd penetrated underground like rolling thunder. "I think we'll climb out here," Georgiou said, indicating iron rungs that led up one of the shafts. "It should lead to one of the Bosquets." He ascended hand over hand and lifted the grill at the top. When Leodovardus emerged behind him, he saw that they were within a small planting of trees and bushes, one of many miniature parks dotting the great square, set off from the open areas of the Pleasance by iron fencing. The crowd stood shoulder to shoulder round about it, waiting for the fireworks display to begin. The din was deafening. The Pirate King took out the Trillium amber and inspected it. Seeing that the directing line of light in its heart was now exceedingly bright, he spoke to the amulet. "Is your mistress nearby?" The spark at the line's tip began to blink rapidly. Leodovardus gave a cry of triumph and bellowed into the Archduke's ear. "Queen Anadjil is somewhere over in that direction, near that big fountain." Georgiou shook his head in puzzlement. "Incredible! I cannot fathom why the Starmen would bring her here, of all places." "Never mind. Let's go." The two men penetrated the press of costumed people only by main strength, making their way with glacial slowness. A clock on one of the public buildings indicated that it was nearly midnight. And then a costumed urchin, heading in the same direction, trod sharply upon the toes of Leodovardus and elbowed him in the stomach and kicked his shins for good measure, whereupon the king took hold of the boy and tussled with him, shouting, "You damned brat! I'll teach you!" The bird hoods of both of them fell away as they tumbled to the torn turf. The child's eyes widened in recognition, and he ceased his struggles, and Leodovardus saw that he was chastising none other than Tolliver, Prince of Leiberuenda. What was more, the boy had a peculiar silvery coronet clamped to his brow that had to be the fabled three-headed monster talisman of Queen Anadjil. "What are you doing here?" Tolliver exclaimed. "Probably the same thing you are," the king retorted. He and the boy were on hands and knees down on the flattened lawn, a forest of legs surrounding them. No member of the crowd paid them any attention. "My royal mother," the prince began, "is here in the Pleasance somewhere," snapped the king, "and you had best leave her rescue to me." "You don't understand," the boy wailed. "Oragastus and the evil star-woman Elora have mother, and they have promised to slay her unless I surrender to them this talisman.
I was commanded to meet the sorcerer near that fountain during the fireworks."
"Did he tell you exactly where?" the king asked.
"Nay, he said he would find me. Once I have given him the ransom, he will turn Mother over to me."
Leodovardus thought quickly. "I doubt that. More likely, the wizard intends to take both of you prisoner. Queen Anagel is too valuable a hostage to be set free. What do you think, Gior?"
The Archduke squatted beside the two of them and said,
"I think the same as you. Why can't you use your coronet's magic to rescue the queen?" the king asked Tolliver.
"I'm not a good enough sorcerer," the boy said miserably. "I hoped to go invisible and save her, but the talisman said that Orgastus would be able to descry me regardless." Desperation brought tears to the prince's eyes. "Oh, please, King Leto, do not interfere. I am the only one who can save Mother. Even if the Starmen do capture both of us, at least she will be alive." A loud flourish of trumpets sounded from the bandshell, and it was echoed immediately by another fanfare coming from the palace at the opposite end of the pleasance. A collective roar went up from the crowd. "It is the Emperor," Georgibo said, "coming out to signal the start of the aerial display." The three of them climbed to their feet. A twin file of torchbearers was visible, filing out of the palace's grand entrance and down the stairs. They were accompanied by lackeys bearing a portable throne and many golden stools, imperial guardsmen in ornate armor, and a procession of courtiers wearing magnificent bird robes. The Emperor appeared last of all, attired in shining vestments of iridescent white vit feathers and a platinum crown helm with a beaked visor entirely covered by diamonds. The trumpets blared again, and the mob responded by chanting Denambo's name. So lofty was the palace staircase that the members of the imperial court were clearly visible above the gates. They marched down to a kind of terrace that divided the steps into two sections. The throne was emplaced there, flanked by stools for the high nobles. The emperor lifted his arms, and the sleeves of his robe seemed transformed into great sparkling wings. Instantly, silence fell. He declaimed, "Let the heavens proclaim the glory of the goddess Matuta, and that of her loyal servant, Denambo." A thundering detonation rang out. 6 skyrockets took off from the space in front of the temple, soaring into the cloudy sky, trailing sparks. When they reached the top of their trajectory, they exploded into an overarching canopy of golden-green stars. The assembled throng broke into a riot of cheering. Then the trumpets and flugelhorns in the bandshell began to play sprightly melodies, and everyone settled down to watch the show. "I have an idea." The Archduke leaned close to Leodovardus and began speaking into his ear. The two men conversed for a few minutes in words inaudible to the prince. Finally, the king of the pirates said, "Tolo, do you see the small basket, that enclosed park to the left of the fountain?" The boy nodded, and Leodovardus explained his plan, and what he, Tolliver, must do to abet it. Blood drained from the prince's face. "If we fail, Mother might be killed after all." "The sorcerer needs Queen Anagel alive," Leodovardus told him curtly. "He never intended to slay her, only to frighten you into handing over your talisman. Look here." The king pulled the Trillium amber from its place of concealment and explained how it had guided him and Georgibo in their search. "The holy flower will continue to protect your mother as it has done since her birth. You must believe that, Tolo. Now go, but before you do, give me that." And the king pointed to a mesh sack hanging from the prince's belt. Queen Jiri came into the grand salon of the hunting lodge, where Wid, Heket Botal, Prigo, and Gabandi sat sipping mulled wine before the blazing hearth. "My friends, we have a problem. After I helped Princess Ravia to retire upstairs, I stepped outside onto the balcony for a breath of air, and saw something that worries me greatly." Princess Heket Botal gave a gusty sigh of annoyance. "Not another pack of forest monsters sniffing around the Fronial stables. I assure you, Majesty, there is no way the creatures can break in and devour the mounts, any more than they can harm us here in the lodge. The buildings are very sturdy."
I am not concerned about wild beasts eating us, or the Fronials, the Queen said with asperity. Come and see for yourselves what is going on, then draw your own conclusions. She whirled about and climbed the open rustic staircase to the upper level. The 4 men followed reluctantly. At the end of the hallway, she unfastened the window doors leading to the balcony. The others came out into the dark after her. It was a raw evening, with intermittent moonlight piercing the dark clouds. "What do you make of that?" Jiri pointed to a gap in the trees, where the saw-toothed front range of the Column Mountains loomed black against a widespread rosy glow in the sky. "It is a most somber sunset," Prince Wid began tentatively. But Jiri cut him off. "The mountains lie to the east." "It cannot be a freak of moonrise," Duumvir Prigo said thoughtfully, "since all 3 orbs are high in the sky, albeit partially masked by clouds. Do you suppose it is a forest fire?" "There is no smoke," said the Queen. "I thought at first that a mighty storm was approaching, and that the glow might be distant thunderbolts. But the wind blows from the other way, and while the redness does vary somewhat in intensity, it is too steady to be lightning." Do you think it might be magic?" Gabandi stuttered fearfully. "Or Agastus beleaguering the Sobranian capital city with eldritch for fire?" "Imbecile!" Heket Botal snapped. "Brandoba also lies to the west, in the opposite direction." "The glow might still be magical," said Prince Wid. "I can understand why Jiri is uneasy." "There is something else," said the redoubtable Queen. "Listen." They cocked their ears momentarily. Then Prigo announced, "I hear naught but the sound of the great river, and it seems to flow more quietly than usual." "The forest creatures are silent," the Queen told them, "and that is hardly normal." No cries of beasts or birds at all," the President said, concern entering his voice for the first time. "Yes, that is queer. Something must have frightened them." "But what?" Gabandis whispered. "I don't know," Jiri admitted, "but there is another, even more ominous development I would call to your attention. It is best seen from further along the balcony." The men shuffled along after her, coming to a place where the sound of the river Dob and its canyon was louder. The Queen bade them look down, but they could see almost nothing, because the 3 moons were temporarily hidden. But after a few minutes the clouds parted, and the rulers beheld a startling scene, lit by silvery light. The canyon of the Dob was no longer 200 ells deep, as they had seen it that morning. A gleaming expanse of pale liquid filled it halfway to the rim, and in it floated countless huge uprooted trees. The debris moved downstream with extraordinary slowness, and it took the men some time to realize that the water had thickened almost to the consistency of batter. "It's mud," Prince Wid marveled. "A stupendous flow of gray mud, coming down from those mountains. What in the world does it mean?" "In my opinion," said Queen Jiri, "it means that we must ride out of here as though all the demons of the 10 hells were at our heels." 26. Once the fireworks display was in progress, and the people standing still, occupied in looking skyward, it was much easier to slip through the crowd. Tolliver came to the Golden Grist's fountain, where many were standing. Then, following the instructions given him by Leodavardus, he began moving very slowly around the wide ornamental basin to the northeastern side, where flying spray from the fountain jets had discouraged large numbers of spectators from gathering.
"Black Trillium," the boy prayed, "do not let Agastus or Naelora find me yet."
The area of wet cobbles was some 20 ells in width. The nearest fire basket lampposts were farther east at the guardhouses flanking the palace gates, another 30 ells distant, and the only useful light came from the fireworks. To the north was the fenced bosquet, densely planted with trees and flowering shrubs.
Tolliver skirted the spray fall, his eyes darting back and forth as he apprehensively searched the thinning crowd for starmen. But all he saw were people in costumes, elaborate ones, modest ones, comical ones, frightening ones. The human birds went ooh and ah as each skyrocket exploded, and there were cheers and applause and whistles and quacks for particularly noteworthy displays. A large proportion of the crowd seemed to be well supplied with liquor. The pavement was littered with discarded jugs and crocks, and here and there a drunken reveler lay insensible on the cobbles. When he reached the park fence, the prince gave a great sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been that he would be intercepted too early. Only a thin crowd of costumed citizens was close by, braving the occasional wave of spray. On the palace stairs, Emperor Denombo and his glittering court enjoyed the show while the band played on, and the citizenry grew more boisterous in their enthusiasm. Now the prince became increasingly aware of the weight of the star box on his back and the tightness of the coronet on his brow. His body reacted also to the physical effort he had expended making his way from the harbor to the city center, and he slumped down on the damp pavement. Sitting with his back against the low wrought-iron fence, he closed his eyes. "Oh, talisman," he whispered desolately, "are you still mine?" "Yes. Is there no way that I can keep you and still save poor mother?" "The question is impertinent." "I know, but I had to ask." Someone called, "Tolo." He opened his eyes. Standing before him, silhouetted against the blazing sky, was a tall figure dressed as a blackbird. Before the prince could speak, the costumed man pulled back his hood, revealing the awesome rayed helmet of the Star Guild. His eyes were twin white beacons. "Get up," said Oragastus. "The time has come." Moving as slowly as he dared, Tolliver climbed to his feet and confronted the sorcerer. To Queen Anajul, the brief journey afoot from de Sinzen's mansion to the Golden Grist Fountain was a time of peculiar detachment, beyond sorrow and despair, with the fireworks a kaleidoscope of fiery beauty overhead. Her wrists had been untied, but her arms were firmly pinioned by two taciturn starmen named Zanagra and Gavino, whose black capes concealed deadly antique weapons hanging from their belts. They hustled her along behind Oragastus, who cleared the way with his magic, and the cheering mob seemed not even to notice their passing. Within a few minutes they would reach the fountain, and there poor foolish Tolliver would hand over both the coronet and the crucially important star box to the sorcerer, thinking thereby to gain her freedom. But she was certain now that Oragastus would never let her go, any more than he would release the other hostage rulers that the guildsman Tazor held captive somewhere in the forest of Lyrda. The truth had come to Queen Anajul as she sat numbly in de Sinzen's kitchen, an ignominious prisoner, waited upon by terrified Sobranian women. She and the other heads of state had not been abducted in order to ensure some nebulous cooperation by their nations with the sorcerer. From the beginning, Oragastus had had only one objective, to exert irresistible pressure upon Haramis, forcing the Archimage to give up her talisman in exchange for their lives. And the same dreadful choice would now face Cadia as well. "Threefold God of the flower," she prayed, "give my sisters the strength to hold fast, and let us die." They reached the fountain, and she felt it spray on her face, mingling with her slow tears. The tall central jet was swaying oddly from side to side, independent of the wind's direction, and the waters cascading over the gilded stone ornaments into the basin were clouded, as though admixed with milk. Oragastus touched his star, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "There's the boy, sitting at the railing of that little park on the left. Hold the queen here, amongst the crowd, until I summon you." Anajul would have cried a warning, but Zanagra's gloved hand clapped over her mouth, and she felt a dagger prick her abdomen. "Stand quietly," the starman hissed, "or your babies will perish, even though the master's magic permits you to survive." She ceased struggling. If only they had not taken her Trillium amber. But without the amulet and its holy flower, she was bereft of all energy. She saw Tolliver rise and confront Orgastus. Their words could not be heard over the explosions of the pyrotechnical display. Then the sorcerer beckoned. Still wearing her gris costume of gray and white, she was led forward to the small clump of ornamental greenery where her son waited. He had removed the hood of his drab costume so that the three-headed monster was clearly visible, seeming to shine amidst his fair hair with a faint silvery light of its own. "Mother," he said in a strained voice, "have they harmed you?" "In truth, no," she said. "Only my heart is wounded by the sad discovery that you have possessed my talisman in secret for 4 long years." But Orgastus cut her off. "Queen, enough." And to the prince, "Tolo, give me the star-box." The sky was filled with enormous blossoms of violet, blue, and green light, crisscrossed by soaring flares tracing lines of white and gold. The music reached a grand finale of flourishes, and the emperor on the palace steps, some 50 ells away, rose from his throne and stood with his arms outstretched. The crowd began to chant, "Denambo! Denambo! Denambo!" Prince Tolliver unfastened the cord that had bound the sack to his back and drew forth the long, narrow box with a star emblazoned on its lid. "Open it," the sorcerer said, "and place the coronet inside." The boy's jaw tightened. "Not until you free my mother." Orgastus lifted his hand in a brief gesture. 6 men dressed in black feathers, having weapons of the vanished ones protruding from the openings of their cloaks, emerged from the oblivious mob. They flanked the 2 starmen in charge of the queen and formed a close semicircle about Tolliver and the sorcerer. For the first time, the prince noticed how many celebrants in the area of the pleasance nearest to the palace were wearing black costumes. Of course, they had to be the henchmen of Orgastus. The boy lifted his fingers to touch the sides of his coronet. "I command you to free the queen." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Orgastus smiled contemptuously and waved one hand. The 2 starmen released the weeping Anagel, who held out her arms to Tolliver. He rushed into her embrace, and they stood locked together until a voice of thunder said, "The talisman! Now!" Orgastus and his guildsmen stood shoulder to shoulder, and the eyes of all 3 blazed with malignant power. Anagel tottered and sagged to her knees, moaning and pressing her hands to her belly. "You must not do it, Tolo," she cried. "He will use the talisman to conquer the world. Resist him, dear son. Never mind me. He cannot take the coronet from you by force." "Ah!" At the queen's cry of pain, the boy screamed. "Let her alone!" He tore off the talisman and dropped it into the open box. There was a small flash, lost in the colorful bombardment of the fireworks. Anagel murmured, "No, oh no!" "At last!" Orgastus swooped down to seize the container. The prince pulled the queen to her feet and drew her back against the fence, where there was a dense thicket of dripping shrubbery. The Star Master removed his rayed headpiece and handed it to Gavino, leaving his head bare and his long white hair flying in the wet wind. Then he began to press the jeweled studs within the box, bonding the talismanic coronet to himself. All at once, no less than a dozen rounded small objects flew out of the bushes and smashed on the cobblestones, releasing a cloud of sparkling confetti and fungus spores that were hardly hindered at all by the mist. Orgastus's bellow of rage was cut off by a mighty sneeze. Queen Anagel felt herself hauled backward over the low fence. Branches scratched her face, and she wailed in astonishment, struggling to free herself. "Nay," someone said in a harsh voice. "We are friends. Hold your breath." She heard violent sneezing and curses from the starmen and the warriors in black, and then her shoulders were painfully compressed as her savior thrust her head first down an opening in the ground that was rimmed with iron. Other hands took hold of her, pulling her into some sort of vertical conduit. She was flung over a second man's back, and the 2 of them slid into darkness and landed in shallow water with a loud splash. Faint illumination came from overhead, and she saw Tolliver scuttle down iron rungs affixed to a lofty shaft.
The man still holding her called out, "Hurry! Blast the drain closed before the starmen recover."
"Get back out of the way!" shouted the person above. He came hurtling down the ladder.
Anajel was dragged through water into total darkness, hearing her son mouth reassurances from somewhere nearby. Then a dazzling burst of ruby light silhouetted a stocky, misshapen figure having something cradled in its arms. She heard a rumble of collapsing masonry. Some of the stones were red-hot, sizzling as they hit the water, and the tunnel was filled with roiling dust. "Keep moving!" yelled the hunchbacked shadow. He lifted the thing he held and produced another explosion, dancing away from the fresh avalanche of stones. Instinctively, the queen pulled her soaking wet costume hood over her head to assist her breathing, and scrambled along on hands and knees through water and slimy sediment. Incredulous excitement replaced the deadly languor that had numbed her wits. She had recognized the burly, malformed body of the young king of Raktum.
"Leto, it's you? Oh, thanks be to the lords of the air."
"Aye, mother-in-law-elect, and thanks also to the Archduke Georg here, who remembered this warren of sewer tunnels, and to your black Trillium amulet that led us straight to you, and even to young Tolo, who brought along the sneeze eggs." She was suddenly hoisted to her feet. A golden glow, visible through the open weave of the hood's feathered fabric, dispelled the darkness. The air had cleared miraculously. Anajel discarded her soaked gris costume and saw that she was in a vaulted tunnel with water running through it. Tolliver and two men in sodden clothes stood there, grinning at her. She gave a cry of joy as King Leovarda stowed his antique weapon, lifted the shining droplet of Trillium amber from around his neck, and transferred it to her own. Georgibo said, "We dare not stay here. The starmen will soon discover that there are other drains in the pleasance leading to this tunnel. They will be after us. We shall have to block the passage behind us as we flee, and hope they do not cut us off."
"But where shall we go?" Prince Tolliver asked. His glee changed abruptly to panic. "Look!" Anajel cried. "The amber!" The pendant was blinking rapidly, and in its heart the flower was bisected by a line with a bright tip.
"It points in the direction of my brother's palace," Georgibo said. "The only possible place for us to find refuge. Run!" Encumbered as he was with the star box and its precious contents, which he instinctively held to his breast, Augustus could at first think only of protecting the three-headed monster. It had bonded to him at the instant the diabolical egg smashed, and even as he doubled over in a helpless paroxysm, he managed to pull out the coronet and clap it safely onto his brow. A miniature of the star at his breast now shone beneath the central head of the monster.
"Talisman!" he gasped. "Banish the damned spores! Cure me and my men of the sneezing! Do you hear me?"
"Yes, it is done."
His eyes and sinuses cleared, and he dodged the bosquet fence and parted the bushes, revealing a large hole amidst the trees with the displaced iron grating beside it. Before he could command the guildsmen, he heard hollow voices issue from underground. "Blast the shaft! Out of the way!"
"Beware!"
the sorcerer cried, falling back against one of his warriors. He still held the star box tightly.
"They have magic weapons!"
An instant later, a flash of red light came from the hole, along with a thunderous noise and a plume of dust. A second blast followed. Cursing, Augustus cleared the air again with the talisman, only to find the opening in the ground sealed with rubble.
"Talisman, show me Queen Anajel."
"The request is impertinent."
"Why can you not show her?" he raged.
"She is shielded by the black Trillium."
The sorcerer groaned.
"Cannot be.
Unless—"
He broke off and requested sight of Prince Tolliver, but the boy was shielded also by the proximity of his mother, as were Anajel's rescuers.
"Then show me the layout of the drainage system beneath this pleasance, and the site of this blocked shaft."
This time the coronet obeyed, and into his mind sprang a lucid diagram of the tunnels, with a blinking spark showing where the queen and prince had gone to ground.
"Show me the drain openings nearest this one."
2 additional lights began to flash, and hope sprang into his heart as he realized that one of them lay behind him, near to the fountain, and another was not 20 ells beyond the bosquet, across the cordoned-off boulevard that skirted the Pleasance. But before he could order his men into position, there was a third red flare, dimly visible through the crowd lining the thoroughfare as it shone up through a storm drain. The fugitives were sealing the access points as they moved away. But he could trap them easily if he could but study the sewer diagram for a few more moments. "Master, the main gates of the palace are opening. The imperial handsel procession is beginning." Again Auragastus groaned. He heard trumpets and drums. There was no time left to spare. The army was poised to advance, and Naelora and her group of nobles awaited a successful outcome to the attack. He grasped his star and bespoke the guildsmen in charge of the partisan warriors. "Prepare to storm the palace when I give the command." 27. "What the devil was that?" Sainlat shouted. "I could have sworn I felt the pavement move, but with this accursed throng making such a hullabaloo, I cannot be certain." "It is only the fireworks exploding," Melpotus yelled at him. Ednar laughed. "Or your own big feet crushing the cobblestones." The 4 oathed companions moved forward through the close-packed celebrants on the southern side of the Pleasance, with Cadia in the midst of them, wielding her talisman to part the crowd. She had removed her headpiece to see better, and Sainlat had lost the pointed beak worn on his nose, but otherwise their disguises were still intact. Cadia in purple feathers, Ednar in red, Melpotus and Calipo wearing steel blue, and Sainlat voluminously swathed in pothy pink. The talisman, with Cadia's Trillium amber embedded in the hilt, had guided them from the waterfront directly to the audience portal at the far southern wing of the palace, through which visitors were usually admitted to the presence chamber of the emperor. But there they were stymied. Short of slaying him, which was not an option, the 3-lobed burning eye could not coerce the imperial porter into giving them entry. The man had been adamant. Denambo would see no one this night, not even an emissary from the king and queen of Leiberuenda. Cadia was told to return in the morning. But morning would be too late. "The crowd thins out near that fountain with the golden birds," Calipo pointed out. "Once we reach it, we should be able to approach the main gates of the palace quite easily. But I don't see how we can hope to have better luck there than at the visitors' portal. It's plain that the emperor and his court don't want to be disturbed during the big show." "You should have smitten that insolent palace flunky with your talisman's magical fire when he denied us entry," Sainlat grumbled, "or blasted a hole through the outer wall." "No," said Cadia. "I told you that the success of our venture depends upon Denambo's goodwill. He would hardly receive us graciously and give credence to our warning if we broke into his palace by force or harmed his servants. He is obviously a man terrified of magic. If I could only think of a stratagem that—" "Ugh!" Suddenly Sainlat found himself unable to budge. "This bloody costume! The tail has snagged again on something. Help me!" "Help me!" squealed an indignant stout woman who had become attached to Sainlat's hindquarters and was being dragged along behind him. "This oaf is ruining my lovely outfit." Snickering, the other companions disentangled their pink-clad comrade from the lady, whose orange feathers were adorned with fussy furbelows of gold netting spangled with oversized, sharp-pointed sequin stars. The big knight's awkward fantail had been a nuisance all evening, and when he was free, Sainlat demanded that it be cut off immediately and discarded. They had to wait until they were nearer the fountain to find enough room to work in, for people kept jostling them in spite of Cadia's fending magic. Presently, when they reached a nook formed by the elaborate basin's gilded coping, Melpotus took his dagger and began slicing away the appendage from Sainlat's cloak. Veils of fine spray from the fountain rained down on them. The music of the imperial brass soared to a crescendo, and the climax of the fireworks display filled the sky with traceries of colored flame. The tail had been well anchored, and it was going to take a few minutes to accomplish the amputation without destroying the costume. Cadia decided to contact her Nisimu friend back on the Kadoon boat and inquire about the mysterious trireme. "Talisman, I would have mental speech with Jagan." "He cannot bespeak you, for he lies in an enchanted sleep." "What?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "Release him at once." "The request is impertinent." "Why?" she demanded. "I cannot undo the spell laid by another talisman." Cadia smote her brow in exasperated comprehension. "Tolo! Oh, the miserable brat!" Ignoring the bewildered queries of the men, who were unable to hear the talisman's speech, she bade it show her every part of the aboriginal vessel. It obeyed, rather than balking as it would have done had Tolliver with his shielding magical coronet been aboard. The prince was gone, and there was no way she could find him with her own talisman. A suspicious canvas-covered lump that lay on deck amidships proved to be Jagan and Critch, snoring peacefully. When she expanded her magical oversight to survey the harbor, she saw that the trireme was now moored at one of the large commercial docks. There was no sign of any unusual activity aboard the vessel, or nearby. "Has that ship's cargo been unloaded?" she asked the talisman. "Yes." "What was it?" "The question is impertinent." While Cadia put other urgent questions to the burning eye, and received few useful answers, Calipo and Melpotis tended to Sainlat, and young Ednar moved around the fountain to avoid the worst of the falling water and get a better view of Emperor Denambo. It was obvious that the pyrotechnic display was just about over, and something curious seemed to be going on just inside the main gates of the palace, to the left of the great flight of stairs. Teams of Volumnials had appeared, hauling large four-wheeled carts surmounted by some kind of gaudy structures. A wagon master was forming the floats into a parade, and guardsmen were slowly swinging wide the great golden portals before the palace stairs. Ednar trotted over to a knot of a dozen revelers who were dressed, as he was, in red costumes. "Hello! What's next?" he called eagerly to them, as a brazen fanfare rang out and drums began to roll. Only one man took note of him, and as he turned about, the young oathed companion caught the gleam of armor beneath his scarlet feathered cloak. "Get back to your station, fool!" the fellow growled. "It is the Imperial Handcell, and the command to strike will be given at any moment." Ednar dashed back through the curtain of spray, his heart thudding and an icy lump expanding in the pit of his stomach. Until this moment of dread revelation, he had not noticed how many other red-costumed men had gathered around the fountain. He realized now that they were everywhere, scores of them, maybe hundreds, standing in tense groups among the ordinary celebrants, with their eyes fixed on Denambo and his courtiers. Mingled with the redbirds were others garbed in black, skulking about purposefully. "Lady Cadia!" Ednar bleated, and made haste to tell her of his discovery. She and the others had already taken note of the open gates, and were eagerly discussing the possibility of going through them invisible. At the same time, the Emperor delivered some bombastic proclamation. The drums settled into a stirring rat-a-tat boom beat, and the volumnial-drawn carts began to roll out of the open gates, turning right onto the upper stretch of the boulevard that encircled the Pleasance. Whistles and thunderous cheering arose from the crowd. Each float, flanked by drummers and trumpeters, bore a huge wicker effigy of a different fantastic bird, adorned with plumes, glistening tinsel, and glass jewels. At the rear of every wagon stood 4 young women in scanty attire, holding golden baskets, from which they flung showers of tiny gifts to the people on either side. Emperor Denambo and his courtiers were now being served refreshments by genuflecting servants, while the scattered groups of red birds were coalescing into a single mass, marshaled by those in black costumes. Upon receiving Ednar's news, Cadia looked around her, seized with uncertainty. The ordinary folk were being roughly shoved aside as more and more men wearing black or scarlet gathered on the pavement between the fountain and the open palace gates. A gust of wind blew one redbird's cloak aside, and Cadia saw that he was carrying an odd-shaped instrument. The others, with their hands concealed beneath their cloaks, also seemed to be burdened. "Triune God!" she exclaimed, finally understanding. "They have weapons of the Vanished Ones! It is an attack upon the palace! just as I feared.
What shall we do? Melpotus asked her in desperation. Do we dare to approach Denambo now, even invisible? He might think we were assassins.
Cadia stood paralyzed by indecision. Denambo was too far away for them to reach. The place was swarming with starmen. At any moment a pitched battle was going to break out. And somewhere in the mob was young Prince Tolliver, wearing the precious three-headed monster. The parade of handsel floats had completed its traverse in front of the palace and turned now onto the boulevard bordering the north side of the Pleasance. The musicians accompanying it played on, and the gift-giving maidens continued strewing imperial largesse. Only a small portion of the vast throng yet realized that anything unusual was happening. The others, oblivious, flocked to the cordons at the boulevards, hoping to catch a gift when the parade passed by. "Look at the fountain jet!" Calipo cried in wonder. The tall plume of water above them was waving eerily from side to side, while at the same time a distinct rolling vibration seemed to stir the ground underfoot. "It is an earthquake," Cadia said, still distracted, "but a very small one, and nothing we need worry about." "Nay, Laura!" came a shout from voices on either side of them, and the cry was taken up by more and more throats, until the name echoed from one end of the Pleasance to the other, drowning out the music. "Nay, Laura! Nay, Laura!" The assault began. The costumed warriors nearest the gate surged forward in a tight formation and overwhelmed the imperial guards fronting the grand staircase. Another force of invaders burst from the main body of celebrants and charged toward the palace, splitting into two columns as they streamed around the great fountain and joined the advance force. These were armed with two-pronged swords and cut down anyone who impeded them. Cadia and her 4 knights huddled in their small island of safety as the army of Aurigastus raced past them, pouring through the palace gates like a tide of black-streaked blood. Bursts of multicolored light, like fireworks set off too low, began to explode all along the palace facade. Those attackers who were equipped with weapons of the Vanished Ones were using them. Another fusillade at the middle of the steps signaled the clash between the sorcerer's men and the imperial warriors who had rallied to surround the emperor and his court. It took a few minutes more before the confused throng realized that something had gone terribly wrong with their festival. Then all they could think of was running away. The cordon of imperial troops along the northern boulevard wavered and fragmented, and the panicked mob flowed out onto the thoroughfare, blocking the parade of floats. Like some mindless, shrieking beast, the crowd attempted to escape from the Pleasance, trampling one another and fighting as they fled into the side streets. Sainlat cried, "Lady, our mission has failed. We are but 5 against thousands." Cadia stood unmoving, with eyes glazed, gripping her talisman. "Tolo!" she called. "Tolo, for the love of God, tell me where you are!" "The wizard's men have overrun Denambo and his defenders," Melpotus exclaimed. "Lords of the air, have mercy on them." "And on us," Ednar appended grimly. "We've got to get out of here." But Cadia ignored the tumult and her companions as well. Her magical sight had already shown her the Emperor seized by starmen, and she now posed agonized questions to herself and to the 3-lobed burning eye. Where can the boy be? Why did he violate his solemn promise to me and use his talisman's magic? I cannot believe Tolo enchanted Jagan and Critch simply in order to indulge in a childish escapade. He is thoughtless, but not so basely disobedient as that. Holy flower! Could there have been some other reason for him to leave the boat? But the magical sword, no mind-reader, always replied, "The question is impertinent." Then it came to her, whether from talisman or black Trillium or from her own instinct, she did not know, but she was suddenly certain that Prince Tolliver had come ashore, hoping to rescue his mother. Cadia addressed her talisman aloud. "Burning Eye, is my sister Anagil in Brandoba?" "Yes." "Where?" "She is in a drainage tunnel beneath the Imperial Palace." Cadia stifled a cry of elation. "What is she doing in such a place? Is she imprisoned?" "She flees from Aurigastus. She is not imprisoned." "Does the sorcerer pursue her underground? Is she in danger of capture?"
Aurigastus does not pursue her. At present she is not in danger of capture. The situation may change if she exits the tunnel." "This is unbelievable. Where is Anajul going?" "She goes to the Emperor Denambo." Cadia blurted out to the knights what the talisman had said. They became very agitated, speaking all at once, begging her to bespeak the queen and urge her to turn away from the imminent danger. The vanguard of the invasion now poured into the main entrance of the palace, while in the pleasance a deadly panic had broken out among the frenzied populace. But Cadia was concerned now only with the safety of her sister. "Gather closely around me," she ordered the oath companions. "I shall have to bespeak Queen Anajul. She is doubtless fearful and distraught, and it will be very difficult to catch her attention without the aid of a second talisman." She crouched low while the 4 knights spread their feathered capes over her in meagre shelter, then stared into the open brown eye of the broken dark sword. "Talisman, let me descry my sister Anajul," she prayed, "and let me bespeak her also, so that I may save her life. I ask this in the name of the Triune and the Black Trillium." For a moment she thought she had failed. Then the noise and confusion around her was cut off, as if some door had slammed. She beheld a tunnel lit by the golden glow of trillium amber, a place of hewn granite blocks dripping with glistening mold, where a rivulet of grayish water flowed underfoot, and the air was oddly filled with drifting dust. Standing stock still with his mouth wide open in shock was King Lidovardus of Raktum, bearing Anajul in his powerful arms. Another man, having coppery hair and looking equally stunned, stood behind the king. At his side was Prince Tolliver. "Lady of the Eyes," the pirate croaked, "what are you doing here?" Anajul smiled tremulously. "Dear Katie, have you come to join us in our tour of the Brandova sewers?" "Put me down, Lido." Cadia realized then that she had succeeded beyond her wildest hope. Not only did she descry and bespeak the queen and her companions, but they in turn saw her image as well, in a magical sending. "How did you get down here?" Cadia asked her sister. "Are you hurt?" "Lido and his friend snatched me from the very clutches of Aurigastus," Anajul said. "I am unharmed, save for an ankle sprain during my rescue that makes it hard for me to walk." The Pirate King said, "You are a welcome sight, Lady Cadia, and your mighty talisman even more so." "I am not with you in the flesh," Cadia said with regret. "This is only a simulacrum of my true body, which actually remains above ground near the Golden Fountain. I have come with awful tidings. Aurigastus and his army have stormed the imperial palace. You must turn back at once." "We cannot," said the red-headed man calmly. He carried a weapon of the Vanished Ones, which he rested on one shoulder. "In order to foil any pursuit, we have from time to time blasted the tunnel behind us with this useful implement's magical lightning. It is impossible for us to turn back." "In a few short minutes the palace will belong to the sorcerers, warriors, and starmen," Cadia said. "The emperor is already taken prisoner." "Poor Denambo." The man bowed his head. "My sister will surely slay him. May Matuta grant him eternal peace." "This is Gior, the emperor's younger brother," Anajul explained to Cadia. "The two of them played in the sewer system as boys. Coming this way, we had hoped to give Denambo warning of the sorcerer's plot." Lidovardus added, "The sister of whom Gior speaks is the Archduchess Nelora, a member of the Star Guild and a thoroughgoing she-devil who has conspired with Aurigastus to seize the throne." "Is there no other way out of the sewer?" Cadia asked desperately, "save through the palace?" The Archduke raised a tear-stained countenance. "This is a storm drain, not a true sewer. The shafts ahead of us serve the hanging gardens and the downspouts of the palace roofs. But once we get below the north wing of the palace, we can enter another sewage conduit. It is a vile and noisome tunnel that I never explored, but I know that it eventually debouches into a canal emptying into the River Daub. Unfortunately, there is no egress from the tunnel aside from those within the palace until one reaches the canal, nearly half a league away from the fortified wall." "You will have to continue on to the canal," Cadia decided. "My men and I will find a way to enter the sewer system ourselves, guided by my talisman, and eventually we will meet you. Find a safe spot and wait for us. Together we will find a way to travel down the river to the sea. Only God knows what will happen then. We had an aboriginal boat at our disposal, but its skipper was put into an enchanted sleep. They had all forgotten Prince Tolliver, who broke in, saying, "Jagan and Critch will awaken from my spell at dawn, Aunt Katy. You can summon their boat then, and we can all sail away to safety." The vision of Cadia stared at the boy in silence for a moment. Then she asked, "Tolo, where is your talisman?" Queen Anajil suddenly spoke in a ringing voice. "My dear son gave it in ransom for my life and the lives of his unborn brothers. Oragastus has the three-headed monster now, but it will do us no good to bemoan the fact. We will speak no more of the matter." "Very well," the Lady of the Eyes said through clenched teeth. "I dare not stay with you any longer. May the Holy Flower protect you and guide you true until we meet again." The sending vanished. Cadia told the oathed companions what had transpired in the tunnel. They rejoiced that both Queen Anajil and Prince Tolliver were safe, and declared that they were willing to fight their way out of the Pleasance at Cadia's side, if she would but wield the three-lobed burning eye against their enemies. "It is the poor citizens of Brandoba," she chided them, "rather than the henchmen of Oragastus who hinder our escape. Look about you. Almost all of those wearing the red or black disguises have joined the assault on the palace. The rampaging mob surrounding us is made up of ordinary people." She crouched low again, holding her talisman. All around them the night was filled with screaming and a horrible rumbling sound. The crowd were trampling one another in their efforts to escape. "We must go into the sewer system, as Anajil and her party did, and move underground toward a certain canal that flows into the River Daub. It is there that Anajil and the others will meet us. Let me ask the Burning Eye how to manage it." The knights waited grimly while Cadia muttered her queries and listened to replies inaudible to ordinary men. But when she lifted her head again, her face was bleak. "The sections of tunnel closest to us have been deliberately collapsed by my sister's rescuers in order to prevent pursuit by the Starmen. To circumvent the obstacles, we shall have to make our way to the northern boulevard yonder and proceed along it for 2 city blocks. We gain access to the drain shaft by pulling up a grating in the front garden of one of the mansions." "That means penetrating the very heart of the riot," Malpotus warned. "It may not be possible to shunt people aside gently as you did before. There will be no place for them to go." "If only I were a more experienced sorcerer," Cadia lamented. "Lady," Malpotus said implacably, "you will have to blast a path with your talisman's fire. There is no other way we can penetrate that crazed melee." "I cannot kill innocent people," she cried. Sainlat uttered a despairing curse and tore off his ridiculous pink costume, stamping it with malicious satisfaction. Then he drew his sword. "We cannot remain here dithering. I, for one, am ready to cut our way to the tunnel entrance." "And I," said Malpotus, also removing his disguise and donning his helmet. "I have it!" Ednar's beardless young face brightened. "Lady, beseech your talisman to put the people hindering us into an enchanted sleep, just as Prince Tolliver did to Jagan and the Kadoon. They will fall, and we can leap over them." Cadia was skeptical. "I have never done such a thing, but let me try." Once again, as during the unexpected sending, Cadia used all her strength to summon a calmer frame of mind. She winced when a loud blast came from the direction of the palace, and flames shot forth from several upper windows, causing a great roar of fear to arise from the mob. But then she steeled herself, concentrating on a single pathetic reveler clad in tattered feathers, who sat weeping and gibbering at the fountain's edge a few ells away. "Sleep, and wake only at dawn," she told him, holding the talisman high, and at the same time closing her eyes to visualize him in peaceful slumber. When she opened her eyes, the man lay prone in a shallow puddle of gray water, a faint smile on his lips. "I've done it!" she exulted. She tried again, singling out a pair of brawlers, belaboring each other in pointless ferocity.
Keeping her eyes open this time, she imagined them both sinking to the spray-washed cobbles, unconscious, and again pronounced the spell. The pair folded as gently as children drifting off to dreamland. "Companions," Cadia said, drawing a deep breath, "we are ready to venture forth." She removed her own costume, revealing her scale mail cuirass emblazoned with the eyed trefoil, and donned the helm she had carried in a bag at her waist. Then she lifted the talisman. The droplet of Trillium amber inset among the lobes shone warmly. "Stay close to me," she ordered the knights. "I will try to make a broad enough swath so that we need not tread upon the sleepers." They set off through the falling water toward the same small bosquet where Anagel and Tolliver had gone to ground, at first penetrating the fringes of the throng with relative ease. Cadia swept the talisman back and forth, her gaze pausing only for a split second upon each obstructing person. Rioters who had been screaming hysterically or flailing about in demented rage began to topple. Those who remained upright, untouched by magic, drew back in terror as others dropped around them. Someone shouted, "A sorcerer!" A great wailing arose, punctuated by more cries of "Sorcery! Beware!" The crowd shrank back on all sides of Cadia, struggling madly to get away, believing that the felled ones had been slain by enchantment. Cadia and the companions marched on, stepping over bodies. She used every whit of her concentration to bring on the magical sleep, trusting in the knights to keep her moving in the right direction. After passing the small grove of trees, they headed for the boulevard, where the mob was packed thicker and in an uglier mood. The handsail floats had been overturned, sending the draft beasts into foaming fits of terror. Looters had seized the coffers containing the imperial gifts and now battled over possession of the boxes, scattering colored favors everywhere as they pummeled each other. One of the gift-giving maidens lay unmoving, covered in blood, where a maddened Volumnial had stamped her. Other injured and dead people were everywhere on the pavement now, but Cadia and her knights could only continue down the seething boulevard, leaving unconscious bodies in their wake and fending off the occasional deranged attacker. The mansion that was their goal now lay less than 30 ells away, just beyond a side street jammed with a howling rabble. Paradoxically, those on a lesser thoroughfare were striving to return to the Pleasance rather than to flee it. At first, there was no clue to the anomalous movement. As Cadia and the companions attempted to breast this mass of humanity, their thus far successful maneuver began to falter because of the sheer numbers surrounding them. No matter how many people fell, others surged forward to take their places. The inexorable pressure of the advancing throng was making it impossible for Cadia to perform the magic. Her justified fear that the enchanted sleepers would certainly be crushed to death destroyed her mental focus. Ednar and Sainlat, at her right hand and subject to the strongest onslaught, found that even their swords were useless to fend off the human flood. They could advance no further. Helpless, they were being swept across the boulevard and back toward the Pleasance. To the north, down the jam-packed side street, there came the loud chirping and buzzing sounds of ancient weaponry being fired, bright flashes of colored light, and the anguished cries of burn victims. Cadia knew then that a secondary force of invaders was advancing from that direction, herding hysterical people ahead of them, clearing the way of laggards with nefarious efficiency. "Starmen!" Ednar howled into Cadia's ear. "And other villains in red, mounted on Fronials! Turn your talisman's deadly lightning upon them!" The young knight's words slurred to a scream. He was torn away from Cadia's side and disappeared in a dark welter of bodies. An instant later, Sainlat also vanished, and the brothers Calipo and Melpotus stumbled and were sucked down beneath her feet. "Talisman!" Cadia cried in despairing appeal. "Help!" She held the broken sword high, but at the same instant felt herself falling. The three-lobed burning eye slipped from her fingers. She saw a blinding green flare and heard someone shriek. Tossed and buffeted like a leaf in a torrent, she was stunned into insensibility before she struck the cobblestone pavement. She revived, half suffocated beneath a great weight and unable to move. The maddening din of the rioters had receded, and the only sounds coming from nearby were moans, weeping, feeble calls for help, the whickering of fronials, and the grunting and cursing of men exerting themselves mightily. They were pulling corpses off her. One of her knees throbbed, but her armor, or the talisman's magic, seemed to have saved her from worse hurt. She still wore her helmet and lay face down on something. Or someone. "Companions," she managed to gasp. "It is I, Cadia. How fare you?"
"Your warriors cannot help you now," said a resonant female voice. Before Cadia could utter another sound, the last of the bodies was pulled away, and gauntleted hands took hold of her and hoisted her roughly upright. Vertigo dimmed her sight, her knee stabbed her with pain, and she would have collapsed had not two Sobranian warriors kept a grip on her. Slowly she lifted her head. Her vision cleared, and she saw that most of the mob had gone from the boulevard, leaving heaps of torn bodies in its wake. A troop of fronials, all trapped in bejeweled damask, encircled her, wheeling nervously amidst the carnage. The riders were armed head to toe in barbaric splendor, and all wore scarlet feathered cloaks. Their leader, gazing down at Cadia with a fierce smile, was a woman wearing a magnificent bird-shaped crown. Her armor was black and silver, and hanging from her neck was a platinum star. She said, "Bind the witch, Lucebo, then secure the talisman. Do exactly as I instructed you, unless you would end up as Kiforo, Tej, and those other luckless wights." One of Cadia's captors tied her wrists and ankles, while the other held her. Then the man named Lucebo unbuckled her scabbard and laid it on the pavement. Looking down, Cadia saw that the three-lobed burning eye lay in an open space on the blood-stained stones. The amber inset in the talisman's hilt was dull. Round about it lay a burly dead man with eyes wide open, and 5 incinerated husks that had once been human beings. Hostile persons had obviously tried to pick up the magical sword, and had perished for their pains. But the unburnt body... A pang of grief shot through Cadia as she realized that it was Sainlat. The knight had not died through trampling. A 2-pronged Sobranian sword was driven vertically into his throat. "Go safely beyond, dear companion," she whispered, feeling tears spill down her cheeks. She hardly noticed when Lucebo used his steel-plated boot to nudge the scabbard over the dull-edged blade of the talisman, sheathing it safely. He then picked up the burning eye and strapped it to Cadia's back, winding many turns of rope around her for good measure, and fixing her upper arms immovably to her sides. "Now put her over your saddle," said the crowned woman, "and we will proceed to the palace, where all is in readiness." "Where are my other 3 knights?" Cadia asked in a low voice. "And who are you?" "Your henchmen are dead, witch, crushed by the mob. I am the Empress Nelora. It will be your privilege to see me ascend my throne, after I have turned your talisman over to Orgastus." 28. The Archimage of the Firmament had ensconced Haramis in a handsome apartment near his enormous library, urging her to make free use of it. He also introduced her to the several kinds of Sindona who would attend to her every need: bearers, messengers, servers, consolers, and sentinels, and showed her fixed viaducts that would enable her to travel from one moon to another. Then, saying he would return to her when the time was ripe, he hurried away toward his study. "Ripe for what?" Haramis had demanded to know, running down the hall after him. The old man only tittered and slammed the study door in her face. When she used the Trillium amber on her otherwise useless talisman to gain entrance, Denby was not inside. He had apparently used the study's viaduct to travel to an unknown destination, and this magical portal refused to activate when she spoke to it. Clearly, her amber did not consider the viaduct to be a true door. Boiling with frustration, Haramis then went to the library and combed it for a clue that would enable her to escape. 3 days passed, but she found no pertinent information about the working of the viaducts. However,
One ancient reference, together with the schematic diagram of the scepter the dark man had given her, did appear to bear out what Orgastus had said earlier. The three talismans put together were capable of restoring the world to its original non-glaciated state if properly wielded. Unfortunately, the rebalancing would produce such horrendous changes in the climate and the continental landform that civilization would surely collapse, unless someone disciplined the terrified population with a will of iron and invincible magic. A tyrant, like Orgastus. After the dreadful confirmation, Aramis fled again to the Death Moon, crying out to the vanished ones who slept in limbo. Is there no other hope? Must it be a choice between the conquering ice and the ruthless regime of the Star Guild? The beautiful forms floating in their golden bubbles evoked no alternative solution, nor did her heartbroken pleas to the Black Trillium. Her own wisdom and common sense seemed to have deserted her, leaving only a void of despair. If I could only return to the land, to the solid ground that nourishes my personal magic. As long as I remain a prisoner here, there is no way I can reshape the awful destiny that Denby has decreed. Or was there? The Dark Lord of the Firmament was an archimage, after all, and bound by the solemnities of that office as she herself was. Neither of them could deliberately do harm to a thinking person. She pondered a certain notion for a long time. Its success would depend upon capturing the madman's attention, and there seemed only one hope of doing that. She went to the Grotto of Memory in the Garden Moon and settled down on the bench in front of the shining world globe, praying in silence. After many hours, a Sindona Consoler appeared, a being having the form of a woman dressed in a golden tunic, with a body as smooth and hard as ivory, yet able in some miraculous way to move as gracefully as a human being. The thing was kind and solicitous, exhorting Aramis to return to her apartment, partake of supper, and go to sleep. But she refused. "If you would really console me," she told the living statue, "tell Denby to grant me release from these moons. Let me return to the land, so that I may resume my duties, guiding the people who live there. Otherwise, I will stay here in this grotto, neither eating nor drinking, until I pass safely beyond. And my death will be Denby's fault for having kept me unjustly imprisoned." The Sindona bowed its gold-coiffed head. "I will tell the Archimage of the Firmament what you have said." It went away through a viaduct at the rear of the small cave, which Aramis had not noticed before. She maintained her vigil for 3 days more, growing weaker and weaker from her fast, and suffering a burning thirst. At last, lying prone upon the mossy cave floor, she heard the dark man call her name reproachfully. She raised her head and spoke in a frail whisper. "You are too early, dark man. I am not yet dead, and the talisman you covet is still bonded to me." "Whatever do you mean, my dear?" Denby's voice quavered with injured innocence. She hauled herself up to a sitting position. "Can we not be honest with each other? It is plain that you intend to keep me captive until I turn the three-winged circle over to you, or until I die and its bonding to my soul dissolves. Why else would you have brought me here?" His purplish lips twitched into a sly smile. "Perhaps to get to know you better. Perhaps to teach you a thing or two about saving the world. It is not easy for a madman to know his own motives." She deliberately averted her face, as from a revolting spectacle. "I do not believe you are mad at all. You are only old and mortally tired, and perversely determined to see the end of the dire game that you and your archimagical colleague started so long ago." "Why do you say that?" "I found the account in your library, the one that Orgastus also read. For 12,000 years you have manipulated the destiny of folk and humankind as well, attempting vainly to undo the disaster you wrought during the War of Enchantment. Perhaps you had the best interests of the world in mind at the beginning, but latterly I think you became impatient. Your meddling became more reckless and capricious, with the result that the original world imbalance, which had been slowly healing, worsened drastically. And now the planet is doomed to be enveloped entirely in ice, and your arrogant tinkering is responsible." He spoke calmly. "You are correct in all save your last statement." With difficulty she climbed to her feet and confronted him. "Baina and Iriani did not understand that you were the reason for the world's fresh deterioration. Those two archimages were genuinely selfless and benevolent. Under their plan, the 3 petals of the living Trillium would have resurrected the scepter of power and effected a great healing. They believed that the calamitous natural events that would attend the restoration of the lost balance might be abated by the loving influence of the flower." Denby made an offhand gesture.
"Their scheme seemed worth a try."
"But you only pretended to agree with them," Haramis accused. "You had already engendered a quicker, more drastic solution, and its name was Origastus. You have embraced the dark philosophy of the star that would compel free souls to bow to a despot, supposedly for their own good."
"If one waits upon the triune," the old man said coldly, "one may wait indefinitely. I have waited 12,000 years. I can wait no longer."
Haramis eyed him with sudden understanding.
"You are dying." "Yes, and before I go, I will either see the balance restored or see an ending. You and your precious sister served my purposes by finding the lost pieces of the scepter. Powerful as I am, I was unable to do that. The talismans had been concealed by the Sindona, so that no human would ever again use them as tools of aggression. When the flower's magic led you to them, I was quite surprised. I had intended for Origastus to use the cynosure of the Star Guild to hunt the talismans down. Instead, I had to use the cynosure to save him from you."
"We only defended ourselves against his evil magic."
"Enough of this nattering. Why should I justify myself to a young upstart? You and your sisters are as cowardly as the original College of Archimagi. Their solution to the first world imbalance was to command the people to flee into the outer firmament. Since you are also afraid to use the scepter, you are irrelevant. Only Origastus matters now."
"My sisters and I did not fully understand the nature of our destiny, nor that of the talismans. Given time, we might well have seen that the scepter is the world's only hope, and found a way to use it safely."
"Time!" barked the old man contemptuously. "There is no time. Origastus now has the burning eye and the 3-headed monster. He must be given the 3rd piece of the scepter at once, and he must use it. The earthquakes that herald the end have already begun. Soon the continental crust will fracture in 1,000 places. Newborn volcanoes will belch forth their dust, darkening the sun and poisoning the frozen sea for all time. Only the sempiternal ice will endure."
Having made this awful pronouncement, he faltered, seeming to be overcome with a profound weariness. He waved one gnarled hand feebly, and 2 sentinels of the moral dictum appeared from the viaduct inside the grotto. The living statues, with their crown helms and belts of shining blue and green scales, stood side by side, serene and deadly, with golden skulls tucked beneath their left arms.
"Haramis," Denby whispered, "give me the 3-winged circle. Command it to rest harmlessly in my hands, and I will set you free at once, so that you may rescue your sisters Anagel and Cadia. Refuse me, and they will both meet an atrocious death."
She rose again to her feet, touching the trillium amber of her talisman, which hung on its chain at her neck. "No, I think you are bluffing."
"Am I? See for yourself."
He stepped up to the world globe and touched it. The geographical features vanished, and the globe became a giant scry-sphere filled with pearly vapor. The mist congealed into images, and Haramis saw a dismal chamber containing many instruments of torture. Chained to one wall and sitting in a pile of straw was Cadia, her face blank with hopelessness. She was watching as a squad of laughing guards, headed by a starman,
dragged in 4 unconscious prisoners. One was a red-headed individual unknown to Haramis. Another was King Leodovardus of Raktum. The third was Prince Tolliver, and the last was Anagil herself, whose dirty garments were half torn from her body. The villain wearing the star dropped the queen roughly upon the straw and began fastening rusty manacles to her wrists. Haramis cried out in horror, and the vision within the globe was instantly extinguished. "They are in Sabrania," Denby said without emotion, "captives of the new empress, Naelora, who seized the throne of that country after personally decapitating her brother Denambo. You should know that. Tomorrow morning your sisters and their companions will be tortured to death, unless Oragastus has your talisman in hand by sunrise." He would never do such a thing," Haramis asserted. "Not even for the 3-winged circle." "Perhaps not," the Archimage of the Firmament conceded. "But I assure you that the lovely Naelora will do so with enthusiasm, now that a mysterious magical voice has planted the notion in her mind. The Empress is most vexed because Oragastus neither attended her coronation nor otherwise assisted in the consolidation of her power following the coup. Instead, he closeted himself in a room of the imperial palace with the 2 talismans. His purpose is to refamiliarize himself with their operation, so that he may find you." "Me? You? To compel me to surrender my talisman to him?" "Not even that. The besotted imbecile would merely bespeak you sweetly to continue his futile attempts to convert you to his point of view through what he thinks of as logic. And love?" Denby gave a snort of derision. "Faugh! He is a disappointment, a sentimental fool who must be goaded back into the correct path of action. The Empress Naelora will see to it, with my help." I don't understand." The old man began to laugh uncontrollably, and only when his mirth trailed away into a coughing spasm did he regain control of himself. "Oh, it's such a delicious irony. Naelora has an unrequited passion for Oragastus, just as he has for you, my dear. The Empress has already presented her beloved sorcerer with Cadia's talisman. Poor woman, she was so crestfallen at his aloof response. She thinks now that if she were able to give him your talisman as well, Oragastus would be more grateful, especially if such gratitude were a condition of her bestowing the gift, as the mysterious voice in her ear suggests." "You vile manipulator!" Haramis cried out in loathing. "Must you treat everyone like a game piece?" "Evidently, yes. It's very tedious." He held out his brown hand. "The circle. Give it to me now, or take responsibility for the final conquest of the ice." "You arrogant bully!" she cried. "I don't believe that Oragastus is the world's only hope, and I think that you yourself also have doubts. You are so proud and so consumed with guilt that you refuse to give consideration to any solution but your own." "Give me the circle," he repeated, "or I will command the sentinels to take it from you. As you well know, they are able to kill." "You would violate your Archimage's oath?" she asked him steadily, already knowing the answer. He said, "Don't be silly. I would do whatever is needful." Abruptly, Haramis rushed at the old man with arms stiffly outstretched, giving him a sharp push that sent him staggering back into the arms of the sentinels, squeaking with surprise. Before he could act to stop her, she darted into the grotto's interior and said, "Viaduct system, activate!" She stepped through the black circle and disappeared. "You shall not defy me!" Denby screamed. "Not like she did!" He limped to the viaduct and entered it, calling out to the 2 Sindona to follow. He had programmed this magical portal to open into his own study in the Darkman's moon. When he emerged, he saw Haramis striding toward a round door beside the big observation window. It was the same one he had bade her beware of when they first met, 6 days earlier. He shouted, "Stop!" "My Trillium amber will open any lock," she said, turning to face him. "Even this one?"
She lifted the wand, and the golden droplet nestled amidst the wings glowed in response. "Don't!" he wailed, standing frozen between the two sentinels. "That hatch is a relic of the days of vanishing, and opens now into the airless void between the moons. We will both die if you open it, and the talisman will be lost forever." "Then so be it," Haramis said. "At least your diabolical game will end. Let our world meet whatever fate that the Triune intends, not one that you dictate." "Stop her!" Denby shrilled to the sentinels. Before Haramis could command the door to open, the right arms of the Sindona whipped up, their fingers pointing directly at her. She saw two beams of near-invisible light lance out, stop a scant handspan away, and reflect back as her trillium amber flared. A stunning explosion rocked the room. Blinded and coughing in a sudden cloud of dust, she fell against the closed hatch, clapping her hands to her face in an instinctive gesture of protection. She expected instant death. The sentinels should have blasted her body to ashes, leaving only her seared cranium intact. But instead she heard a great clatter, as though a devastating hailstorm assaulted the room. Finally there was silence, broken only by a faint bubbling moan. Lowering her hands, she saw through the dust that the study was in ruins, except for a small area immediately surrounding her. The leather chairs had been shredded, the desk and table and sideboard reduced to kindling, the bookshelves toppled and smashed, the ancient scientific instruments battered into shapeless, twisted metal. On the floor were deep piles of sharp ivory-colored fragments, mingled with colored bits of blue and green mosaic. A single, undamaged golden skull had rolled to her feet. He lay half buried in the rubble, bleeding from 100 wounds. Haramis went to him and knelt, lifting his head. There were no recognizable features within the mask of dusty gore, save for his mouth. "I will call a consoler," she began. "One of the Sindona healers." Too late. The words were barely discernible. "The black Trillium. I might have known. Older than the college. Older than the star. 3 petals to wield, and the sky archimage to guide. If you wish it, Haramis. Love is permissible. Devotion is not. I only wanted to save it. The poor world." "I know." She cradled him in her arms. The droplet of amber was dazzling bright. "Tell me how I may return." "Narenyi's viaduct." The 2 words were forced out with his last breath. Then Denby Varcour, last hero of the vanished ones and archimage of the firmament, passed safely beyond. She summoned one of the Sindona consolers to effect her own healing from the ordeal of the fasting. It was necessarily incomplete, for what she most needed was restful sleep. But afterward she was able to eat and drink and don her white tunic and trousers and her coat of office in preparation for departure. When she left her apartment, she was astonished to find a throng of other living statues waiting in the lobby outside. There were 17 servers, 12 bearers, 5 messengers, another consoler, and 22 sentinels. "These servants are ready," said the consoler who had attended her, "to obey you without question, now that the archimage of the firmament is no more." "Will you show me the operation of the viaduct transport system?" Haramis asked, "so that I may choose my destination upon entering?" One of the messenger Sindona stepped forward. "I can do that readily, Archimage, provided that you use a viaduct capable of being programmed. Some systems have a fixed routing. It will require some 20 hours of study for you to learn the programming process." "So long?" Haramis exclaimed in dismay. "But I must rescue my poor sisters and the others before the sun rises in the land of Sabrania." "The viaduct within the chamber of Narenyi Dar-al is one of those that is fixed," the messenger said. "It will transport you to the place where you wish to go if you simply step into it. Furthermore, if you take me with you when you travel, I will be able to reprogram other viaducts according to your commands." "Thanks be to the flower."
She gave a great sigh of relief and thought hard for a moment. Then she said, "All of you save this one messenger wait here until I order you to attend me." The gently smiling heads nodded in compliance. "You," Haramis said to the chosen Sindona, "lead me at once to the viaduct of Narenyi Dar-al." 29. The magical portal opened into a small grove of trees. When Haramis emerged into the open, followed by the messenger, she found a dirt road paralleling a bluff beside the sea. The 3 moons shone overhead, framed by racing clouds, and a brisk wind blowing in from the water carried a few preliminary drops of rain. There were glimpses of lightning out to sea, and a faint muttering of thunder. The country round about was rocky and desolate, except for a darkened small villa fashioned of white stone situated on a promontory across the road. Below the house on either side were pebble beaches, pounded by waves that were oddly luminescent and sluggish. "Exactly where are we?" Haramis asked her 3-winged circle. The Sindona messenger had known only that the viaduct opened in Sobrania. "This is the former villa of the Empress Naylora," said the talisman. "It lies 3 1/4 leagues south of the capital city of Brandoba." "Does anyone abide here?" "It has been abandoned for 2 years, since Naylora and her chief steward Tazor joined the Star Guild." Haramis nodded in satisfaction and said to the Sindona at her side, "Then we will take possession." Commanding her talisman to shield the house from the oversight of Oragastus or any other enemy, she unlocked the door and went inside. The place was musty and drear, with a few pieces of simple furniture remaining. The sitting room overlooked the sea, and on one side was a vista of Brandoba up the coast. Fires seemed to be burning in several parts of the city, for the clouds over it were tinged with baleful crimson and orange. There was also a peculiar intermittent red glow in the eastern sky that was too irregular to be the light of dawn. Haramis studied the scene for a few minutes, sore perplexed, then lifted her talisman. "Why is Brandoba burning?" "Fires were started during the riots that accompanied the invasion by Oragastus." She put more questions to the circle until she had obtained a full picture of the successful coup and the way in which Cadia, Anagil, and the others had been captured. It now lacked 3 hours until sunrise. The capital city was under the control of Naylora's loyalists and the Star Guild. Denambo, his nobles, and most of the Imperial Guard had been slaughtered, and many thousands of ordinary people had died in the rioting, which had now almost completely subsided. There was no organized opposition to the conquerors. The new empress had been hastily crowned, and subordinate kings and tribal chieftains of Sobrania, who had been in the city for the Festival of the Birds, were tripping over one another in their eagerness to acclaim her. The woeful tidings did not surprise Haramis. She made no attempt to view Oragastus, recalling that when he last possessed 2 talismans, years ago during the siege of Deriguilla, he was somehow able to scry her whereabouts whenever she had sight of him. The time for their confrontation had not yet come. When she tried to ascertain the exact place where her sisters were being held, Haramis was frustrated by the star's magic that still blanketed the imperial palace, as it had when she first tried to warn Denambo of the Star Guild's peril. Unfortunately, there was no convenient viaduct anywhere inside the palace wall, or even hard by that she might use, and so it would not be possible for the Sindona to assist her in the rescue. She would have to transport herself bodily inside in order to save her sisters and their companions. Carrying them away was possible, but it would strain her magic to the utmost, and if Oragastus should discover her, he would undoubtedly be able to frustrate the rescue by using his 2 talismans. But there seemed to be no alternative. Almost as an afterthought, Haramis asked the 3-winged circle about the mysterious distant glow in the eastern sky. The reply astounded her. "It is the reflection of molten lava issuing forth from certain craters in the column range, over 100 leagues away. The peaks are of volcanic origin, with deep layers of ash on their slopes that were formerly covered with snow and ice. The heat of the upwelling lava has melted the ice and created great mud flows, which increase in volume with every passing hour." Will the flow reach Brandoba?" Haramis whispered. It follows the beds of local rivers. The River Daub, which bisects the city, is a principal conduit. Mud will eventually fill the basin where Brandoba lies, to a depth of over 50 ells. How long? Less than 4 hours. Good God! Does Oragastus know what is happening? No. Show me the flow of mud that menaces the city. She closed her eyes and saw a forested valley illumined by moonlight. Many of the trees were tottering and falling into a viscous gray tide, swirling about their trunks. One particular tree caught her attention, an enormous thing with lower branches 2 ells thick. Although its trunk was engulfed, it stood fast, while lesser trees on either side of it subsided into the flow. There were people clinging to its upper parts. "Holy flower," murmured the Archimage, wondering who the flood victims might be. She concentrated her sight upon them, and immediately recognized Princess Ravia and Prince Wid of Engi, Queen Giri of Galinar, President Haket Botal of Okamus, and the Imlet Duumviri Prigo and Gabandis. Even as she watched, the great tree that gave them refuge shuddered and tilted. Its roots were being undermined by the mud flow. Haramis let the talisman fall from her hand and sat staring out the window of the villa. If she used her magic to carry away the imperiled rulers, she might not have enough strength remaining to rescue her sisters. But the tree would fall at any moment, while Annie and Katie were safe, at least until sunrise. Taking a deep breath of resolution, she vanished like the blowing out of a candle flame. The crystalline vision that signified magical transport darkened and turned into gale-lashed leafy branches. Haramis found herself hovering in mid-air beside the tree. She lifted her arms, and her archimagical cloak became like sunlit snow, lucent white with brilliant blue shadings. The trillium amber in her talisman was a miniature golden star, held on high like a beacon. "My friends," the Archimage's voice rang like a great bell, "I have come to rescue you." The heads of state cried out in relief, and all except Gabandis, who began to blubber incoherently, hurled questions at Haramis. "There is no time to explain," she said. "I must take you out of danger, then return to Brandoba and do what I can to avert this impending catastrophe." "God help you," Queen Giri called out from her perch. "The mud is heading straight for the city. We tried to veer away from it to the left while we still rode our fronials, but another great channel full of sludge cut us off." Old Princess Ravia piped up. "Will you carry us away through magic, dear?" "Yes," said Haramis, "2 at a time. You and Wid first. Come and stand together so that I may cover you with my cloak." The elderly couple scrambled upright on one of the larger branches, a task made doubly perilous as the wind blew keenly and the tree continued to sway and sag closer to the mud flow. Haramis drifted close, embraced the prince and princess, and all 3 disappeared. A few minutes passed, after which the Archimage alone reappeared. Her occult aura had faded, and her face was tense with a great effort. "Now, Giri and Gabandis," she commanded. "Where are you taking us?" the stout Duumvir demanded fretfully. "To a certain villa by the sea, south of Brandoba. It is the best I can do for the time being. Transporting other persons strains my magical powers to the utmost." She put her arms around the 2 ample figures and vanished once again. Her return took much longer this time, and when she reappeared, she floated with her head bowed, praying for strength, while the strong wind billowed her cloak and the tree continued to subside. The 2 remaining men, fearing to move, were side by side on a branch less than an ell above the roiling flood. Prigo called out, "Are you sure you can do this, Archimage?" "No," she admitted, "and if I falter in mid-route, there is a chance we will all 3 perish in some unknown realm of darkness." The tree gave a violent lurch as its roots were finally torn loose. It began to revolve and float away, and the gray flux covered the men's feet. "Take us!" screamed Haket Botal. "Any death is preferable to drowning in mud." Haramis snatched them up like a boar stooping for its prey. "Talisman, transport us to the villa by the sea." The chime, signaling the start of the magical journey, sounded, but it was discordant and off-pitch. Her mind attempted to construct the crystal image of their destination, but the magical depiction shivered, assumed a sinister fluidity, and melted away to formlessness. For many heartbeats, Haramis and her passengers hung suspended in a pool of prismatic brilliance. Their lungs could draw no breath, and the wild chiming sound intensified to the point of agony. Prigo and Hecate felt the arms of the Archimage weaken, the uncanny vision dimmed. They began slipping away from her, smothering, into an abyss filled with mind-crushing clamor. Holy flower, be thou my protection and strength. Light, a dwelling fashioned from rainbows, standing on land that was an enormous faceted diamond, changing slowly, becoming ordinary, becoming real. The two despairing rulers could finally breathe. They smelled seaweed, felt rain on their faces, saw the villa's wet stone walls glimmering in the windy dark. Their boots touched rocky soil, and they were safe, supporting each other to keep from collapsing. The door of the dwelling opened. A lofty figure stood silhouetted within the frame, and a flash of lightning revealed it to be inhuman, an exquisitely carved female statue of ivory and gold that nonetheless moved. As Prigo and Hecate Botal quailed in confusion, the thing emerged into the rain, bent down and picked up the senseless Archimage in its gleaming arms. "Are you injured?" the consoler asked the officials. They shook their heads mutely. The living statue began to carry its burden into the house, looking back over its shoulder and saying, "Enter. There is food and drink for you inside, and warm clothing. Do not be afraid. I am a Sindona, one of the White Lady's servants." Is she going to be all right?" Prigo inquired timidly, following after. "She will awake betimes and go about her work," the consoler replied. "As to the other, I cannot say." "My love, speak to me. The talismans have told me that you are no longer in the Dark Man's moon, but they will not reveal your whereabouts except to say that you are in Sobrania. I know that Denby is dead. I know that you retain the three-winged circle. Are you well? Did that madman harm you, trying to take away your talisman? Haramis, say a single word. Only bespeak, and I will see and come to you. We dare not wait any longer. The ground trembles beneath the palace, and I am unable to calm it through my magic. I am uncertain whether these small earthquakes portend the start of the final catastrophe. The talismans that I possess refuse to speak of it. If you know the truth, then tell me. You know what the ancient spell says. The Wand of the Wings, your own talisman, is the key to the scepter and its unifier. Without it, the Burning Eye and the three-headed monster are futile. I am futile. Come to me, here in the feathered barbarian's palace, or let me come to you. We must assemble the scepter of power together and use it before it is too late. Haramis, Haramis, my only love, speak." "Dawn? Tell me it is not yet dawn." She struggled up from the improvised pallet. Queen Jiri was kneeling at her side, laving her forehead with a wet cloth. An impassive Sindona consoler stood behind her, holding a basin of water. The sky, visible through the villa window, was full of pallid mauve clouds. "They will be killed at dawn," Haramis cried. "Let me up." "Peace, dear." The Gallinari queen put an arm about her. "It lacks half an hour to sunrise. This odd servant of yours told us the impending fate of your sisters. It also said that you would have to sleep as much as possible to restore your strength, if you were to have any chance of saving them." The Archimage relaxed. "Half an hour. Yes, it will suffice." She sat up slowly, saying to the consoler, "Bring me my cloak." When the Sindona left the room, Haramis accepted some of the wine that Jiri offered. "Where are the other rulers?" "Another kind of statue person took them away into a viaduct across the road," the queen told her, explaining that it would bring them safely home to their own countries. "I decided to stay with you, even though the nurse statue tried to prevent me. It's said that when the mud flow reaches Brandoba, there will be a great earthquake, and a tidal wave will wash away the villa, along with whatever parts of the city are not already buried in mud. Is that true?" Aramis passed one trembling hand over her brow. "The dire events will come to pass, unless I can prevent it." Jiri sat back on her heels and looked calmly upon the Archimage. "Can you?" "Shall I tell her?" Aramis wondered. "Tell her that it is not only Brandoba, but the entire world that is on the verge of destruction?" Her fingers dropped to the talisman hanging about her neck. The circle's wings were open, and the drop of amber with its fossil black trillium throbbed with each beat of her heart. "Holy flower, can you not advise me? If I give Origastus the third piece of the scepter, he might be able to prevent the ultimate unbalancing. He could certainly turn aside the deadly flow of mud. Is it my destiny to surrender to the star? Black Trillium, is this what I must do?" But the flower within the amber was silent, as always, and she was afraid to pose the questions to the talisman. Eyes welling, Aramis turned for comfort to the older woman kneeling at her side. The maternal countenance of the Queen of Galanar wore a melancholy smile that still reflected invincible hope. Seen through the screen of tears, that smile reminded Aramis of another woman long dead, one who had bestowed upon her and her sisters magical amulets, who had sent them on their talisman quests, who had finally given over to Aramis her own precious cloak. "Daughter of the Threefold, do not lose heart." "Pina?" Aramis whispered incredulously. The white lady who had been godmother to the petals of the living Trillium said, "Years come and go with speed. That which is lofty may fall. That which is cherished may be lost. That which is hidden must in time be revealed. And yet I tell you that all will be well. Believe it, daughter. Remember the last words of the Archimage of the Firmament. Remember." Aramis blinked away the tears. Queen Jiri was now gazing at her with an expression of anxiety. The Sindona consoler, standing there, holding the shimmering white cape in its ivory hands, inquired, "Archimage, are you well?" "Yes," she said. "Help me to my feet." Jiri and the Sindona raised her. Aramis put on her cloak, then said to the living statue, "Return this good woman promptly to her realm of Galanar." She then kissed Jiri on her cheek. "Dear friend, whatever happens to me, you can be sure that your own people will soon have great need of your courage and wisdom. Do not fail them. If the Triune wills, I will come soon to assist you. Farewell." Clasping her talisman, Aramis disappeared. "What did she mean?" Jiri asked the Sindona. For the first time she seemed fearful. "She means that the day of the Sky Trillium has come upon the world," the living statue said. "But what its blossoming portends, only the lords of the air can say. Come along, Queen. I will take you home to your family and your loyal subjects. That which is hidden will, in time, be revealed." 30. Distant clanks and rattles announced that the outer door of the imperial prison block was being unbarred. Queen Anajel stirred, opening her eyes with a soft yawn. "Ah, dear friends, is it dawn already?" "I fear so," King Lidovarda said to her gently. They were all shackled in a row, slumped against the wall in heaps of stinking straw. High up near the torture chamber ceiling were narrow embrasures, through which they could see dull purple clouds. Anajel sat up and began to brush off and arrange her torn garments. "Then we shall have to do our best to die well. I only regret that Katie and I were deprived of our Trillium amber. The holy flower might have bolstered my puny sense of valor." "To say nothing of unlocking our fetters," said Katie O'Reilly. "Ah, well, we must take solace from the knowledge that we will not suffer our fate in vain." Anajel's blue eyes seemed wrapped by some comforting inner vision. "We must all pass safely beyond sooner or later, but only a fortunate few are allowed to die in defense of a world. May the lords of the air come for us swiftly." The king and Archduke Georgibo murmured their assent, as did Cadia. But unlike the queen, who appeared calm almost to the point of entrancement, the others could not keep their eyes from the array of fiendish instruments mounted upon the wall opposite, nor from the stained and pitted granite slab 3 ells long that stood in the chamber's center. The slab was inclined, and cuffs for wrists and ankles were affixed to the lower end. Just beyond the other end was a large brick structure resembling a forge. A bellows, operated by wooden gearing that Georgibo had said was connected to a windmill, had pumped air into the firebox all night, keeping it glowing, and from time to time a soot-stained minion had shuffled in to add charcoal and stoke it. 2 massive chains were attached to something buried in the bed of coals. Forming an inverted V, they joined to a single chain, which was in turn suspended from a pulley device on an overhead iron beam. Georgibo had stubbornly refused to speak about what the thing hidden in the fire might be. Voices could now be heard approaching, and a harsh peal of female laughter echoed along the vaulted corridor outside the chamber. The Archduke said, "My imperial sister is coming to supervise our final torment. She seems in high spirits." "Much good may it do her," growled Cadia. "It is probable that the Archimage Haramis is still held by the Man in the Moon, and knows nothing whatsoever of our own imprisonment. I would give much to see Naylora's face when she discovers she has squandered the lives of crucial hostages for naught." King Leodovardus sighed. "I wouldn't." He turned to Anagel. "It seems that I will not be your son-in-law after all, dear queen. May I at least ask now for your blessing, and your forgiveness for the harm I inflicted upon your family and your kingdom so long ago?" "I give them willingly, and I have changed my mind about you, Leto. If our fate had been otherwise, I would gladly have given the hand of my daughter Janelle to you in marriage." Prince Tolliver, placed between Anagel and the king by a compassionate jailer, had remained so quiet that the adult captives thought he still slept. He said to Leodovardus, "I would also have been proud to be your brother. The way that you rescued Mother and me was legendary." "You stood up to the sorcerer most bravely yourself, Tolo." The king clenched his right fist, except for the little finger, which he extended to the prince like a hook. "Join your own last finger with mine, thus. Come now, don't hesitate. I have a last gift for you. Tolliver of Leberuenda, I dub thee a corsair of Raktum, and herewith declare that you are both my brother and shipmate on the high seas. There, now we are sworn." Awe and delight spread over the prince's features as he stared at the linked fingers. "I am a true pirate?" "As ever was. Only remember that we Raktumians are reformed now, and the title is one of honor." I will try to die honorably under the torture," Tolliver said to him, in a voice barely steady. "But if I make a lot of noise, please do not hold it to my shame." "Pirates never suffer in silence. Make all the noise you like, lad, and I shall bellow louder still, because I am the Pirate King." The iron-bound door banged open. 4 men, bare to the waist and having their heads covered with black leather hoods, marched inside. They were followed by the Empress Naylora, who was dressed in a maroon velvet robe trimmed with silver-blue Dixu fur. She wore a simple platinum diadem on her coiled hair, and hanging from her neck was the star of Narenyi Daral. "Good morrow," she said. When no one responded, she tossed her head, smiling thinly. "You will learn politeness soon enough, unless a certain archimage decides that she values your paltry lives above her talisman." She nodded to the torturers. "Make ready." The men went efficiently about their business. One took a poker to the fire, 2 began cranking away at a winch behind the forge, and the 4th checked the restraints on the grisly stone slab. The Empress struck a dramatic pose, hands on high, and cried out in a loud voice to the thin air, "Haramis, Archimage of the land, I know that you were able to hear and see us. I, too, have secret friends in the realm of magic. One of them, speaking covertly in my ear, has told me how to secure the three-winged circle. Come now, Archimage, abase yourself before me and give up your talisman, and these captives will be spared. Ignore me, and they will endure a frightful death." The torturers wound away at the winch, hauling something out of the coals. Slowly, a white-hot iron drum emerged, an ell or so long, and perhaps 2 handspans in diameter. Through it ran a horizontal bar, having at its ends rings connecting it to the twin chains. When the cylinder was hoisted above the foot of the slab, and somewhat cooled, the prisoners were able to see that the thing was a kind of roller. Its incandescent surface was studded with a myriad of sharp spikes. "Heldo's holy haunches!" breathed the awestruck lead of artists. The others, save Georgibo, who had known well enough what to expect, were too appalled to utter a word. "Aramis!" Naylor lifted her star. "Do not tarry. It is sunrise. The deadline that I posed to you has come." Nothing happened. Cadia spoke out. "Empress, does the Star-Master know and approve of this torture?" "Be silent, witch!" Naylor commanded, but Cadia persevered. "I told you last night that my sister Aramis was visiting the Three Moons. She is unable to respond to a magical hail. I myself was unable to bespeak her, even using the 2 talismans. This ploy of yours is useless." "Sister, why do you do this?" Georgibo cried in entreaty. "Kill me if you must, but these others have done you no harm." "She has," the Empress raged, "the haughty white lady. And if she lives, she will hear their cries, whether she resides with the man in the moon or hides in the lowest of the 10 hells." And again she called out to Aramis, in tones increasingly furious and frenzied. The Archduke shook his head. "Playing at sorcery has unhinged her reason." "No," Anagel said sadly. "It is another kind of derangement that afflicts her." "Be quiet," Naylor roared, "or I will have your tongues torn out." The captives fell silent. One of the hooded men said, "Imperial Majesty, all is ready." Drops of perspiration beaded the high brow of the Empress, and her face was flushed. She began pacing back and forth in front of the 5 chained captives, twisting her star in its chain with a restless hand. "Which one shall be the first to feel the fiery roller's caress? The ugly and foolhardy pirate king? Nay, I think not. He is insufficiently beloved by the White Lady. Why should she trade her talisman for the life of a one-eyed, hunchbacked sea bandit? And for that same reason I will neither choose you, my worthless baby brother, even though your agony would give me the greatest pleasure." She uttered a giddy laugh. Georgibo's face had become a stony mask. He did not deign to speak. The Empress paused to confront Anagel. "Shall it be this woe-begone and grubby queen? Poor pathetic creature! Ah, but you sprained your ankle attempting to escape, didn't you, and fainted away from that insignificant pain as my warlords fetched you here. I fear you would perish with unseemly swiftness under the torture, perhaps before the Archimage even took note of your cries of agony." "Try me, Skritek spawn," hissed Cadia, straining at her chains. Naylor pretended to consider the suggestion. "The brave witch who would have thwarted our invasion and deprived me of my throne. But you wept when I gave your talisman to the Star-Master. You bawled like a whip-snithe pup. I think I would like to see you weep again and beg my clemency." She stepped forward and seized Prince Tolliver by his hair. "As this treacherous brat finally pays the penalty for sinning so grievously against you." "He is forgiven by us all," Cadia shouted. But Naylor beckoned peremptorily, and 2 of the torturers came to unfasten the prince from the wall fetters and drag him unprotesting to the long granite slab. The hooded men fussed about, having trouble adjusting the gyves to accommodate Tolliver's slight body. But finally the boy was immobilized at the low end of the tilted slab. The Empress came and brushed aside a lock of damp, fair hair that had fallen into the prince's eyes. "You must be able to see, brave lad," she cooed. Then she shouted to the ceiling, "And the Archimage Haramis must also see. Watch his face, white lady, as the fiery roller burns and crushes him from toe to head." She snapped her fingers. Two of the torturers bent again to the winch, this time unwinding it. The other pair hauled away at a thick rope that swung the traveling block and tackle forward, so that the heavy, red-glowing drum came down precisely onto the slab's upper end, less than an ell and a half away from the prince's feet. The spiked cylinder touched the inclined stone surface, and of itself began to move with excruciating slowness toward the boy, shrieking hideously on its axle bar. The men at the winch left off their labors and stood back expectantly, while the others on the rope controlled the roller's progress, lest it do its job too quickly. "Haramis!" Naylora cried. She stood at the slab's opposite end, just behind Tolliver's head. "Are you watching?" The flagstone floor of the torture chamber trembled. "Earthquake!" Lita Vardas shouted, but no one heeded him, least of all the Empress. Her eyes were locked upon the advancing roller, and her hands gripped the edge of the stone torture bed. The fiery cylinder on its chains was pulled sideways as the room swayed, but Naylora only braced herself, waiting. Spikes grated on the rough stone, flinging sparks in all directions, as all four torturers hauled at the rope and got the smoking roller back on course. It continued toward Prince Tolliver. There was another tremor, more violent than the first. The torturers howled curses, staggering against one another and dancing about, trying to hang on to the rope while avoiding hot coals that spilled from the ruptured forge in an incandescent welter. A great crack rent the wall opposite the chained prisoners, and instruments of torment that had hung there fell clanging to the floor. From beneath the chamber came a profound rumbling, shot through with creaks, and an uncanny moaning sound. The spiked cylinder accelerated along the slab. The four men abandoned the rope and ran from the room, in spite of the angry cries of the Empress. Tolliver felt the heat scorch the soles of his boots, and a wail like that of a terrified infant was torn from his lips. Above him, a dazzling white figure sprang into existence. He saw the Archimage Haramis pointing her talisman. His shackles sprang open, and his helpless form levitated, flying sideways as the fiery drum, no longer restrained, sped over the place where he had lain. At the slab's end, it swung out on its chains like a glowing pendulum. The Empress Naylora tried to back away from it, too panic-stricken to call upon the magic of her star. It struck her full in the face. Tolliver, now shrieking for his mother, felt himself lowered to the floor. Beneath the oscillating red-hot cylinder was a thing that writhed and convulsed and would not be still. The boy's gorge rose as a vile odor of burnt cloth and seared meat reached his nostrils. He fell to his knees, vomiting, then tried to pull himself together as he heard the Archimage call his name. She had freed the other prisoners and was herding them toward the door. "Tolo! Hasten!" When he faltered, compelled irresistibly to look back at the horror he might have suffered himself, Haramis soared to him and seized his hand. Far overhead, something cracked with a thunderous report, and the vaulted ceiling of the torture chamber began to collapse. The prince flew over the flagstones, through the doorway and into the corridor, dragged along behind the shining white cloak. When he touched down again, the floor was solid beneath his feet. The tremblers seemed to have ended, and the masonry of the corridor held firm. Nearly all of the wall cressets had fallen from their brackets, but they still flickered in the dust-laden air. Queen Anagil snatched Tolliver up in a joyful hug. The others stood about coughing and exclaiming with relief. When they had all caught their breaths, Haramis said, "Sisters, I have something for you, which I liberated from your captors." In each hand she held a glowing droplet of Trillium amber, strung on simple thongs. Anagil and Cadia took their amulets, kissed them, and hung them about their necks. There were no sounds at all from the demolished torture chamber. but faint cries came from the other direction. Leda Vardis, who remembered too well the earthquake that had attended the siege of Deriguilla, spoke urgently. "We must get to open ground quickly. If another tremor strikes, it may bring the palace down around our ears." Cadia addressed the Archimage. "Can you carry us off by magic?" "I'm sorry. That would require great strength, and mine was depleted earlier when I rescued the other kidnapped rulers from—" "They are safe?" Anijel exclaimed. "Oh, Hera, thank God!" "Then we have no choice but to run for it," Cadia decided. "That way," Georgibo pointed. "Up the stairs. We can go through the barracks of the Imperial Guard into the north transept of the Great Rotunda, and thence escape into one of the garden courtyards." Haramis said, "I can still defend us well enough. It is only the magical transport that is temporarily beyond me." "Annie, can you walk?" Cadia asked the Queen. "The Holy Flower has healed my petty wound. I am hale again, and so filled with bliss that I can scarce help bursting into tears." "Restrain yourself," muttered the Lady of the Eyes, "at least until we are safely out of here, when you may weep to your heart's content. I may even join you." They ran up the narrow stairwell into a barracks anteroom, which showed considerable damage. Several roof beams had fallen, and part of a long wall had tumbled down. They picked their way carefully through the rubble. The place was completely deserted, save for a lone member of the Imperial Guard, a grizzled fellow in half-armor who sat amidst a heap of building stones, covered in dust and clutching his lower leg. "They've all run off," he croaked, as Haramis and Georgibo discovered him. "Yonder wall fell on me. My mates must have thought I was a goner. The torturers who went galloping through a few minutes ago didn't give a damn, so here I sit with my leg broke." The Archimage stooped and touched the limb with her talisman. The guard uttered a surprised oath and began poking and prodding at the place where the wound had been. "Blessed Matuta! You fixed it, sorceress!" He jumped up, then regarded her with sudden confusion. "But if you're one of them, where's your star?" "She needs none," said a quiet male voice. Haramis rose and turned slowly about. Auragastus stood in the far doorway of the ruined anteroom. He wore the silver and black vestments of his guild and its star medallion, but lacked the forbidding starburst mask. His visage was furrowed with stress, his long white hair hung free, and on his brow was the three-headed monster. A scabbard at the sorcerer's side held the burning eye, and his right hand rested upon its triple pommel. "Leave us," he commanded the cringing guardsman, who fled. Haramis said, "So you have found us, Auragastus? I thought you would. I knew of your presence as soon as you materialized in the torture chamber. I had been seeking you for hours. Then you know that Naelora is dead." His well-formed lips tightened in anger. "The fool! Believe me, I did not know what she planned. I suppose she hoped to coerce you into giving up your talisman." "She intended to present it to you," Haramis told him, "and thereby win your love." He made a gesture of exasperation. "Love? Love her? What arrant nonsense! All I thought of from the time I bonded the two talismans to myself was finding you." "So you could work upon me your own form of coercion? Still, I am relieved that you did not approve the torture." "The man who would have done such a thing is no more, Haramis. Why can't you believe it?" The sorcerer came toward her, arms outstretched. "Why can't you understand?" "I understand you quite well, just as I understood that prideful wretch, Denby Varcour, who created you. You are both manipulators of human emotions and deeds, consumed with arrogance and vainglory." His arms dropped again to his sides, and his tender expression turned to one of desolation. "My love for you is honest, and I am not afraid to proclaim it. You love me, too, yet all you can do is revile me, giving me no chance to explain myself." Cadia interrupted firmly. "This tender reunion, and its mutual recriminations, must wait. You, too, must realize that there could be another great quake at any moment. The city itself might be devastated. You must do something." The pale eyes of Auragastus darted sidelong. I cannot control the movements of the earth with my talismans. I tried earlier, when the tremors were milder, and had no success.
That is because the earthquakes are only a symptom of the world's great imbalance, Haramis said, as is the colossal mud flow hurtling down from the mountains.
What mud flow?
The sorcerer, Cadia, Leidavardus, and Georgibo spoke all at once. Anagel and Tolliver only stood open-mouthed. Haramis lifted her talisman. Brandoba lies directly in its path. Behold! Half of the ruined room seemed to dissolve away, and it seemed that they stood on some towering precipice above the forest of Lyrda. The dawn sky was invisible in low-hanging storm clouds, which obscured the heights of the wooded foothills like a curtain partially lowered. Surging out from under that curtain, filling the Dob River valley as though it were some green trough, was a churning mass that looked from a distance like gray porridge.
"Dark powers forfend," whispered Orgastus. "I had no idea. Talismans, how far away from Brandoba is the front of the flow?"
6 leagues. It will be here in less than half an hour, Haramis stated. When it comes, it will bury the city. She brandished her talisman again, and the vision disappeared. Georgibo groaned. My poor people, my poor country. King Leidavardus shot him a glance of comprehension.
Yes, you are the emperor now. Emperor of Oblivion.
He stood with hands on hips, glowering at both Orgastus and Haramis.
What happens now? Will you waft your guildsmen away from danger, Starmaster? Will the Archimage likewise rescue those she loves, leaving Sobrania and its contemptible barbarians to the onslaught of the mud?
Orgastus said to Haramis,
Will we?
The Archimage's gaze swept over her sisters and the others, who waited in silent apprehension. Should they be told the entire truth of the situation? They would have to know soon, but perhaps not yet, not if there was any inkling of hope, no matter how small. She said to them, Orgastus and I must speak privily of this. Please excuse us. Then she motioned for the sorcerer to accompany her, and moved out of their earshot, although not out of sight.
"Shall we part forever, then?" he asked her. "This Sobranian adventure of mine is over. I will have to begin again elsewhere, if such a thing is even possible. You will have your talisman, and I will have mine. Separated, they are not invincible, merely extraordinary, especially since I am so inexpert in utilizing mine. I presume that you now have access to the viaducts also." She nodded in assent. "So we may travel through them as we will, so long as their outlets are not blockaded. You need only collect your friends, after which there will be nothing to keep you in this doomed country. My guildsmen and I can go to my old home in Tuzaman. If you promise not to attack me there, I will tell you how to free the Archimage Iriani from her prison of blue ice. Then we two can await the world's final descent into frozen silence, you in your sanctum and I in mine, with our dependents none the wiser, until the end. Is this what you want to do, Haramis? Run away?" "There is nowhere we can flee, even if we would," she replied. "What are you talking about?" "The Archimage of the Sky, the greatest practitioner of magic who ever lived, told me that the great imbalance culminates and commences now. This Sobranian catastrophe, dire as it is, only marks the beginning of a myriad of such events that will immediately beset all nations of the world. There is no refuge for us anywhere, Orgastus. No escape. From here on, there is only a swift downhill slide until our world is entombed in the sempiternal ice." "So. I was not certain." Denby Varcour believed that only a single despot, wielding the threefold scepter of power, could stave off this planetary doom. He demanded that I give him my talisman, so that it might be turned over to you. I refused. "And you still do," the sorcerer stated. "Yes. You would see the world destroyed, rather than saved and subjugated by me. I would see it saved, otherwise." She took a deep breath. Will you give me the 2 talismans, so that I may assemble the scepter and attempt the healing without the enslaving?" "Never," he said. "I know that it would be futile. The healing is itself a horrific process. The simple people of this world and their naive rulers would not know how to survive it. Your gentle persuasion would not move them. They would be insane with terror." "I think I have found an answer to that." "Then tell me." He seized her upper arms, but she drew away, shaking her head, and he did not try to restrain her. "Once," she reminded him, "you did pledge to let me wield the scepter." "Only if—" He broke off, unable to say the words. Haramis said, "In his last moments, Denby Varcourt changed his mind about his tyrannical scheme. Dying, he invoked the black Trillium, speaking of the flower with both irony and a strange resignation. Then he said to me, 'Love is permissible, devotion is not.'" "That damned enigmatic phrase," Oragastus cried. "You quoted it in your tower as you repudiated me. What is the difference, then?" "In the first," she said, "the lovers remain true to themselves. They unite without loss, without submission. Neither one is diminished, but instead they grow." She paused, lowering her eyes, those eyes identical in color to his own. "I love you, but the star demands preeminence over its devotees. The flower does not." He stood before her, somber, the long fingers of one hand touching the medallion hanging from his neck. "I must do what I was born to do. Denby does not matter. He did his part when he let me discover the truth about my own role, allowing me to discard the foolish beliefs of my early years and concentrate upon the one and only reason why I came to exist. I will not surrender my destiny to anyone, to anything. Haramis, my dearest Haramis, you must understand." She smiled remotely. "I do, but perhaps true understanding has yet to dawn in you. Denby also said to me, 3 petals to wield, and the sky archimage to guide, if I wished it." He was dumbfounded, almost laughing at the audacity of her. "You, if you wish it? What does it mean? Do you believe that the old man was passing to you and your sisters responsibility for the scepter of the vanished ones?" He might have been. Bina and Iriani were convinced we would be able to use it. I have never been certain, and perhaps my hesitancy is the reason why Denby suggested a 4th. Who would be our guide? "The Archimage of the Sky is dead," Oragastus declared angrily. "How could he help in the wielding? Denby Varcourt was a madman, and even at the end he was raving." "There is another authority that says that the 3 petals of the living Trillium must use the scepter together, an ancient chant that Denby recited. 1, 2, 3, 3 in 1, 1 the crown of the misbegotten, wisdom gift, thought magnifier, 2 the sword of the eyes, dealing justice and mercy, 3 the wand of the wings, key and unifier, 3, 2, 1, 1 in 3, come Trillium, come Almighty." He was mocking me as he did so, but I have heard this chant before among the Wizgu folk of Armazi Mire. They say it dates back to the foundation of their race. Oragastus shook his head. "It makes no sense. It is mystical twaddle." "Since my 3-winged circle is the prime element of the scepter, the key, I would have to command, not as an archimage, but as one of 3 with my sisters. If it were mine to choose, I would wish that the living Trillium be strengthened and guided by a courageous friend, both in the wielding and during the dire aftermath. But we 3 could never be guided by a starman." "You have been toying with me, Haramis." This time there was no wrath in his voice, but only despair. "Without the star I am nothing. You and your flower would diminish me, demanding devotion while refusing to submit yourself." She took his hand, drawing it to the 3-winged circle on the chain at her breast. He tensed, still fearful and refusing, and she said again, "I do love you, and I would never harm, nor think of diminishing a new Archimage of the firmament. A new. The office is now mine to bestow. I am the last active member of the college. I am certain that Iriani would concur, and so I think would the sleeping vanished ones. We are of them, you and I. Aramis, could such a thing be? It depends, I think, on you, on your love. She pressed his fingers to the flower. He felt the tiny wings on her talisman open, and within was something that set his nerves afire as he touched it. Momentarily deprived of equilibrium, almost falling, he clung to her. Of course I love you. Ah, Aramis, I love you more than my own life. More than... His voice trailed off to a soft groan. He recovered, and the nearly frantic embrace eased. It became reverent, lending strength to both of them. When at length they drew apart, she whispered, "The coronet." Frowning in perplexity, he took it from his head and studied it. The central monster head, which had been surmounted by a tiny replica of the star, now had a new escutcheon of 3 crescent moons. It was the same with the 3-lobed burning eye. Its chain broken, the star lay on the rubble-strewn floor at their feet. A fresh tremor shook the palace. Anagel and Cadia left the others and approached. "Hera," said the queen, "you must decide at once what we are to do." Together, Aramis and Orgastus told them. 31. Surmounting the palace's golden dome was a lofty pinnacle of red jasper, and within it a narrow spiral staircase leading to the enormous gilded bird effigy mounted at the top. The 3 sisters and Orgastus went to the small platform at the pinnacle's summit and stood looking up at the spread-winged image. "Why, it's a boar," Cadia said in surprise. "The bird created by the vanished ones to be a helper and companion to the Vispi. I thought they were extinct in this part of the world." "They are," Orgastus said, "which is why they are held sacred." "It is appropriate," Aramis said. Then she asked the sorcerer to lift all 4 of them to the statue's back. He drew the broken sword and held it high, giving the command. The 3 lobes became eyes, and from the open mouths of the monsters on the coronet shone beams of white, green, and golden light. They wafted through the cloudy air, from which a light rain fell, and landed upon the broad surface of gold-leafed stone. "Now we must assemble the scepter," Aramis said. She bade her Trillium amber to quit its nest among the wings, attaching it to her neck chain after she removed the wand with its circle. For a moment the gigantic statue shuddered beneath their feet. They tensed, but did not lose their footing. The bird swayed very slowly from side to side. Down below, parts of the city still burned, and there were many areas where buildings had collapsed, but most of the devastation in Brandoba was veiled from their sight by smoke and mist, and they did not look upon it. Aramis said to Orgastus, "Tell your talismans that we 3 petals of the living Trillium may touch them freely." He did so, his teeth clenched in a grimace. Then he proffered the coronet in his right hand and the sword in his left. Queen Anagel and Cadia stood on either side of him. At the Archimage's command, they laid their own hands upon the talismans they had once owned. The amulets at their throats blazed golden, and an answering throb of light came from the amber on the breast of Aramis. Aramis inserted the wand into a channel on the sword blade, then guided the 3-headed monster inside the circle, so that it and the coronet formed a meridian and equator. Atop the circle, the wings opened and became large, and at their center shone a great black trillium embedded in glowing amber the size of a fist. Aramis took the completed scepter and lifted it, while the others stood closely around her, laying a single hand upon hers. "Come, Trillium," said the Archimage of the land. "Come, Almighty." The scepter seemed to ignite with a yellow flame. No longer were the individual parts silver or black. They were shining gold. Cadia, Anagel, and Orgastus felt a marvelous warmth spread from their fingertips, down their arms, and into their hearts. "Scepter!" The voice of Haramis was exultant, and the others knew that she felt the magical heat also. "Carry us safely into the sky, high above this place, and banish all clouds, so that we may see the ground clearly." The gilded bird did not come alive. They saw no flapping wings, felt no sense of motion, nor even any wind of passage. Nevertheless, they suddenly found themselves soaring upward beneath an expanse of limpid blue air. Still standing on the statue's back, they came to a halt. The dawn sun was poised above the column range, which was now ominously smoking. Rivers of mud poured forth from the highlands in multiple courses, snaking through the forest, with the greatest flow of all nearly touching the outskirts of the city at the Dob River watergate. Far-flung Brandoba itself, lying wounded within its walls, smoldered like a trampled campfire. The great harbor still held many ships, and the waters were turgid gray near the shore, and luminous aquamarine in the outer depths of the estuary. In the west, the 3 moons hung low, ready to set. The smoke in the air had turned them a drab orange color. "Now," said Haramis to the scepter, "we call upon the fullness of your magic. Tap the spirit-rich wellsprings of this world, its plants and animals, and all its people. Turn away the mud flow that threatens Brandoba. Calm the unquiet earth beneath it, and if the Triune wills, restore the city's broken parts to wholeness. Let this be done without the loss of a single aboriginal or human life." The scepter's glow intensified until it became a near twin to the solar orb in the east. The 4 people who wielded it flinched from the radiant power that streamed forth, averting and closing their eyes. A terrible noise smote their ears, grinding and wrenching and roaring, but their touch upon the hilt stayed firm, as did their foothold upon the golden bird, so miraculously hanging in midair. When the noise diminished somewhat, all but Haramis removed their hands from the scepter. They dared to look down. Around the city's landside perimeter, where the enclosing wall had been, a high rampart was rising. Thrust up from underground, soil and rock were creating a dike that diverted the advancing mud northward, where it would reach another river valley and there flow harmlessly into the sea. Other land movements, looking like the subterranean burrowings of some colossal creature, transformed hills into valleys and altered the course of minor streams. The terrain heaved and rolled like a shaken rug, accompanied by a mighty rumbling. And then it was still. Directly below them, the city seemed to shimmer. The smoke shrouding it faded away. "Show us now a closer vision of Brandoba," Haramis commanded. They seemed to swoop down, still secure, until they hovered above the pleasance and the palace. The imperial edifice itself and all of the surrounding buildings gleamed whole in the sunlight. Streets and boulevards were no longer blocked with rubble. But the bodies of those killed and injured in the riots and tremors remained. "Scepter," Haramis whispered, "can you not restore the broken people?" "Not the dead. Only those who live may be brought back to health, when touched individually by my parts." "There is no time for that," said Oragastus. "If we fail to mend the greater imbalance, those who have perished will be the lucky ones." "He's right," Cadia said, with grudging respect. "We shall help the wounded later," said Anagel, "if we can." "Very well." Haramis addressed the scepter. "Let our golden bird take us higher, and then higher, higher still, and keep us safe." They rose to such an altitude that the sky became deepest indigo blue. Stars were visible, together with the sun and the moons. Neither chill nor lack of breath afflicted them. The world continent, with its shining white sempiternal ice cap, beautiful and deadly, lay curved upon an azure sea, streaked with clouds. Mysteriously, there were no clouds above the land. "If the scepter tries to right the imbalance and fails," Oragastus said to Haramis, "we may die up here as our golden steed tumbles from the sky. But, withal, you have chosen a right proper place to attempt the magic. for we will know at once whether the world is healed and the ice defeated." He was standing before her, Anagel and Cadia being on either side, and she smiled at him. "Whether we succeed or not," Haramis said, "I am glad that at the end the flower blessed our love." "I would marry you," he said. "I would live and work with you forever, if this were possible." "I desire it with all my heart and soul, my dearest, but we dare not think of such things now. Still, I wanted you to know." Haramis nodded. Behind Aurigastus, the 3 moons hovered at the western horizon in a tight group. She bade the others lay their hands upon her own once again, lifted the scepter, and spoke to it. "Now do the deed for which you were made. Fulfill the hopes of those long dead, of those departed into the outer firmament, of those who sleep in limbo, of those who caused us to be born. Fulfill our own hopes as well, now that we come finally to wield thee, and heal our wounded world in God's good time. Defeat the imbalance that would condemn us to the conquering ice. Summon all that is magical, beautiful, and true from our hearts and from the land beneath us. Do it now. Come, Trillium. Come, Almighty." This time there was no storm of light and noise, only a whisper like a sighing of stars that sounded and then faded to silence. The feeling of magical tension that had pervaded the scepter drained away. Its luminescence was extinguished as the 3 wings closed about the great piece of amber and shrank to their usual small size. The scepter became a depleted thing. The 3 eyes in the pommel closed, and the carven monstrous faces were lusterless and inanimate. At the same time, another sort of illumination sprang into being in the deep blue western sky. Haramis's eyes widened in astonishment, and the other 3, seeing her staring, let their hands fall away from the drained scepter and turned about to discover what had happened. The 3 moons, in their close conjunction, had changed color from wan ochre to a pure effulgent silver. Sketched about the orbs were 3 enormous petals of vibrant rainbow radiance. The central one extended almost to the zenith, while the other 2 seemed to embrace the horizon. "Dear God," whispered Anagel, "what is it?" "A sky trillium," Cadia said. Aurigastus blurted out, "But is that all?" "We asked," Haramis said, "that the healing take place in God's good time." "Look down at the ice cap." They did, and saw countless tiny puffs of cloud rising everywhere from the gleaming surface. These expanded as they watched, forming a vast cloak of cloud that hid the continental interior from view. The mass elongated, caught by the prevailing winds, and began a slow progress eastward. "What is happening?" Anagel asked. "I'm not quite sure," Haramis replied, "but I think it is beginning to melt." She spoke to the scepter. "Are you able to return us safely to the Imperial Palace in Brandoba?" "Yes. We will fly somewhat more slowly." They began to descend. The bird image's back was almost as wide as the floor of a cottage. In their curiosity, Aurigastus, Anagel, and Cadia peered down at the world below, while Haramis, emotionally spent, sat quietly at the center. "Perhaps," Aurigastus said, when they came lower and had a better view of the ice's margins, "the fires within the world, which would have burst out volcanically under the imbalance, have now focused in a more moderate way beneath the continental glacier. Those plumes of vapor, they will become rain clouds. Even though they dump most of their moisture in the sea, there will still be mighty storms and floods in the eastern lands, especially in my old home Tuzaman, and in Raktum." "Poor old Leto," Cadia said. "Still, his nation has a plethora of ships, and here in the western part of the world there is much empty land for the pirates to colonize. As for Tuzaman, it is sparsely populated and a marginal place to live at best. I doubt that its people will be too miserable leaving it." "Then perhaps the aftermath will not be so bad after all," Anagel said. "The sea will rise," Aurigastus said, shaking his head, It will slowly encroach upon coastal cities in every nation of the world, as well as drowning the low-lying islands. Vast numbers of humans and folk will be forced from their homes. The rivers will change their courses, inundating the old farmlands. Enormous lakes will be born again, where they existed before the conquering ice. Your Maisie Meyer, Queen Anagel, was once such a lake.
"Oh," she said. "Oh."
New mountains will rise as the interior land is relieved of its glacial burden, he continued. This will alter the pattern of the seasons. It will be a frightening time for the people, perhaps even a dark age, even though we explain to them what is happening, and that it is for the good. A universal despotism might have kept the people under control and supervised the rebuilding. Without one, who can say?
"I am sure," Queen Anagel said stoutly, "that you, Hera, and Iriani will do your best."
"We may find our talents thinly spread," he said, with a sigh.
"Other helpers will aid us,"
Aramis said suddenly.
They turned to her in surprise.
The Golden Bird was plummeting down above Brandoba, but as before, those who rode it had no sensation of rushing through the air. Cadia said, "What helpers? Do you mean the Sindona? But there are not very many of them left."
"In one of the 3 moons," said Aramis, "nearly 1,000,000 persons lie in an enchanted sleep. They are the ones who were unable to vanish, our ancestors, members of a civilization much more advanced than ours. Denby Varcourt could never bring himself to release them. Their numbers and their superior abilities would have disrupted our simple way of living irreparably. He knew it would be both unjust and cruel to revive them in a world such as ours. After all, their war had caused the original imbalance. But Denby never lost hope that one day he would be able to undo the damage. He knew that in the aftermath of the sempiternal ice, if it ever came to pass, those sleeping geniuses would be able to lend us invaluable assistance in healing the land and sea. And so they will, guided by a new archimage of the firmament, an old archimage of the sea, and an archimage of the land who is presently weary unto death, but expects to feel much better tomorrow."
"Yes!" cried Auragastus jubilantly, and he swept her into his arms. The Golden Bird touched the top of the palace spire, becoming as solidly attached as ever. Anagel and Cadia slid down from its back and found King Ledovardus, Emperor Georgibo, and Prince Tolliver, who had climbed out onto the pinnacle roof to await their return.
"Mother," the boy cried, "you will not believe what has happened."
"Yes, I will," Anagel said, caressing his cheek fondly. "There have been wonders, and there will be sore pain, but in the end all will be well." She touched her abdomen and felt a gentle flutter. Her 3 babes would be born into a strange world indeed, where magic and science would be allied. Would the boys be princes, or would they be something else? Well, that was in the hands of the lords of the air. Offering her arm to Ledovardus, she started on the long walk down. Cadia shot an amused glance at the 2 who were still aboard the bird.
"I think we'll leave them to their conjuring," she said to the new emperor. "I must find my aboriginal friends Jagan and Critch, who were left on a small boat in Brandoba harbor. Do you suppose you can lend me a fronial to ride?"
Georgibo bowed with a flourish of his tattered and dirty sleeves.
"Lady of the Eyes, I'll drive you myself in the imperial chariot, if anyone down in the stables recognizes me."
"If they don't," Cadia told him in a comradely fashion,
"we'll steal the damn thing."
When they had gone, Auragastus helped Aramis to alight. She still held the scepter as they stood together, looking down on the city. "There will be so many hurt people to tend to."
"We can summon Sindona from the place of knowledge in the moons," Auragastus suggested. "They can come through the viaduct out at the villa. You can use the scepter to transport them here."
"No, love," Aramis said to him. "Let the Sindona walk into Brandoba by themselves to do their good work. The scepter must be disassembled here and now, and never used again."
He bowed his head in chagrin. "Of course you are right, and you must take charge of the 3 talismans."
She was taking the magical instrument to pieces, tucking her own amber back amongst the now empty wings of the circle. "I have a better idea." She handed him the coronet. "You keep the monster, Archimage of the firmament." A mischievous smile touched her lips. "For more reasons than one." "Thank you. We will bond the three-lobed burning eye to Iriani. She is such an easy-going soul that the people, and the unvanished ones, might occasionally require reminding of her authority." He settled the coronet onto his head. "I'll fetch the star-box. I hope the Blue Lady will forgive me for the freezing, and for the shameful way that my guildsmen treated her small mere-folk. We will go together to the Hollow Isles, release Iriani, and tell her everything. I think she will want to come back here and supervise the Sindona, as well as using her new talisman to assist in the healing. You and I will share that work. But first, we must go to the moons to begin the awakening." She smiled at him. "Among other things." He took her hand. Side by side, they looked into the west. The sky Trillium was setting, but she had no doubt that it would rise again the next day, and each succeeding day, until its work was done. End of Sky Trillium by Julian May. Read by Madelyn Buzzard in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 1999. A Del Rey book, published by the Ballantine Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated, New York. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.